天上太阳风呀风风风嘞，心中太阳是毛泽东嘞，看看到我们的结伴嘞，这里本身咱家做主人，一呀一自由，两呀自由啊，这里本身咱家做主人。天上太阳风呀风冲冲嘞，心中的太阳是毛泽东嘞，看看到我们奋勇前行嘞，革命江山一片风嘞，一呀一自由，来呀自由啊，革命江山一片风。我心中的片太阳，照得片片绿片风，长白千里歌声嘹亮，吹着江风风起飞扬，接着江为大海，温度为火山散发，眼里动情歌唱，我们心中的红太阳。毛主席，我不属了你，你的脚踏了进心肠，沿着真理出原理，万寿将万圣将。天上太阳风呀风冲冲嘞，心中的太阳是毛泽东嘞，看看到我们的结伴嘞，这里本身咱家做主人，一呀一自由，两呀自由啊，这里本身咱家做主人。天上太阳风呀风风冲嘞，心中的太阳是毛泽东嘞，看看到我们奋勇前进嘞，革命江山这一片红嘞，说了那子一样一片红嘞。What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from Beijing, China, at the heart of the People's Republic. I'm the new white monkey propaganda minister, Hasan Piker, coming to you live. Kaya is RedNote famous now. Oh, posted a picture of Kai on RedNote to see if there's one in China that knows who she is. Let's go. I went viral on Bilibili. Hopefully we'll have more of that in the upcoming year. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we are live. We are alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is the 13th of January. It's Monday. That's right. It's Monday. 1/13/2025. And I am a little late, but that's because I had big business deals abound. That's right. You know me. I love doing my big business deals. Big business deals. I'm live, though. I'm alive. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one on this Monday. Great podcast ep as always. Hopefully you guys watched it. We had the full stack, the full Monty, and also XianDivyne, the nephew. Bro values business deals over his community. We see you. Yeah. Anyway. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And let me tell you, a lot has happened. A lot has occurred yesterday into the broadcast after finding a new content creator that I absolutely adore. His name is Mike OK. He's a Brit. He went to Xinjiang, he went to China, and I thought he was fantastic. In between watching his adventures in China as a swagged out, quirked up white boy, I also happened to give a quick interview with Fox LA, Fox 11, the local news station for Los Angeles. The interview was, of course, broadcasted right after the big game, which means that a lot of people were tuned in, and it was on televisions all across the state. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Your conservative father probably watched me talk about the incarcerated firefighters on Fox 11 last night. Now it's less embarrassing to admit that you watch me as well, to your dad and mom. Now you can at the very least be like, hey, oh, that's the guy I watch. Now you're watching him too. He's a cool guy. Please don't tune into his stream though, because he might be saying something unhinged at any given moment. You gotta explain to the slow chatters that local Fox News station is not national Fox News. Yeah, it's not. It's a Fox affiliate, technically. It's not. I don't even know if it's under the umbrella of Fox News. Any Hasan chatters in Xiaohongshu? Let's be moods. Okay, everyone needs to chill out. You've toned down the unhinged? Yeah, that's right. That's one of my New Year's resolutions, and I'm trying to keep up with it. I'm trying to curse less, and I'm trying to be less tuned in to the baiters. Imagine seeing that TV hit as a normie and then coming in here the next day seeing the meme song. First of all, Red Sun in the Sky is not a mere meme song. How dare you? How dare you? Red Sun in the Sky is more than just a song. It's a feeling. It is the ideological revolutionary fervor that every single proletarian feels all around the world, regardless of what their background or regardless of what is happening. My mom is going crazy. Red Sun in the Sky is more than a mere song. It's a reality. RedNote CEO even give a hello to the TikTokers. Okay, yeah. Everybody's so funny. I do get a little annoyed with how easily people just get like how easily people can be motivated to do stuff and then make things like become the new meta. Okay, and then I get it. Everyone in here is gonna be like, oh, go on Xiaohongshu. This is the new blue sky. Please go on Xiaohongshu. I would like to go on an app that's like mostly in Mandarin. Please, RedNote. RedNote is the wave. Get on RedNote. It's like, dude, please stop. I don't want to talk about that right now. Okay. Oh my God, it's got a good algo. Okay, sure, dude. I'll get on it. I'll get on it, dude. I'm gonna get on Xiaohongshu. Okay. I really, really need to just learn Mandarin. That's what I need to do. I was gonna learn Japanese, but instead I should learn Mandarin. And wow, look at that Turkish anarchist. Luigi özgürlük. Free Luigi. Freedom for Luigi. Her şey özgürleşti de Luigi kaldı. This guy goes, yeah, like as though there's enough freedom for everything else. Luigi'nizi siktirmeyin. You made it to the front page of Reddit this morning. Wow. California has incarcerated firefighters. r/interesting as F. Yeah. You know, one of the things that I find quite interesting is that given the carceral state is so expansive in the United States of America, virtually every single person has, not every single person, but like a lot of people in their families at least have like one member that they know, one friend that they know that have like been in the throes of the criminal justice system at a certain point in their lives. It's a lot more common than you would think. And that's very interesting to me. Something to consider. So, curious as to the reason why Hasan doesn't apply closed captions to his stream. I need to read to understand sometimes. It's on purpose. I despise people with challenges with hearing difficulties, even though I need captions as well. I was watching a video interviewing firefighters, and I wanted to mention that one possible avenue for ex-cons is to work for tribal fire departments. They pay better than CAL FIRE, and while they tend to have high expectations of workers and work very hard, they will hire anyone. It isn't native exclusive at all. I have worked on cultural fires on the line with actual firefighters, and that's the way I know. Nice. No, I need captions too. Sometimes it's just not available, okay? In any case, there's a lot to talk about, but before I get to it, as far as personal news goes, I worked out this morning. I went to bed last night. Oh, I watched Anora last night, actually. There's movie time. Movie magic with HasanAbi. Hasn't happened in a while because we've only been watching Lord of the Rings, my mom and I. But my brother and his fiance were here last night, and my mom. And we all got together and watched Anora, which is like not the best movie to watch with your parents, but I guess like when you're 33, you know, it doesn't really matter at that point. It's not like as awkward, I guess. A lot of sex in that movie, I'll tell you that much. I liked it. I liked Anora. Anora felt like not as good, but felt like a Safdie brother flick. You know what I mean? But for the girlies, almost like a girly Pop Nation Safdie brothers flick. I think it was all right. It was fine. It made me feel like it had the intensity, the wall-to-wall intensity of Good Time. If you guys know what I'm talking about. It definitely had the endless permanent intensity of Good Time, but not as good. I wouldn't put it in the same category, but it was all right. It wasn't bad. A lot of people have a lot of opinions on Anora, and it's really interesting because for some weird reason, people just like really don't like it, or they really like it and they think it's the best movie of all time. I haven't really seen a lot of, I don't know. I know that like one of the girls is like a famous Twitter racist or something that was in the movie. I think she got canceled as well. Sean Baker is very polarizing. Did you see Tangerine or Florida Project? No. The unibrow, the girl with the unibrow, she got the Anthony Davis. She got them Anthony Davises on her face. But is she a racist or something? I think she was a racist back in the day. I don't know if she still is. She's one of them like Red Scare adjacent girls. That's what I mean, I think. Are you talking about Ivy Walk? I just like the fact that we know who these people are or what kind of racist stuff they said in like at the age of 14 is definitely unhealthy. Like it's just like straight up not something we should know. It should not be in my brain. I'm a 33-year-old man. I shouldn't know what like some random unibrow trust fund girl has to say about like the white race or whatever. You know what I mean? No, I was recent. No, I think it's because she's also still very young. Like she said racist stuff 2 years ago. Actually, yeah, I don't care. Like I just don't want to know who this person is at all. That's my point. I think like here, this is going to be my incredibly misogynistic take that all of the annoying right-wing lady pops will get mad at me for and immediately hit the identity shield on. I think a lot of ladies out there who don't have a personality back in the day used to substitute it for being a conservative person. And now a lot of ladies in New York are doing the same thing. Okay? If you ain't got a personality and you're like not that attractive, but you care about looking attractive, you just slam like edgy content. Like I run an edgy Twitter meme account, and automatically every single pedophile in a 500-mile region on that has a Twitter account becomes your #1 fan and acts like you're the sexiest lady of all time. Is a very weird pick-me behavior, very weird thing that people are doing. That's it. And I've always been annoyed with it. I've been annoyed with it for a very long time. And it's just very funny that there's like an entire brand of influencers like this in this like in this like incredibly niche space online. Okay? Bad take. No, you just said that because I duped you by saying something that's not inherently misogynistic, but I started off by saying it's going to be misogynistic, and you didn't hear anything else I said, and you immediately jumped to that conclusion because you heard me say I'm going to be misogynistic. It's not misogyny to say pick-me's are annoying and do it to boost their potential. Okay? Yeah. It's like pedo bait too. Straight up. All these like weird pedophiles that all these like weird pedophiles, they love these gals. Anyway, I talked about this way more than I should have. It's also interesting because they also don't hit like super misogynistic takes. They're almost like they almost try to like glorify an antiquated and often misunderstood third wave feminism in their approach, where they try to like utilize emancipatory language because they're all art PhDs, virtually all of them. And it's really interesting that I've noticed that they just like they don't like hit the trad wife line as hard. And it's not like a well flushed out third wave feminist attitude either. It's just more so just pick and choose. I think you are addressing the double standard here. Basically, why do you assume that the motivation behind conservative women and self-image issues instead of, say, growing up conservative? What? Because I know the people that I'm talking about, and they didn't start off as conservative. What the fuck is wrong with you? Can you have like a semblance of charitability in an issue where I'm talking about specific podcasters that I've known for years at this point and have virtually seen their transition from, Sailor Moon socialism to Alex Jones style conservatism? I'm just trying to engage with you. We love doubling down on this community. I just hate women. That's what it is. And they all get funded by Peter Thiel too, which is also crazy. Anyway, there's an entire crop of these girlies now, and because they're in this like hyper insulated New York community, regardless of their lack of cultural output, the New York Times will still write an article about how niche and cool their politics are from time to time, and give them so much more political momentum than they deserve, in my opinion, greatly overemphasizing their outsized influence. Ultimately, they got no motion, but it doesn't matter because half of the people that went to the same Columbia University journalism, that took the Columbia University journalism classes, that come from the same trust fund baby background, now have jobs at the New York Times. and hang out and do ket at the same parties in Times Square. So they think this is where the culture is moving. This is the direction the culture is moving. These are the movers and shakers. A lot of the takes are based on anger and contrarianism and not actually diving into any at all. Yeah. So, who's your ket guy? Also, G for a mate. You think I do ketamine? Do I strike you as a person who does ket? I'm not cool enough, okay? I go to bed at 10:30 every night. The hell are you talking about? I'm also an upper guy, regardless. Ketamine started popping off when I retired. So I never got around to, that wave. The only special K you do is cereal, right? I don't even eat cereal because it's unhealthy for me. It's like it messes up my diet. This is it. Yeah. I mean, this is the Christian Science Monitor. Young, hip, and conservative, a different slant on New York. In New York's bohemian haunts, a movement of new conservatives is growing in reaction to what they say is liberal dominance in art and culture. Their work reflects a nation in flux. Bro, they're going to turn all of our cultural output to Israel. I swear to God. We're just going to be making Israel-style content now. Ay, ay, ay. The one thing that Americans had was complete dominance over the arts. Just please, Peter Thiel, please don't ruin the one thing that America has. Please. Oh my God. Two things we have in terms of like stable industry in this country is the endless amount of bloodshed to the global south. Our baby murder machine is always tweaked up to its maximalist output. And then the other thing is like the complete cultural dominance of Hollywood. And these guys want to also infiltrate these spaces as well. All it takes is like a couple Juilliard graduates that get Peter Thiel funding to be like, actually, the real cultural direction is the real counterculture is having the exact same politics of your grandfather. Being afraid of like random people that don't look like you. And it's just like, stop. That's your granddad. That's your father whose brain is melted from watching too much TV and now has a healthy diet of AI slop that he gets from his Facebook feed. Please stop. This is not counterculture. I swear to God, they are going to turn American culture into Israel. It's going to be Israel culture. It's so bad. Antisemity. Antisemity University. Hello. I am queers for Hamas. I'm going to Antisemity University. Oh, Jesus Christ. They've been going after Noah for the past few days. Yeah, I know. That's part of the reason why I'm annoyed. No, I'll give you $1,000 to stop engagement farming off of women you hate. I'll pay you $100 if you can summon the courage to attach your real name to your tweets. There's something so funny about this kind of take. And it's so funny because like all of these guys like this, you mock sexual assault victims by labeling them as BPD hoes. You called an article covering that smut because they had the audacity to share a photo of one of the women you thought made her look like a slut. You're actually an evil person with no empathy for others. And it's always guys like this who, oh no, never mind. This is a person. Okay, never mind. They're shitting on Anna. I didn't realize. I thought they were I thought they were talking about I thought they were lying about Noah. He was responding to someone joking about the Neil Gaiman shit. What is the Neil Gaiman shit? If you think reading about a guy who can't stop assaulting women in real life is smart, then that's a you problem. You are a good man. I will pay you $100 if you can summon the courage. Who is Neil Gaiman? Editor's note. This story contains content that readers may find disturbing, including graphic allegations of sexual assault. Last summer, a British podcast broke the news that multiple women had accused Neil Gaiman, the acclaimed British fantasist and author of The Sandman, of sexual assault. Most of them were in their 20s when they met Gaiman, with one exception. The stories take place when Gaiman was in his 40s or older. By then, he had a reputation as one of the greatest modern comic book writers and an outspoken champion of women. For our new cover story, New York Features writer Lila Pearl talks to more women who shared allegations of assault, coercion, and abuse. She also looks into Gaiman's upbringing in Scientology, as well as his relationship with his wife, Amanda Palmer, and what she knew. Through their story, she uncovers dark secrets Gaiman hid for decades. His father was kicked out of the Church of Scientology for sexual assault allegations. Wait. Scientology? Okay. That actually changes the dynamic a little bit. I don't know who this guy is at all. But when I hear about someone who left the Scientology church, okay, and I hear about like horrific things that they did, not this guy, but his father at least, I don't know. I don't know, dude. That seems a little bit suspicious, I'll be honest. Not about Neil Gaiman, but his dad. You really need to read books? Aussie? No, I'm good. Neil also did horrible things. You can say that about him too. Getting kicked out of Scientology for assaults, like getting kicked out of ISIS for being too murderous. Yeah, I don't know if he actually got kicked out, is what I'm saying. That could be a different story. Unless he like was a high-ranking Scientology guy and he actually got kicked out, in which case that's the most insane thing I've ever heard in my life. It's a cult. How do you get kicked out of a cult? That's the whole point. I thought that's literally why you join cults, is and then elevate your status in cults, is to literally, the higher the rank you have, the more sexual assaults you are able to do. So that's kind of the purpose of it. So it's weird that they were just like, you're too good at this thing that we wanted you to do. Like, he was just really invested, I guess. Yeah, it's like, that's insane. I've never heard of something like that. Dude, I didn't blast off yet. No. That's like getting, dude, that's like getting kicked out. I mean, I was about to say, that's like getting kicked out of the Catholic Church. Like, that's why I don't do pro essay anymore. Too many sweats. Yeah. Too many sweats in the Scientology. They were like, you're doing competitive levels of this. We need to stop you. Anyway, let's blast off. Let's blast off before I forget, because it's I've been chirping. I've been talking for a while, okay? It's Monday News Day. Talking TikTok ban with XianDivyne. I was on Fox 11. Did you hear the Fresh and Fit broke up? Wait, really? I can't believe there's like a level of anti-Semitism that got like that's crazy. Like, Myron hit that level of anti-Semitism so hard that even the other dude was like, dude, I can't do this. Like I genuinely can't do this. Like you've gone out of control, sir. You've too much for me. Like, how do you? Was it really because of anti-Semitism? I don't know. I feel like that's got to be it, right? Because it's not about how much they hate women. I'm pretty sure they're united on that front. It feels like there's only one thing. It might. It's also probably not racism either, because like they're united on that front too. I think there's like a level of anti-Semitism that one party was exhibiting, where the other party was like, I'm kind of invested in the Jews control the media area, but like not to the degree where you think everything is Jews. You know what I mean? It's like anti-Semitism infighting, where it's got to be like a point where he was just like, all right, dude, like, yeah, I agree, Jews control the media, but like, you know, you keep pointing to the Jews on everything. It's like, it's not everything. Leftovers breakup, but further on the right. Yeah. No, it's just like the Leftovers breakup. You know, we broke up over my relentless anti-Semitism. Oh my God. I feel like I just gave Ethan an idea. He's going to say that. Oh, look, it's blacks doing what blacks do best. Loot in times of chaos. I'm ashamed to share the same skin color as some of these stupid ass bleep. And it's very obviously like Myron is like 8 days late to the game at this point. Not 8 days late, but like, you know, at least 2 or 3 days late. These tweets already popped off. We already know what the actual context is. It's not actually people looting. It's people saving their own. Like Altadena is historically a black community, is people from their own communities taking out their own valuable possessions while their house is about to be on fire. This is KTLA coverage. And this dude is multiple days late to the conversation. People already knew that this was a false racist nonsense. How come when it comes to race-related issues, y'all on this app don't care if it's fake news or not? This was already debunked and proven not to be looters, rather people helping evacuate, but it seems like y'all don't care and will spread this cat video. Genuinely curious too. How can y'all swear up and down to seek truth, but when it pertains to race, y'all seem to spread fake news just like the people / organizations y'all claim to hate? Is it rage bait for impressions or? Yeah, it is. It is rage bait for impressions, 100%. That's exactly what it is. Your race trying to understand what grifting race is? Yeah, I just don't get how like people. It's always shocking to me that people are still at this stage on the internet like kind of oblivious of the ways in which these guys operate. But you know, more power to rage for figuring it out slowly but surely. The worst part is the police reported literally 10 of the whole burned area, thousands of homes, black people arrested for potential looting, and the right wing latched onto that hard proof. They went crazy for a few hours. I know. All right. It's Monday News Day, talking TikTok ban with XianDivyne. I was on Fox 11 last week of Brandon. 60 minutes. Recognizes Israeli atrocities. ICE raids. What else? Scary games with Ray soon, she was asking. Sure. Miguel Hanloso says, hey, the security guard in Malibu, I can safely say that looting isn't happening like I had initially worried about. Been quiet as a mouse over here and everyone is gone. Yeah. This is what I meant when I said that, like, we have a tendency to basically refuse to look at things right in front of us, we can still, you can be basically in the middle of the conversation. Like you can be in Malibu where people are saying looting is happening. And even if you don't see any looting happening, you will look at people that are behaving suspiciously in a different way. And it reaffirms your suspicions because you just got primed by TikTok and mainstream media into thinking that there's like a massive amount of looting that is taking place. That's it. That's simply what happens in mainstream media. And I feel like that's why these narratives are very frustrating. Anyway, it's Monday Newsday, talking TikTok ban. Last week of Brandon, 60 Minutes recognizes Israeli atrocities, ICE raids, hostage negotiation talks, and more. Get in now. I got your blast off meme full Sundays. I'm using it. Okay. Yes, I know RedNote is the #1 app. We'll talk about RedNote too. Y'all are so annoying. Oh my God. I know. We're going to talk about RedNote. God damn, dude. I don't use TikTok that much. And it's kind of crazy to me how much you guys are primed by TikTok. I don't even think TikTok is going to get banned. I've said this already. It seems like there's a lot of people that wanted to get banned, except for all of the people who are much larger in numbers that are using TikTok that don't want it to get banned. But the one thing that I'm noticing is that TikTok does have a tendency to change discourse so dramatically that even in a community such as this one, there are a tremendous number of people that are like, bro, talk about RedNote. Get on Zhang. What is it? Talk about RedNote. Talk about RedNote. Talk about RedNote. Xiaohongshu. Xiaohongshu. Talk about Xiaohongshu. I'm on Xiaohongshu. Are you going to talk about the most important issue, pirate software leaving 2 people to die? What? I work for a homeowners association, mostly just keeping shit quiet and letting people through the gate to the neighborhood. What? Pirate software did what? Roached out? I don't know what that means. I have no idea what you're talking about. I literally have no... I'm so upset. What is happening right now? What the hell is going on right now? Okay. Hope you're having a good day, buddy. Would love another fitness merch lineup in the future. Need more gym swag? Yes. Extra Emily pulled a HasanAbi. What is this?
Can you what?
Can I fart? I farted, sorry.
Oh my God, Emily.
It was silent.
Emily.
But deadly.
Emily, why?
I told you I have diarrhea. I can't really hold it in. Okay.
You need some tea.
I think it's crazy that people are saying this is actually pulling a HasanAbi when it's I've never farted in a car. Well, I used to fart in cars with Will all the time back in the day to punish him, and also because it's funny. But like since I've been a content creator, I have not done this. I do burp a lot in cars, and when I burp, it does smell. But I don't like that this is a comparison. You know what I mean? Like I don't like that this is like, oh, this is HasanAbi behavior. It's like it's not. It's I do something different. Okay. Invite Unk. This is another thing that every single person is posting, which is crazy. This has 40 likes. This has 40 likes, and I've seen this exact same link in my chat probably 100 times so far since I started. As in, there are more people that have linked this tweet than liked it. How does this happen? It doesn't make any sense. This is so... I always want to expand the boundaries of this community. I always want to, you know what's happening in the world. And I fear that day in and day out, we become more and more insulated, more and more insular. Like everyone's algorithm is identical, and y'all annoy me so much because there's so much happening in the world in terms of like, you know, new culture things.
So I've seen a couple of these clips. They're awesome. Hasan Piker went out. He lives in LA. Is he okay?
He's okay, I think.
I don't know where in LA he lives. I've never been invited. So
To his house. All right, just throwing that out there.
I mean, it's all right. Anyways, Hasan went out and was speaking. So I've seen a couple of these clips. They're awesome.
Yeah, it's messed up. I know. I'm sorry. Here's the issue. My man lives and films out of the heartland of America, mere steps from the industrially ravaged Gowanus Canal in downtown Brooklyn, New York. Unfortunately, that is very far away. He's not in LA. Now he is coming to Los Angeles. He is coming to Los Angeles. And I would be very excited to host him. The issue is he's coming to Los Angeles when I'm not in Los Angeles. I'm going to be in Japan, which I told him. But if we happen to be in LA at the same time, of course, he has a standing invite. A permanent invite. My real unk. Real unk is supportive of me interviewing criminal firefighters. Fake unk, on the other hand, Shaky Gurga. I haven't seen what he's had to say about this stuff, but I suspect he's not too fond of me interviewing criminal firefighters. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm Max Lefting again. So. Maximilian leftist. Yeah. Please invite her too. She's my journalist crush. Ahem. What? Emma Vigeland? Emma Vigeland also has an open invite. The problem is, again, they are filming from live steps, mere steps, from the industrially ravaged Gowanus Canal in the heartland of downtown Brooklyn, New York, USA. Okay? Understand that they are very far. If they come to LA, then hell yeah, we'll collab all day, every day. Came across someone in the game with the name Shaky Gurga, and I said, what's up? And they got mad at me for bringing politics into their game and then logged out. I was so confused. That's awesome. I don't like this unk on unk hate. I mean, yeah, look, the uncle-nephew bond is still strong, regardless of what my unk, real and fake, says about whatever issue. Hasan, do a cooking stream with Jamie. She is my streamer crush. Who's Jamie? Now we're just saying anything in the chat. What'd you do to my girl Kaya? She looks exhausted. Oh, Kaya is dead right now. It's because Jamie is iGumdrop. She does everyone's merch. Where did you get your hoodie from? In the new Fear End episode? I don't know. All right. Let's move on to real news and not extra Emily farting. All right, here it is. Here's the blast off meme. As you know, let the people know. Remain calm. Dark Brandon is coming. Okay. Do a politics stream with HasanAbi. He's my streaming crush. No. I will not be doing a politics stream with HasanAbi. That guy sucks. I heard he exploits homeless people and incarcerated wildfire firefighters. That's true. iGumdrop did Pokey and Psychona's merch, if I recall correctly. She does cooking streams and TikToks too. I mean, I'm down. I heard he also hates women. Just hates women. All right. I can't believe that this video made it to the front of r/all. Look at this. Interesting as F. California has incarcerated firefighters. This program helped my cousin get out of prison early, but it didn't help him land a firefighting job like they told him it would. Well, the problem is California has licensing boards for various careers, and the licensing board won't allow felons. So even if the cities wanted them, it would be illegal. There's a lot of people that have talked about this, but it has changed in the recent years. So they have initiatives in play working to solve these problems, these inadequacies in the system, for the record. So I'm not doom scrolling. I am fascinated about one thing, because I saw posts from my stream of meeting the incarcerated firefighters. And aside from like the classic, don't be fooled by this man that you think is a good guy, he's actually a bad guy. I will not actually elaborate. He's just a bad guy. He's a misogynist. He wants to do bad things to women, stuff like that. I was actually more interested in, or rather more surprised by the fact that the American carceral state and the American prison industrial complex is so expansive that there are a lot of people who have either A, been in prison themselves, or B, know someone who is a friend or a family member that is also a convict, an ex-con. And it's kind of shocking, but I guess because we universalize the evil and we spread it out so vast in this country, that there are people who are at least like one step removed, if not directly experience the horrifying conditions of American prison. Breaking Points covered the interview with the incarcerated firefighters as well. Yeah. About 5.1% of Americans will serve time in prison during their lifetime. Yeah, it's crazy. Work with an ex-con on my oil changing job. Cool guy who just wanted to earn a living and spend time with his daughter. Yeah. It's just shocking. It's shocking, but I think it's also yet another demonstration of how vast this harm is. You really need to get better at interviews, my dude. What does that even mean? What are you talking about? I mean, there's always room for improvement. You're not wrong. I mean, there's always room for improvement, but I don't know which interview you're referencing, or I don't know what you're talking about. But if you think that like a normal back and forth conversation that I'm having with incarcerated firefighters is supposed to be a professional setup and a professional interview, you're wrong. It's not supposed to be that way. Like, I think that the video that we did, which, you know, was a 2-hour back and forth where I was just like having a normal back and forth interaction with these people. Was, you know, was the right move. I'm mostly referencing the interview, the one you had with the niece of the guy that drove through people last week. Wait, what? What was your issue with that? You felt a little lost as to what to ask? Yeah, there was no preparation. There was no prep time in that situation. We just, like, it happened, you know, it happened in real time. And I also presented it as professionally as I could. That just stayed in your mind for 2 weeks? That's crazy. Why are you entertaining this chatter? I don't know. I think the issue with this kind of stuff is that they expect me, like a lot of chatters expect me to have the same output as like a professional. They expect me to have a similar output to like a professionally crafted documentarian. You know what I mean? Like not realizing that there's maybe 20 producers and numerous other people working in real time to put that thing together. And the anchor that you see is simply just reading words that are presented in front of them in that situation. It's not like a normal conversation. And if your counter to that is, why don't you hire professional producers and staff and researchers to be able to conduct these interviews in real time, then you're demanding me to literally turn this into MSNBC. And that's what's frustrating. You know? Like, there's a reason why I do what I do. It's rapid, it's fast paced. And there's also a reason why it's not easy to replicate. You have to be genuinely brain broken, right? You have to be genuinely brain broken, have a lot of interest, like genuine interest in all of the issues that you talk about, and be able to conduct all of this and be able to scour through thousands of messages flying in the chat in real time while offering real time coverage on things that are happening. It's not a very easy thing to do in general. And I think that's part of the reason why a lot of people think, like, because I have a very laid back attitude when I'm covering this sort of stuff, that they think like, oh, this is like a super easy thing to do. Why can't you just do it in the same way that like, why can't you do this in the same way that like CNN does it? Not realizing that the work that people put in on the background to be able to put that sort of output out there is tremendous. And if I were to do that, then I would have to dramatically alter the way that I actually cover the news. Does that make sense? Because like, I try my best though, and there's always room for improvement. So you're not wrong. But having said that, wait, hold on. Oh, I have a very special guest coming tomorrow as well. Not in the building, but we're gonna be Discording. All right, we'll start with the wildfires, and then we'll move back to Israel-Palestine related stuff, as well as some other issues.
Fires, they are still burning in Southern California. Still.
Did you already signal boost your video? The interview
We're
came
putting
out.
in the work.
Oh yeah, my video came out. It actually started off doing numbers, and then it halted. I genuinely think YouTube halts my stuff. I swear to God. I have a feeling that YouTube suppresses my commentary, or something happens. Maybe it gets like mass downvoted or something. I don't know what it is. Cause like
we're putting in the work.
Like it started off doing crazy numbers, and then it immediately got suppressed. And I don't know what it is. It's been on the clip channel for days. No. It only got 34 downvotes? Wait, really? I don't even know how many downvotes it has. I don't know what the reason is. I don't know what the reasoning behind it is. It's just like interesting to see that the video that was doing fairly well just kind of stopped and kind of fell flat. I work as CDCR on the Cal Fire and Cal OS firefighting items. We currently have 939 inmates, 110 staff, comprising 68 crews at all incidents. Nice. What's in the can this morning? What do you mean? Just coffee. It doesn't have analytics yet for audience retention. You have 1.5 million on Twitter, and I've never seen you post an original YouTube video on there. Yeah, I don't. Because I mean, I promoted this video on my Instagram, but I didn't promote it on my Twitter. Our HasanAbi Gaming TikTok channel got suppressed. We were getting 50 to 100K TikToks consistently, and now we can't break 1 to 2K. Same content on YouTube Shorts are 1 out of 10. Yeah. Grab an espresso machine, my dude. It's time to upgrade. Okay, first of all, I have one already. But CNN breaking news. Hamas is expected to release 33 hostages during the first phase of an emergency ceasefire agreement, according to Israeli officials. All right. Let's get to the wildfires first, and then we'll get to the ceasefire thing.
They're threatening to spread in Los Angeles County. We're seeing yet more images of heartbreaking destruction, and heartbreaking is a word here. Look at these pictures. We have now learned at least 24 people have died. They expect that number will go higher because several are still missing at this hour. Since it began, the fires have burned around 40,000 acres, scorching an area larger than the entire city of San Francisco. Take that in for a second. More evacuation alerts have now been issued for neighborhoods that had been spared until now. But we've got team coverage. We're going to begin again with Jonathan Vigliotti in Pacific Palisades. Jonathan, kudos to you. Good morning. What can you tell us?
And Gail, good morning to you. As you can imagine, so many people in a state of shock as they return back to scenes like this. The good news, the wind has calmed down over the weekend, giving fire crews a bit of the upper hand. But unfortunately, the National Weather Service once again issuing its most dire wind event warning with nearly identical conditions to what unfolded last week, creating all of this destruction. To put that in perspective, this is the equivalent of this area being hit by back-to-back hurricanes.
Crews are waging an all-out battle against the fires, attacking from both the ground and the sky for nearly a week. There are now about 5,000 fire personnel assigned to the Palisades fire alone.
Little fire tornado.
And with wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour expected this week, LA remains on high alert.
But with this next wind event, got to stay informed. Follow all evacuation warnings and orders. And the key here is without delay.
Authorities warn that the entire region is at risk. Millions have their bags packed as their fellow Angelenos cope with what's already been lost.
Hey, Jeff.
What?
There's the TV. Devastating. It's devastating and numbing. I didn't grab anything because I didn't expect it to be this bad.
Firefighters have been pre-treating perimeters with retardant to buy critical time for when high winds ground aerial teams.
Loving to see
Firefighters
Cali
from around the
burning.
U.S. as well as Mexico and Canada are on the ground. And on Sunday, Governor Gavin Newsom announced an additional 1,000 National Guard troops to the 1,500 already deployed.
Good morning, everyone.
Mayor Karen Bass, who's facing scrutiny over the firefighting budget and traveling last week overseas amid the fire warnings, brushed off the criticism.
Oh, we need to continue to act in a unified manner. Those people that are affected by the fires, we give all of our possible support to.
Bass confirmed President-elect Trump has been invited and said she doesn't expect any animosity, despite his attacking Bass and Newsom online. An estimated 75% of the Pacific Palisades is now completely gone. Many are searching for answers while reality sinks in.
It's still heartbreaking, even if your house is there, to know that what I always thought was one of the most beautiful neighborhoods in Los Angeles.
Someone in the chat said, what happened to the Palestine flag? New Twitch policy. No, not every single thing is a conspiracy, okay? It fell. That's it. Good moment to just like take a deep breath and think maybe not everything has to be a conspiracy.
It's just gone.
And the threat continues tomorrow morning. Wind gusts exceeding 70 miles per hour. Officials saying they're going to preemptively cut power in some neighborhoods to prevent sparks from starting from down power lines. And in fact, there is an investigation into whether a power conductor sparked at least one of these fires, Tony.
That's often what it is. Jonathan, thank you very much. Appreciate your great work out there.
So, what I think is, I don't want to speculate at all, but the highest likelihood for a lot of the fires, specifically Altadena, for example, from what I've seen thus far, is that it's a electrical malfunction on the power lines that are hitting one another and that are near brush. And the other one specifically for the Palisades one, what we have seen so far is like it was near a trail into Panga Canyon, if I'm not mistaken. And I feel like that the likely culprit there could potentially be like, I don't know, someone smoking weed or something. Like a cigarette butt or So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, this is again all speculative. Fool, weed goes out too quick, or a cigarette, or something like that. What caused the Palisades blade? Visual evidence points to a recent fire nearby. The New Year's Eve fireworks start the largest Los Angeles fire. But, or if it's not a cigarette bud, it could have been a fallen ember from a nearby fire or something, considering how the winds were carrying. The winds were carrying embers miles away, pretty much. The foot of the fire started real close to where the last fire was on New Year's Eve, said a Los Angeles County firefighter. According to a Washington Post review of the archive radio transmissions, it looks like it's going to make a good run, one chimed into the dispatch. The Post analysis of photos, videos, satellite imagery on radio communications, as well as interviews with witnesses, offers new evidence that the Palisades fire started in the area where firefighters had spent hours using helicopters to knock down a blaze 6 days earlier. Investigators from the state and federal agencies descended on this area in recent days, interviewing residents and looking for evidence, including around the burn scar, the New Year's Eve fire, of what sparked the blaze. Post analysis showed that the new fire started in the vicinity of the old fire, raising the possibility that the New Year's Eve fire was reignited, which can occur in windy conditions. Residents also told the Post and investigators on scene that firefighters' response Tuesday was much slower than on New Year's Eve, a view confirmed by radio transmissions. From Colorado to California to Hawaii, flare-ups of previous fires, known as reignition, have been the cause of some of the nation's most catastrophic and deadly wildfires. This past summer, California officials coordinated a social media campaign to warn residents that terrain scorched but seemingly extinguished can spawn deadly new fires for weeks after the old ones appear to have gone out, as the fire can smolder almost undetected underground or inside wood. Despite that and warnings of an intense and dangerous wind event last week, a Los Angeles Fire Department spokesman told the Post on Friday that it was not the department's practice to maintain patrols of past fire sites, even for a few days after the fires have gone cold. We know that fires rekindle and transition from smoldering to flaming, said Michael Goldner, a professor of mechanical engineer and fire scientist at the University of California, Berkeley, who reviewed the Post's materials. It's certainly possible that something from that previous fire within a week had rekindled and caused the ignition. Investigators are only beginning to hunt for the cause of the Palisades fire, the first and largest of what became a terrifying days-long series of firestorms. That would touch nearly every corner of the sprawling Los Angeles region. After a Sunday lull in the winds, the death toll citywide was still rising with 24 dead and more than 12,000 homes and structures have burned. Higher fire risk was expected to return Monday through Wednesday, with speculation ranging from downed power equipment to arson. Identifying the origins of fires will have huge and possibly expensive implications for the state and how it manages growing wildfire risks. The Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives is taking the lead on the investigation, officials said. In a statement, the ATF spokesperson said, ATF certified fire investigators did an initial survey of the area, but the investigation has not begun. Not an expert, but I feel like this is why they weren't letting vehicles in the burned areas in that vid the other day. No, there are multiple different reasons for why vehicles are not let into areas that are burning. Number one, it's to ensure that civilians don't get in the way of emergency services and create additional problems for emergency services, because you can go from someone who wants to go through the burning ashes of your house to a victim like that, which causes additional strain on the already limited resources in a time of crisis. The second reason is because you also, could inhale toxic fumes and get in the way. But last but not least, your car, if you ditch it in the middle of the road, is now an additional hurdle that the emergency service has to clear. There are many different reasons as to why they stop people from going into those areas. It's not, but first and foremost, the priority is safety. Ironically enough, I think that the media does a disservice when they cover the National Guard or the police being deployed into these areas as a way to combat looters. They're actually doing a disservice to the public, because the real reason as to why police and National Guard are deployed in times of need in areas like this are not to actually stop looting from happening. It's literally to stop people from going into these unsafe neighborhoods. That is the primary reason. And it's very frustrating to see everyone constantly alarmed and in a panicked, constantly alarmed and panicked by the crazy looting narratives. You know, these bandits are these bandits are trying to do everything they can to steal your valuable possessions that have been turned into dust and ash. Anyway, from the start of the fire Tuesday, authorities have known that the smoke began in a stretch of the Temescal Ridge in the Santa Monica Mountains, where the earlier fire believed by residents to have been sparked by firewoods occurred. The Post identified the burn scar of the New Year's Eve fire using false color satellite imagery taken before and after the blaze. The technique tracks changes the vegetation in satellite imagery. Healthy plant cover appears red, while scorched ground appears blue to brown. In addition, satellite imagery taken on Tuesday at 10:45 a.m., about 20 minutes after videos show the Palisades fire began, indicates that the origin of the smoke overlapped with a burn scar from the New Year's Eve fire. Smoke extends in the direction of the wind to the south, away from the previously burned area. The question of what caused the fire has weighed on the minds of many who have lost their homes, while also fueling conspiracy theories online, of course. Residents and business owners are considering lawsuits seeking who might be to blame for the damages and economic losses that Wells Fargo estimates could range from $60 billion to $130 billion. Investigators from local, state, and federal agencies have been combing the site of the fire, speaking with people who stayed behind. But it will take a long time to determine it. There is some additional new evidence, I would say, that shows the there's some additional new evidence that shows the potential,
and that
like
is good
shows where it came from, right? But that doesn't mean that we have 100% certainty on how these fires started, and there's still always going to be rampant speculations that run wild. And you know, for that reason, it's important to just take a deep breath and wait for these investigations to be concluded, rather than leaning into whatever conspiracy theories that correspond to your personal biases, if that makes sense. Is that is that all right? All right. Firefighters continue to battle blazes in Southern California.
See, but this map shows where all the fires are burning across Los Angeles. The two big ones, they are still the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. Firefighters are battling the flames from the air as they try to contain as much as possible before the wind kicks up again.
Yeah, there is concern now about the return of the Santa Ana winds as the search for the missing intensifies and the death.
Yeah, this is what's actually really scary. The Santa Ana winds are going to increase in intensity, according to people, according to the weather people that have talked about this. Tomorrow night, leading into, I believe, like Wednesday morning, if I'm not mistaken, or is it tonight, leading into Tuesday morning? This is initially what caused the wildfires to get completely out of control. Hopefully, because of the fact that these wildfires have been ravaging California for the past week, there are so many extra hands this time around, including, you know, we talked about the MAFS system that they have. Like the American military is involved in it. You have Mexican wildfire fighters. You have firefighters from all around in nearby states that have come down. So hopefully they'll be able to tackle it a little bit better. But the unfortunate reality is if wind conditions get to 80 to 100 miles, it severely limits tackling these wildfires. That's something to always consider. Please make an emergency go bag. Chatter, if you think I don't have an emergency go bag at this point, I don't know what to tell you. Of course. NOA red flag through January 15th, 12 p.m. I'm like, yeah, I've had a go bag already prepared, ready to go for some time now.
That toll has risen to 24 people. The head of a major private power company will join us live. His company is facing questions about its electrical equipment, possibly sparking some of the fires. We have team coverage all over the fire zones. Ginger is standing by with a red flag warning from the National Weather Service that is expected to last until Wednesday. And we start with Chief National Correspondent Matt Gutman in Pacific Palisades. Good morning, Matt.
Hey, good morning, George. More than 8 million people in LA County are facing this critical fire risk today. The National Weather Service giving it that rare designation.
What's an emergency go bag? You just need to have like food, a change of clothes, water, and your emergency items like that you can't lose in a fire, you know. Nereye gidiyorsun anne? Okay.
A particularly dangerous situation, same as it was last week. And, you know, the firefighters who've been on the line here for a week are already exhausted, like the folks here at Fire Station 69 getting a little bit of shut-eye right now because they have been getting massive amounts of reinforcements in terms of personnel and equipment.
This morning, exhausted fire crews trying to snuff out remaining hot...
Does Kai have an emergency go bag? No. Kaya. Hi. Kaya, place. Get your fat ass back on that bed. Kaya is the go bag. I want to train her to basically be able to carry equipment so bad. Because I think she would be so cool. What would you feed her? Yeah, I have dog food, chat. What are you talking about? Like, that's also a part of the go bag. Yeah, I want to use her as a pack mule. I think she could do a great job at it. What are you looking at, huh? Good girl. Good lady. Sleepy baby. Stop calling Kaya fat while also making her lay down for 8 hours while you yap. First of all, Kaya gets more workout than 90% of chatters in here, okay? Kaya works out more than most of you. She's in remarkable shape. That's why I got her a tummy tuck. Because I was worried she was getting a little fat.
Spots as officials are bracing for those Santa Ana wind gusts today, expected to reach 70 miles an hour.
Go, go, go.
Over the weekend, the Palisades fire again flaring up, this time near Mandeville Canyon, the fire encroaching on Brentwood and Encino, triggering an unprecedented air assault. The largest blaze, the Palisades fire, scorching nearly 24,000 acres with only 13% containment. And that fire spinning up a fire NATO. And reinforcements pouring in for both Mexico and Canada, deploying fire crews and equipment, specifically those large air tankers. But FEMA saying there are limits to that air support.
We're also talking about a very small space from the air, and we got to make sure that those aircraft are safe. They can only put so much in the air at that one time.
This is authorities in LA County are now investigating the possible causes of the fire.
Hey, babe, I need you to come out here right now. We have a very big problem. What?
Doorbell camera and cell phone video from Jeffrey and Cheryl Koo showing the frantic moments when they say they saw this small fire near their Altadena house at around 6:19 p.m. Tuesday.
Oh. At that time, that when we saw it, it was just at the base of the tower. and within minutes it had spread.
The crews racing outside, filming what they saw in those terrifying moments, and look closely beyond the tree line. That's a transmission tower.
What did it feel like?
It was a nightmare, and I think the worst part was every time I checked on the fire, it got worse.
And minute by minute, they watched the fire grow. Nearby, Jennifer Errico says she saw what appears to be fire at the base of that same transmission tower at about 6:20 p.m., snapping this picture.
My husband had come home from work and he ran in the house and just started screaming, "There's a fire on the hill. We need to
Yeah, lawsuit incoming, it seems.
get out." I ran out back, saw the fire at the poles. I immediately called 911.
The winds quickly stoking the fire into an inferno, turning the night sky orange. And at 6:24 p.m., a third resident, Pedro Rojas, taking video of the flames near that electrical tower.
That was the only flames you saw anywhere around?
Anywhere around. There were no other fire, no flames anywhere around because it was so dark that if there were some flames in other places.
Edison International, who owns SoCal Edison, did $200 million in stock buybacks over the summer. Excuse me. They were maxing out shareholder value. They're allowed to do that. And they have a fiduciary responsibility to do that. Do they have a responsibility to protect people that they're serving? No. Hello? That's hard work. Do you understand how hard it is to do stock buybacks? You don't. Stock buybacks hit a lot harder when you don't got a bitch in your ear telling you how insane it is that you're not using that money to harden your infrastructure. Okay? Yeah. This chatter is just mad that there were no other possible investments that could have improved utility. That's called Econ 101. You have to do stock buybacks. Duh. Thank you, Central Committee. Someone who understands fiduciary responsibility, okay? Someone who gets it. I read this in a book, okay? What's next? We're going to talk about widgets of the widget factory. Corporations do not have a fiduciary responsibility to do every single thing possible at the expense of everyone and everything. That's a misconception that corporations use to excuse their behavior. Excuse me. It actually suits my purposes as a rich guy who's a shareholder. Okay, so I will continue saying that they have a fiduciary responsibility. They're legally bound to constantly cut corners, okay, to constantly seek out profit and increase shareholder value. What a wonderful system we have in place. Nobody, and I mean nobody, is thinking about the shareholders. Why is nobody thinking about the shareholders? Ugh.
We have noticed it.
On Sunday, we traveled to that Altadena neighborhood to get a closer look. So Eaton Canyon is below me, and right there is that transmission tower that the crews say they saw the fire burning initially. It may be one of several, or the first place where the fire started, but that's the tower, at least in the video. Fire officials telling ABC News they are aware of the videos and that they are part of the investigation. Southern California Edison says while the Eaton fire started in its service area, a preliminary analysis shows no interruptions or electrical or operational anomalies until more than an hour after the reported start.
A prime example of this working out splendidly is Boeing. Yes. Sure, a couple planes, experience significant failures, okay? But you know how well the shareholders are making out. Now, of course, one might also point out the reality that, the stock prices have taken major hits as a consequence of these ginormous issues, these ginormous failures that are in broad daylight, very, very public, especially considering that when your commercial airline ends up having a failure such as that one, you kill like around 100 to 200 people in one go, okay? But that's simply a tiny setback, okay? Especially considering that the American government will always have Boeing's back and will always use taxpayer-funded subsidies to make sure that Boeing can land on the right track, we're always good to go.
Time of the fire. The company also says no fire agency has suggested that its equipment caused the Eden fire to ignite.
Now, 24 people lost their lives in this fire, and ABC News has learned that the ATF, the federal agency tasked with examining and investigating explosives and arson, is going to take the lead in investigating the Palisades fire, and arson is one of the factors that they are going to investigate. That is, Governor Gavin Newsom here has demanded an independent investigation into the water issue, specifically here in the Palisades fire hydrants running dry. He called it deeply disturbing, George.
Okay, Matt, questions about power companies as well. And the head of the private power company, Edison International, is going to join us live in our next half hour. The latest developments on the wildfires in California. High winds are picking up again. Want to go to Matt Rivers.
Can't help but be reminded of the power centers being riddled with gunfire. What if it's the same group? What are you talking about? These aren't power centers. These are power lines. It is so sound considering Boeing's ethos was literally the opposite. It was known as the aerospace company led by engineers instead of businessmen. Yeah.
In Altadena. Good morning, Matt.
Hey, good morning, George. Yeah, law enforcement, fire officials have the horrific task of now having to perform grid searches to see if they can find human remains as people remain missing, not only in homes across Altadena that have burned, but also in businesses like this one. This was a grocery store. This is the kind of place also that firefighters will have to go through this as we are expecting those winds to pick back up. As the death toll rises this morning, the search for the missing amidst the devastation intensifying.
Our Los Angeles County Fire Department using cadaver dogs doing grid searches. I don't expect good news from those.
The death toll now at least 24. Among the casualties, Altadena residents Victor Shaw, Anthony Mitchell, and his son Justin Mitchell, and 84-year-old Charles Mortimer. Officials urging some residents to resist going back home.
A lot of these areas still look like they were hit by a bomb. There are live electrical wires, gas lines, and other hazards.
Many just looking for answers, like Ron McCord, who'd fled the Eaton fire without knowing if his house was okay.
We talked to the police. They said nobody's going through. We saw you guys, and we thought, oh my gosh, maybe they can help.
Unable to pass through police checkpoints, he asked us to go check for him.
Yeah, it's totally, this is their house. They told us there were stones in front. There was a street sign in front. This is 100% it. And by the looks of it, it's totally gone. There's the remains of a garage in the back there, but the house part here, and they told me they had stone steps in the front. It's totally gone.
So we walked back down and showed Ron what happened, recording with his permission.
This house has survived 110 years.
What's going through your mind as you see this?
It's just my worst fears are confirmed, and it's just sadness.
Ron's story repeated thousands of times over amidst an avalanche of tragedy here. But this morning, there is good news too.
I looked to my side and the dog was seated with its tail between its legs, just curled in the corner of the front yard.
Firefighter Slater Lee from San Marcos, California, fighting the flames, holding a fire hose in one hand while at the same time comforting the stranded dog with the other and getting him safely out of the burning neighborhood.
I was able to scratch his head there for a little bit, and it was a special moment, something that I'll cherish forever.
And Lee stressed to us that he is just a part of a team. It was a team effort, not something solo. As soon as we were done talking to him, he actually had to go back out to the front lines on yet another 24-hour shift. Robin?
They have been so relentless in fighting this. Matt, thank you.
We return now to the hard-hit Altadena area, where officials say the fires have damaged or destroyed at least 7,000 structures, including many, many family homes. Elise Preston is there, and she, like so many people, discovered a personal connection to the devastation. Elise, good morning.
Tony, good morning to you. Nearby, crews are working to contain the Eaton fire before winds pick back up again. But for residents, frustrations are rising. Many say they are unable to return home, and those who are often find nothing. That includes my distant relatives, whom I hadn't met, but was heartbroken after learning that they had lost.
That's crazy. Using using newscaster speak when talking about distant relatives is wild.
Just about everything.
As firefighters made progress controlling the deadly flames over the weekend, residents hoping to return to their homes or see the devastated remains became frustrated as they were turned away at checkpoints.
It's what we're all in line for, to just be able to get some of our personal things because we're so afraid that it could go.
Officials say the blockades are for potentially deadly hazards and to keep criminals out. The LA County Sheriff's Department posting this image on social media of a suspect wearing a firefighter's jacket arrested for burglary.
Eager to prosecute anybody who is taking advantage of our residents during this very difficult time.
But those who have made it home often find only smoldering remains. One of those families.
Hi, cousin.
Hi there. How are you?
I'm
Nice
well.
to meet you.
I'm so sorry.
Oh.
Turned out to be my distant cousins.
We keep saying we gotta brace ourselves. We gotta brace ourselves. Yeah.
We went with Michael and Felita Keeling to see the charred ruins of the Altadena home they bought 25 years ago.
It actually is worse than I thought.
It's worse than you thought?
Well, because I guess from the pictures, I thought maybe like a wall would have collapsed and maybe something would have been still existing, but it's not here.
When the Eaton fire erupted last week, their sons Miles and Preston packed what they could and evacuated the only home they've ever known. They managed to grab a photo album spanning generations of our shared family history.
What does it mean that it was saved? This is the thing that was saved.
Well, I mean, this is what's important. This is the family. This is the thing that's valuable.
Now, my relatives say thankfully they have insurance and plan to rebuild here in Altadena.
Wall Street Journal's coverage. Why did I survive? Altadena residents return home amid LA fires.
It's just so sad to see it all gone.
Using your distant cousins you've never met for a news hit is absolutely insane. I can't stand mainstream news. I just don't understand why you had to mention that you had never talked to them. Isn't it better overall just to say that they're your distant relatives? Or to say that they're, to treat them as though you would treat any interview subject. I feel like specifying that they're distant relatives that you haven't talked to ever in your life makes it seem weird. Just say that they're your relatives. Woke of the day. No, I just don't understand. Like, it almost comes across as like you're using them for the segment, which is perfectly valid to do. That is the job of a journalist, for the record. Like, yeah, your job there as a journalist is to showcase the humanity, the victims, and what they're going through. It makes sense. They do that with random people as well. They do that with plenty of random people that they do not know personally or are related to. Okay? I just don't know why. I don't know why she had to put that in there.
This is the neighborhood of Altadena. This is a middle-class, historically black neighborhood. And all around here is just an immense amount of destruction. So many of these houses, all that is left are just the chimneys. Most people aren't able to come back in here because the police, the National Guard have set up checkpoints, but there's still a trickle of people coming in to see the remnants of their homes. And it's really not clear as to what happens next here.
So you want to take some of your mementos?
This is my mug. It's cracked.
What is it?
No, we're good.
Okay. Yeah, we looked around, so all we found was the skillets, and that's just...
Yeah,
that's this.
yeah.
Last Tuesday night, Ellen Soul was at home with no power. When she went outside and looked up towards the mountains,
This is behind my house.
within minutes, she fled. This is her first time back.
I bought this house for myself and my dog, and it has housed me for 16 years. And I was so proud of myself because I did it all by myself. I don't know where I'm going after this. I don't know what I'm doing because this is going to take a while for them to clean this up. I just want to find closure. I won't come back up here again. I won't come up.
When people fled, they left nearly everything behind, including their cars. Manuel Almanza is a locksmith, going around fitting new keys for the cars that survived.
I need to get something for my truck. Customers call me and say, I don't have any money. I say, it's okay, don't worry about it. It's good to help each other, you know. Probably the business is going back, but it probably is not going to be the same. Maybe it's going to take years.
That's awesome that he's doing this. That's dope.
And I feel sad, really. I feel sad. There's nothing I can do, you know.
What a G.
I don't know. It's really messed up here. Yeah.
Some were lucky enough to save their houses. We met Douglas Rogers and his wife Myron as they were leaving their house carrying what they could after stopping the fire with jacuzzi water.
So I'm in my backyard. Before my backyard caught on fire, this is what was going on. It's my neighbor's house, that's across the street, all that smoke. I have an above ground spa, so I just took some buckets that I had lying around from Home Depot, and yeah, so I'm carrying buckets up the street to my neighbor's house next to us to put those fires out. Saved theirs, which saved ours, which saved the next. And people don't realize they see the flames, the smoke, and they imagine the heat, but the sounds that you hear of gas lines hissing and tanks exploding.
Being home is not going to be home because you're looking at all this, there's nothing else around. It's like, you know, why me? Why did I survive? And then you're among all this destruction by yourself.
I think a lot of the money, considering the damage is like upwards of $130 billion, according to Wells Fargo estimates, a lot of the money is going to be spent on rebuilding and rebuilding fast. But I think extra money should be spent on hardening the infrastructure, putting these goddamn power lines underneath. Okay? I just don't know how we can sit around and watch these kinds of wildfires occur over and over again in this state and not do something about the infrastructure spending. And if people don't actually do that, if our government doesn't actually do that, this is just going to keep happening over and over again. Although some of the massively consequential wildfires might have started, like the Palisades one, might have started as a consequence of reignition potentially, according to the Washington Post article that we read. There are others that definitely did start due to, and there are plenty of historic examples of wildfires starting due to not moving our power lines underground because it's far too costly for the utility companies. Yeah, Bernie's federal firefight expansion cost only $19 billion. If you want an idea of just how much not doing the Green New Deal was a disaster, exactly. It actually is truly frustrating to watch this happen in my state when it just seemingly happens consistently over and over again. And virtually no one wants to spend that upfront money because all the tax breaks that we offer the utilities companies, all the subsidies that we give to the utility companies go back to stock buybacks rather than going into infrastructure hardening. And this is a age-old phenomena that keeps reoccurring over and over again. One example that comes to mind is something as simple as like ISPs getting billions of dollars in the 90s. Billions of dollars of tax breaks in the 90s, specifically to improve bandwidth, expand it, improve it, and offer better services, and then never doing it for 4 decades, refusing to do it for 4 decades. And if you don't actually have the regulatory agencies come back and pounce on these major providers, whether it be ISPs or utilities, and demand that they actually follow through on the tax benefits that they were given, okay, then why would they? $200 billion, yeah. The 1996 Telecommunications Act basically paid for fiber across the majority of the U.S., and they took the dollars and ran. Yep. So many of the problems that we talk about on a day-to-day basis on this broadcast have solutions that require competent governance, a mechanism of enforcement. Those mechanisms exist. We just never use them. We never utilize them against these major corporations. The government is completely servile to corporate interests. So it's basically used as a way to funnel tax dollars directly back to these corporations and never in a million years enforce the appropriate regulatory pushback that's necessary to make these companies by force do what benefits public interest. And I know for a fact Trump is not going to do anything about it, especially as the Republican Party is currently talking about potentially placing conditions on aid to California. That's right. No conditions. These animals would condition aid to fellow American victims of natural disaster, but never to a foreign ally committing genocide. Monstrous cretins. No conditions to Israel, but conditions to fellow Californians who are suffering from this natural disaster.
Are you open to providing aid to California without any conditions at all?
I think we've got to have a serious conversation about that. Obviously, there's been water resource mismanagement, forest.
They're like, yeah, we'll give you conditions as long as, you open up new, as long as you dam the rivers, redirect water, continue polluting the environment, help out some of our big donors in the agribusiness, and ruin the environment further, accelerating the conditions in which climate change gets worse and worse, which then cause these once-in-a-lifetime natural disasters to happen over and over again. What do they mean by conditions? I mean, one can only speculate at this point what those conditions are. One can only speculate what those conditions are. But it seems like the fact that he's talking about something that Donald Trump has talked about, the Sacramento Delta being redirected into Southern California specifically for agribusiness, seems like that's the condition that they want to implement.
Management, mistakes, all sorts of problems. And it does come down to leadership, and it appears to us that state and local leaders were derelict in their duty in many respects. So that's something that has to be factored in. I think there should probably be conditions on that, Nate. That's my personal view. We'll see what the consensus is. I haven't had a chance to socialize that with any of the members over the weekend because we've all been very busy, but it'll be part of the discussion for sure.
What about the debt limit increase? What about tying the debt limit increase to it?
There's some discussion about that, but we'll see where it goes.
Ugh. This is absolutely unacceptable. Like, I feel like if we had a normal and competent government, and if we had a normal and competent, if we had a normal and competent population, they would look at someone like this and they would punish them. They would be like, this person is never going to be reelected ever again. The party would suffer consequences, penalties for behaving like this. But Americans are so polarized and so primed into hyper focusing on DEI and random nonsensical bullshit that they just don't even understand what this demon is saying here. California sends billions more to the federal treasury than it gets back in taxes. Cal exit now. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. I mean, obviously it's not going to happen, but did this after Hurricane Sandy 2? A representative from Louisiana does this after a state has received multiple necessary bailouts. Yeah, Felix also had some words on this. An opposition party that had an ounce of integrity would possibly be able to make an issue over the speaker putting more conditions on aid to America suffering from a horrific calamity than he ever would for Israel. Globally, can you point out to a single competent government that works on behalf of public interest and not their own power? I can. You're just not going to like the answer that I'm going to give you. So I'm just not going to give you an answer on that question because it is endlessly frustrating. There are plenty of governments that actually try to do their very best with the limited resources that they have or the expansive resources that they have. As a matter of fact, I'll even give you examples from Western neoliberal capitalist governments as well. There are plenty of countries in, at least historically, in Western Europe that have taken adequate measures to harden their infrastructure in the aftermath of times of crisis like this. But of course, the immediate answers that come to mind would be China, even Mexico, especially if you want to look at a case that is so close and has limited resources. Now, they don't get everything right, but it does not matter. I would go so far as to say that most of the OECD nations, Cuba is another example, most OECD nations actually do a better job with this than the United States of America does. Like, we are at the tippy top of capitalism supercharged. We are the most hyper-capitalist country on the planet. Yeah, Western Europe isn't the best example. No, I think it's a great example. And the reason why I use Western Europe as an example for this is specifically because when they have issues, when they have a major crisis, they actually work to solve said major crisis rather than continue the same conditions and even, dare I say, accelerate. The example I want to use is not even one of natural disaster, but something that's near and dear to the hearts of Americans, which is gun violence. Okay? The reason why I use Western Europe as an example is specifically because of the the nature, the closeness they have to American politics. And while capitalist, corporatist interests have also completely gutted their institutions as well, at least historically, when you look to places like the Netherlands, for example, I mean, that's a great example of like hardening your infrastructure to mitigate climate change back collapse. You look at places like, or if you want to talk about gun control specifically, you look at places like Australia, right? Like there are people that take initiative in the aftermath of crisis like this, and instead of playing political games, they go, all right, we have to rebuild. We have to do something to make sure that this doesn't happen ever again. What we previously wrote about and talked about and considered as far as like applying the shock doctrine, right, to territories that America controls, that we exploit, such as Puerto Rico, we do to ourselves in mainland United States as well. Because as profit rates decline, corporate actors will always look to squeeze out what remains of said profits from anywhere and everywhere they can. And yeah, aside from the endless exploitation of the global south, there is always going to be some room for further exploitation, even in mainland United States. Yes, I'm giving a shout out to Naomi Klein, the author of the famous book that I'm referencing, Shock Doctrine. Not to be mistaken with Naomi Wolf, the crazy conspiracy theorist, the crazy COVID conspiracy theorist. I think the shock doctrine no longer simply applies to America's foreign adversaries and America's foreign allies, even that they want to steal resources from, but instead to mainland United States as well. Naomi, of course, featured the impact of the Katrina disaster in her book as well. Having said that, I think that there are more and more cases of opportunists taking advantage of crisis like this to further accelerate the public-private partnership and take advantage of crisis like this. All right. Wait, where did the initial... Oh, here it is. Have you had packs of coyotes running through your hood yet? No.
In today's Health Watch, the growing concerns about air quality in Southern California as those fires continue to burn. Health officials are warning about the risks posed by smoke, especially in older adults, in children, and in people with respiratory issues, pregnant women as well. CBS News Chief Medical Correspondent Dr. John LaPook joins us now. Dr. LaPook, you reached out to me when I was in the field. All of our correspondents, you really care about this issue. How can people protect themselves?
Well, first of all, the California Department of Public Health has some great information. Think about indoors and outdoors. Indoors, close the doors, close the windows. If you have an air conditioner, set it so it's on recirculate, so you're not sucking in the air from the outside that may be full of dust. And then if you have an air filter, air purifier, use that. If you don't, there are do-it-yourself ones with a box fan and filters for less than $100 that you can make. Outdoors, the first thing you want to do is, what's the air quality? So go to airnow.gov,
Okay.
put in your zip code or the name of your town. If the air quality index, the AQI you've been hearing about, is 50 or less, it's considered safe. Higher, the worse. Then minimize your activity, because you do a lot of activity, you're sucking in more air. You know that as an athlete. And then consider wearing a mask.
What's the best mask? We saw a variety of masks on the reporters covering the story.
So one of the things I love about this job is you learn. I spoke to Joe Allen, who's an air quality expert at Harvard, and I learned something new, which is the N95 mask, the KN95 mask that we know from the pandemic, right? They're considered respirators. They filter out the particulate matter, but they are not good at filtering out the noxious gases. So for that, you need a different type of respirator, like the P100 plus gas and vapor, and that filters out. Those are the ones with the little canisters on either side, and they can filter out those gases. But to be clear, okay, I don't want everybody thinking they need to have that. Those are for people who are close to the smoke, they can't get away, rapid responders scrambling around, and very important, the public health officials and the manufacturers who make these respirators say it can make it harder to breathe in. So if you have heart, lung, or other medical conditions, check with your health professional, and ideally you want to have a good fit.
Got about 30 seconds. What makes this wildfire smoke so dangerous?
You know, it's tiny little particulate matters that go into your mouth, down your breathing, all the pipes, all the way down to those tiny little air sacs, the alveoli. That's how the oxygen gets into your body. So it interferes with that. You can have wheezing, all sorts of problems. We know from 9/11, all sorts of problems from sucking in what turned out to be those buildings that were.
Yeah, I mean, you're inhaling toxic fumes
Authorities-
of building matter, many chemical substances. Authorities warn of looting and scams in the wake of California
Are warning
wildfires.
looters looking to take advantage of the disaster, they will be prosecuted. But we're also seeing so many people come together to help and lift each other up. Kana Whitworth is at Santa Anita Park with more on that. Good morning to you, Kana.
Yeah, Robin, good morning. Look, that support is on full display here. This is the parking lot. It is completely covered with donations here. This has been a community-run, grassroots effort to help people in need. And to give you an idea of the scope of this, a lot of people lost everything that they had, and everyone that they know lost everything that they had. So this is a way that the community is just trying to get them the necessities.
This morning, the Los Angeles County Sheriff with an urgent warning to people who are taking advantage of a desperate situation.
Don't do it. Whether it is burglary, looting, or any other crime, whether it's a scam of some kind that you're conjuring up to make money off of the poor people that have been involved in this.
Officials warning burglars, looters, and scammers that they will be prosecuted if they take advantage of people who've been through this tragedy. A curfew order has been established from dusk till dawn in the affected fire zones to protect homes. Authorities increasing patrols and deploying the National Guard to assist. One suspect arrested after they were caught burglarizing a home in Malibu, disguised as a firefighter. The FBI now investigating the drone that collided with the Super Scooper aircraft while it was delivering desperately needed water to the Palisades fire. It will be back in operation today after this hole was punctured in it. Officials warning the public not to fly drones.
This is extremely illegal and extremely...
All right, half of the videos so far have been dedicated to the, a good part of it is dedicated to the community rebuilding and the efforts to help one another. There's been one guy that portrayed himself as a firefighter to engage in looting inside of Malibu, which is psychotic. Okay. There's a total of, I believe at this point, 29 arrests that have occurred where they were arrested under suspicion of looting. Not every single one of those guys were, interested in looting. Most likely. Don't know how many of them have been released so far, how many of them are being prosecuted. But having said that, once again, I will repeat that Los Angeles County, the greater Los Angeles area, is 18 million, almost 19 million people. Okay? Yeah, there are people who will probably get arrested for curfew violations as well, and not necessarily for looting. But let's see how much they talk about the scams and what the nature of these scams are. especially considering that, as I've repeated time and time again, the real looting begins when the insurance company denies your claims. The real looting begins when private equity comes in and tries to purchase your lot that is burned into ashes for a very comfortable price point, much lower than the actual market value. The real looting begins when corporate landlords decide to engage in the act of price gouging, the illegal act of price gouging. This is what I try to reiterate. This is not a defense of a opportunistic charlatan who is so desperate in terms of his own material conditions that he is deciding to engage in a crisis opportunity to make money for themselves by going into a Malibu mansion that hasn't been burned into the ground and try to steal a television. Okay? The price point of such things is so marginal and so inconsequential when you compare it to the real looting, the legalized version of said looting. Look, see, this is what I mean. Look. So you defending looting, they should loot your rich crib. Just example, at HasanAbi, wish no harm. I'm not defending this. This is an indefensible act. Everybody understands that this is an indefensible act. But if you have smoke for this person, okay, then you should understand that the ginormous amount of looting that has already taken place through the legal structure is something you should pay attention to. And it's weirdly enough not something that the media covers or pays attention to all that much. Okay? It's indefensible. Sometimes looting is necessary in some situations. No, like, come on, dude. Going into a neighborhood that has been charred and want peace, Jesus is king. Okay, the brain capacity of people who go, oh, you're defending looting. I'm not. I'm actually telling you that looting is indefensible while simultaneously telling you why mainstream media doesn't pay attention to the real. Why mainstream media doesn't pay attention to the real, ginormously consequential looting that happens under the watchful eye of the legal structure, especially if it's done for profit. It's easy to go after small fish, a lot harder when it's a whale. No, I think there's a more nefarious purpose behind that, because we are so conditioned into expecting corporations to behave at the behest of profit that all of that stuff is completely legal. Even when it's technically illegal, like price gouging is illegal. Okay? It's something that people should pay attention to and wonder why. It's something that people should pay close attention to and wonder why the media doesn't actually prime you in that direction and consistently reshifts your attention over to the individual looters, making it seem like it's a far larger problem. Because out of the 12,000 structures that burned down, many of the people that owned those houses are going to be impacted by significantly larger sums of money. Okay? I'll give you an example. I will give you an example. A looter goes into a random home in a neighborhood that is burned down to steal jewelry. This is a completely unacceptable and gross act. Okay? That person is capable of, let's say, stealing upwards of $100,000 worth of jewelry. In the most extreme example that I can give you, in the most extreme hypothetical that I can give you that would favor the argument of like hyper focusing on random looters. Okay? Down the street, there are houses that are burned to the ground. Those houses, let's say, are at least $3 to $5 million. Those lots are purchased by private equity for $500,000, $600,000, $700,000. The penalty in that regard, the theft that took place in that regard, is initially conducted by the insurance company that denies your claims. Let's say they don't give you the price of all of the goods that you lost. They never do. That's how they generate profit. Also, on top of that, they don't give you money to rebuild. Okay, so there's at least a couple $100,000 that was shaved by the insurance company right there. A couple $100,000 that were stolen by the insurance company right there for something that you paid for that you are not going to be able to get. Okay? Then on top of that, because now you're in a dire financial predicament and your house is burned into ashes and you have no confidence that you can rebuild it ever again. Okay? Now you got other opportunists coming in to basically take the land out of your hands. Let's say your house was $3.5 million. They're trying to purchase it at a price point at like $700,000. Now the penalties incurred, the theft that has taken place in one singular home in this neighborhood, the damage done to one singular family in this neighborhood as a direct consequence of this wildfire is in the millions. That's one house. There are 12,000 structures that burn to the ground. And this situation is going to play itself out 12,000 times. The number of the true theft and the real looting that will take place in the aftermath of the rebuilding process that is long, complicated, and obviously litigation will have to take place as well to claw back every single dollar that you technically paid for, is to the tune of billions. So one must ask themselves, okay? One must ask themselves why everyone is so primed into thinking about the one guy that stole, let's say, upwards of $100,000 worth of jewelry, as opposed to the hundreds of billions potentially, if not at least in the most conservative estimate, tens of billions of dollars that were stolen from the hundreds of thousands of people that have suffered major emotional and financial loss in the aftermath of this natural disaster. Think about that. Think about where our priorities lie. Think about why mainstream media covers one aspect of the situation a lot more than they cover the other serialized, systematized form of looting. One is considered the normal machinations of the free market. The other is obviously a criminal element. A lot of people look at this, the system that we exist under, and think like, no, this is normal. A lot of people are skeptical of mainstream media narratives. And yet, for some reason, they never exercise that healthy skepticism when it matters, getting duped by mainstream narratives in this regard because they feed into your reactionary tendencies. Everyone understands that the person who dresses up like a firefighter to go into a house that hasn't been burned down to steal stuff is an evil person, okay? Everybody understands that, but you never consider the faceless, systematized form of looting that takes place that actually damages a far larger chunk of the population with awards that are upwards of tens of billions of dollars. That's the real looting. And yet, that's also not the real looting that you ever hear about. You rarely ever hear about it in comparison to the looting conducted by individuals. That's simply all I'm saying. Ask yourself why. Now, there's another aspect of the looting that I didn't even mention, which is price gouging. In the process of you trying to rebuild your house, you also need a place to live, right? You need a place to live. And the existing supply of housing market went down and the demand went up. Now you got at least 12,000 single family homes, or even more than that, because it's structures. So there's apartment buildings as well. There are tens of thousands of new rental units that are an absolute necessity for survival. People need shelter to exist. People need shelter. They have jobs, right? They have to be in the approximate neighborhood of where they used to live. And here it is. While despite the fact that there is a law against price gouging, prices have spiked on some LA rentals as fire victims search for places to stay. Some rental listings have shot up above the allowable 10% overnight. I've seen increases of 100%, chat. 100%. And people look to this and go, well, that's normal market conditions. No, it's not. You can say that about price gouging across the board, always. Smaller landlords tend to do stuff like this because they don't know the laws. Okay, first of all, if you think that this is just smaller landlords doing stuff like this, let me tell you, okay, you're wrong. Also, ignorance to the law does not change the dynamic of doing something that is, one, morally repugnant, and two, illegal. Is there even a mechanism of enforcement of this type of price gouging? Yes, there is. You can report price gougers to the prosecutor's office, I believe. But here's the other side of the story. If the media was consistently focusing on this, the real looting that is occurring, with a dollar value significantly higher than whatever a singular looter could potentially steal from a house. And if you had a competent district attorney that actually cared about defending victims of a natural disaster, then they would get the word out. And this wouldn't be relegated to TikTok and random people trying to engage in grassroots initiatives to try and report people to their local prosecutor's office. That's it. Like, it's crazy that because the system is so broken that it genuinely requires people to take matters in their own hands. Here's an example of such.
Hi everyone, tutorial on how to find and report predatory Los Angeles landlords who are taking advantage of fire victims and jacking up their prices. Anyone can do this. You don't need to live in the Los Angeles area. All you have to do is go to one of the rental websites like Zillow or Trulia and scroll through listings in the Los Angeles area and look for rental history. My dog wanted me to check this listing out, so I scrolled down to the bottom to look at the rental history, and oh look, this listing was increased by $2,500 a month on the second day of the devastating fire.
How much you want to bet they'll pressure Zillow and Altrulia to no longer show previous rental history numbers or something? It's probably not going to work, obviously. But if I'm in charge of big landlord, that is what I would try to do to try and hide this crime in an effort to combat against this kind of, mass reporting.
That is a price gouge. They are obviously trying to take advantage of people who have lost their homes and need a place to stay. This is my spreadsheet that I'm keeping track of everything. And yeah, anything more than 10% is illegal. So unfortunately for them, we will be reporting them to the Attorney General's office. And they could face fines and jail time. So we will be reporting them. There's a form that you can fill out. And yeah, happy hunting. Honestly, these people are predatory and...
Who the F can afford this, bro? 7K? Brother, 7K is actually a 56% increase, which is above the legal limit, like significantly above the legal limit. But what's really funny about that is that 7K is nothing. There's properties in Los Angeles that were $15,000 under quote unquote normal market conditions. And now they're going for $30,000 a month. Markiplier mentioned this problem in his newest video around the 620-ish mark, I believe.
Fundraising for. So this is supporting the LA Fire Department, the California Fire Foundation, the World Central Kitchen, Baby to Baby, and CORE.
What's really funny is I saw someone on my subreddit talking about, like, we really got to get better at sending Hasan links with the adequate time codes. And this chatter straight up did the same thing that everyone was complaining about and just sent me a link of Markiplier's video with the incorrect time code instantly. I can't send the link, but FEMA actually created this atmosphere in Maui after the fires. They were offering something like $11K a month for 2 bedrooms for survivors, and it was pricing out people who were there before the fire. That's probably coming to until Trump fucks it up. No, I'm not going to ban them. I'm not going to ban them. Let's continue.
They should be held accountable.
But it's crazy. Like I said, yet another reason why they want to ban TikTok. But it's interesting to think. It's really sad when you think about it that all of these issues are left to individuals who take matters in their own hands. Like, there's just a competent government would immediately ensure that there is a rental price freeze. Okay. That's what you would do. You would say, hey, by the way, tough times. Okay. Sorry to all the big landlords and small mom and pop landlords, but you're not allowed to increase your rental prices. That is crazy. Okay. What do you mean? You want to behave like an opportunist? Like, what the hell are you doing? No, you're not allowed to do that. We're doing a price freeze on rent. Okay. That way, the additional FEMA funds and resources that come in to the victims are not being used to price out the existing people that need places to live in as well. I was gonna say using, and then I realized that use would be better, so I said use it. Yes, you got me. You got me, you children. Oh my God. There's just nothing I can do. This community will always be led by silly billies.
Extremely dangerous.
But also the best of humanity in Santa Anita Park. Thousands coming together to help those in need.
We are giving away free food.
It all started with a TikTok gaining thousands of views. Jerry Martinez, Juan Diaz, and Jimmy Medina.
Our corrupt city attorney, Heidi Feldstein Soto, has been conspicuously absent over the past week.
wanted to give out food in their community, with their efforts inspiring others, and now turning this racetrack parking lot into a massive donation center.
Recently, we've been having so many donations from all over the state. We have wheelchairs, we have coffee pots, we have blankets, we have clothes, we have essentials, hygiene packs. The support from the community has been really, really, really moving.
It is amazing. Another thing that Alex shared with me is that some people lost so much that when they come here to this donation site, they don't even have a bag or anything to take stuff home with them. So they're trying to figure that out. People are having to make multiple trips out here. They saw thousands out here yesterday, and George, they expect thousands more again today and the coming days as well, George.
I'm sure we're going to see that. Okay, thanks very much.
So what is this assessment? Help explain why we need this and what this means for that homeowner.
You got through the state fire marshal, CAL FIRE, working with county partners, teams of 2 go in. They will go in a property like this. They'll assess and they will photograph, and then they will post online after it's verified. About a 12-hour process, and people can go on a website. They don't have to physically be here to know if their property is damaged, and that will then begin the process for the property owner on insurance and getting us to a point where we can start the rebuild process.
How quickly do you anticipate being able to do that?
Well, as I said, I want all the inspections done within 14 days, every single structure that's been impacted by these fires. So that's
thousands of homes.
Thousands of homes, and so that's the mandate. Whatever resources they need, we said we're going to provide it. And then we're looking right now at debris removal. And you're looking at Herculean effort. I'll give you an example. We were just with the inspectors. They say it's a little different world now today with batteries, not just car batteries, but battery packs, people with solar, those Tesla wall batteries and the like. So the hazmat side of this is made a little bit more complicated, which is fine. We'll work through that.
How soon before this house and that house behind you, how long before you envision this neighborhood?
So on the basis of just moving forward to eliminate as many barriers as possible, the current estimate, and you can come back in 2 weeks, and objectively on the basis of new information, I likely would have a modestly different answer. After stress testing the last 48 hours, we think if we get these contracts up and running, we deal with jurisdictional issues between the cities, many cities, and the county of LA and the state, working with our federal partners hand in glove, that we can move forward within 6 to 9 months, get all that debris removed, all the hazardous materials removed. If we get this first 14 days done, that will start that clock.
You're seeing...
Well, you're telling the debris is gone, and I said we want 9 months is the goal. 9 months to a year. You're looking at the magnitude of this, and with the hazmat side, it has to be done in a way that services the long-term needs. And then obviously you're going to learn from this process. Some of the buildings that are surviving, part of their assessment is why did they survive? In so many cases, it's building materials. It's not having the eaves. You see, this is a miracle, this house survived with the old structure where you can get those embers that would flow right into the attic, and that structure's gone, making sure that you never see new construction like that again.
And then what about insurance? I mean, we know, we live here. Your house is insured, my house is insured.
Yeah, the one I have, my dad's house is under the FAIR plan, the state's plan.
And it's very expensive.
Very expensive, and it's not great coverage.
Right, so what do you tell people?
We tell them that we are not only assessing all of that in real time and have hired an independent group to look, to stress test, not just the insurance market, but the utility market in California as well. We had that experience after Camp, led to one of the largest bankruptcies in U.S. history, the largest.
Did my man just dunk on his own state fire insurance, the FAIR plan? Dog, you're the governor. What the hell? I mean, it's true, but it's crazy that he's just like openly recognizing it.
Investor-owned utility, PG&E. From that came a wildfire fund to help stabilize that market. And I say that because we're also mindful of the ongoing investigation as to the cause of this. And part of that cause determination, no one has an understanding fully yet of what caused these fires beyond just hurricane force winds, unprecedented winds, in the driest conditions since the 1850s. as it relates to this dry January here in Southern California. Combination of those two things, but was it a utility line? Who's responsible? Was it ours? All those things are being determined. And so we're just stress testing the worst case scenario. If it was a utility, what does that mean to the utility market? As it relates to insurance, what does it mean to private insurers? Who are the insurers? We've been making a lot of reforms in our insurance market, and we'll need to make subsequent reforms.
Something that's particularly pressing for this community you're standing in is lack of insurance. A lot of people inherited homes or were working class. What about people who didn't have insurance?
And that's going to be the most difficult and challenging thing. And that's where FEMA comes in. That's where the SBA comes in. That's where the state of California comes in. That's where the federal government comes in. That's where philanthropy comes in. People have lost their lives. They've lost their businesses. They've lost hope. And we've got to restore the hope and then restore their lives and businesses and opportunities.
J.D. Vance was on television today talking about lack of competency on your part.
Okay.
What do you say to? You've heard this almost every single day.
Yeah, I haven't talked to him. Hurricanes that were attached to fires, unprecedented wind experiences, heroic firefighters from all across the United States. We got folks from Texas, we got folks from Wyoming that have been pounding on this, the best next-gen technology. We've got these fire hawks, guys with night vision goggles, pounding these fires 24/7. We've got thousands of National Guard men and women that have been on here. We pre-positioned 120 engines, helicopters, dozers, water tenders. We did that on Sunday, 2 days before this event. So with respect to the future vice president, I didn't hear his remarks, but I would invite him, as I did Donald Trump, to visit with the community, express empathy of the scale of this tragedy, and be here for the American people that happen to reside here in Southern California.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Where do you source your chicken? Just wondering, because eating a lot of animal proteins can be harmful if every single day from the wrong places. It's crazy, dude. These are the reasons why I both love and hate Twitch streaming. I don't know where I source my chicken from, man. From fucking from Ralph's. That's where I source my chicken from. Anyway. I just realized you guys got your conservatives, Republicans in charge, and your Lib Dems, Democrats as your opposition. Your whole system is right-leaning. You don't have a Labour Party. I know, but like, look at the UK. The UK has a Labour Party, and it's turning into a Democrat-Republican style structure there as well. Anyway. Question, is a 10% increase limited to California and only after disasters? Yes. Every state has their own price gouging mechanisms. Anyway, here, we'll watch Markiplier's video as well, and then we'll move on to Biden talking about the oh, there's a brief Elon Musk bit here as well. I just wanted to talk about Elon positively embarrassing himself when the firefighter tells him he's full of shit and then immediately ending the stream. Perfect. Let's take a look.
So, all right. What about water availability? Was water availability? I understand that was like not an issue in Malibu. Is that correct?
Was it water?
Yeah.
So there was water. We have several reservoirs that encinos that we use a lot. Now, just an example, if we have one building burning, we could flow 1,000 gallons a minute on that one building with the hose lays that we put in to stop it. You can imagine 1,000 gallons per house, we couldn't do, right? So the amount of water we're flowing, there really is no water system that's going to keep that pace. So we have to bring in water tenders, which are these big tank water tanks that, 2,500, 3,000 gallon trucks, and they'll come in. And that's what we have to do to compensate. So
Incredible aspect ratio from the guy who owns the website that he's filming this this video on. Ironically, he's also doing this specifically to cut like right-wing commentary and still failing to do a good job.
So they park out there, do it. DWP did a great job. They brought in big water trucks for us, and we use them as basically mobile hydrants.
All right.
Right, and then we have our own agency as well that has water tenders.
Okay. My understanding is that like along the correct me if I'm wrong. In Malibu along the coast, there was no shortage of water. In the Palisades, there was a shortage of water at a certain point. Or is that not accurate?
Well, we were flowing just an amount of water that the system couldn't overbear. We're just overbearing, just because of how much water these firefighters were utilizing.
Okay.
How can you think this guy's Adrian Dittman, dude? He can't ask a single normal question without going, Anyway, I mean, both are losers. That's true. And they're losers in the same identical way. Anyway. But yeah, the conversation takes place. He tries to hit him with the, well, what about the waters? What about the waters? And the guy's like, no, we had enough water.
All right. Sounds good.
Has water tenders.
Okay. My understanding is that like along the correct me if I'm wrong. In Malibu along the coast, there was no shortage of water. In the Palisades, there was a shortage of water at a certain point. Or is that not accurate?
Well, we were flowing just an amount of water that the system couldn't overbear. We're just overbearing, just because of how much water these firefighters were utilizing.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. I guess there was enough water. USI. I'm glad he found a non-DEI firefighter, though, because I know his audience would not be receptive if it was a DEI firefighter who told him there was enough water. Anyway, let's watch Markiplier talk about his own experiences evacuating from the LA fires.
At 4 a.m. on Wednesday morning last week,
Didn't the firefighter basically just say they ran out of water? Elon Musk asked the commonly held gripe that Republicans have escalated and elevated over and over again about how the reservoir simply did not have water. There was tremendous water mismanagement. He addressed it and said, no, there was plenty of water. And the only reason why anyone ever ran out of water is because there is no way to use fire hydrants and engines to combat a wildfire like this. Like, the system is not capable of handling this level of this much fire, which is understandable. This is something that virtually every single professional said initially. Markiplier is out in the streets clearing roads with a chainsaw for his neighbors while Hasan stuffs his face. Mark starts a fundraiser so companies can't steal people's burnt down properties for pennies on the dollar. Hasan just lazy, lackadaisical ass. Even the way he talks, like he's sleepwalking, lazy intonation comes from having a very easy, laid-back life of no strife. This is bait. Yeah, I think this person is not mentally well. We got a Mark shooter. Well, I just don't understand. Like, why would there be any antagonism between me and Markiplier, a random content creator? And also, I have done, I have been out there. Maybe you weren't paying attention. Sorry that I haven't been out there rebuilding houses brick by brick or something. But very strange. He doesn't like my style of commentary. Well, you haven't chainsawed. This is true. I have not chainsawed. You got me there.
I got a message on my phone along with a bunch of blaring alarms saying that we needed to evacuate, which was a very novel experience. If you don't know why, and you haven't been looking at the news at all, there's been a lot of fires in LA because of a windstorm that occurred last Tuesday. So on Tuesday, we had, battened down the hatches, tried to clean up, bring stuff in from outside, prepare for the windstorm because the windstorm was unprecedented. It was going to be intense and there was a danger of fire during this wind event. And it just so happens that the Palisades caught on fire, and then another fire on the opposite side of town, closer to where I am, called the Eaton Fire, broke out after that. And so that fire quickly got out of control. I could actually see it, which was a very weird experience. Out my window, I could see the fire. But yeah, that's what it was. And the night before, when we saw the fire, we were of the mind that we needed to be prepared to go, which is exactly what you're supposed to be doing. Whenever you have a fire in the area, you have your go bags ready. You have the most important belongings in there, so you can just grab the bag and you can chuck it in your car and you can get out. Because if a fire is coming, especially with winds of this intensity, you need to get out immediately. And so we were prepared to do that. And we were listening to the news. Big shout out to Watch Duty, the app. I only found out about it last week, but that was instrumental in getting information about where to go and where the fire was and what was happening on a minute-to-minute basis. But yeah, so we had to evacuate, and that was last week. And so we only got back. They lifted the evacuation order only a few days ago, so we got back in just a couple days ago. And the fire didn't do any damage to my place, but the windstorm still had damage left over that wasn't able to be cleaned because everyone had to evacuate. So I actually spent most of the past couple days with my chainsaw, and I was going up and down the street just cutting down trees and trying to get them out of the road, because I didn't imagine that there was going to be a lot of access to cleanup crews, or they were already going to be stressed. And the cleanup in the places that actually have been affected by the fires hasn't even begun yet, because there's another windstorm that's that they're showing is going to happen later on Tuesday evening. I think it was a early morning Wednesday or late Tuesday, depending on like when it lands. And that's going to go until Wednesday evening, I think. And it's not going to be as strong as a previous wind event, but it's going to be pretty intense, which is, you know, having back-to-back storms like this. I think they said there's only been 5 warnings of this level in this area ever. And so the 4th and 5th were within a week of each other. And so that's concerning for many other reasons. There is definitely a risk of more fires after this windstorm coming up in a couple days, and they could erase a lot of the progress that is being made on containing the fires that are in LA right now. So this is not a situation that's over just yet. There's still a lot to do to clean up. And one of the most important things is after the fires have been taken care of and put out, there's going to be months and months and months of recovery efforts and rebuilding efforts. And there's going to be a lot of shitty people trying to take advantage of the people who have been displaced or their houses are burned down. Because a lot of people, when they think of LA, they just think like, oh, that's where all the celebrities are. That's where all the rich people in the Palisades, they had their houses burned down. But it's, you know, LA is an extremely large and diverse city with a ton of history and a ton of places in it that all fall under the umbrella of, you know, what's being affected by these fires. Altadena specifically is a very old neighborhood with a lot of really deep history that I can't even touch the surface of in this little informational blurb that I'm making here. But I can only imagine what's going to happen afterwards. There's about 5,000 homes. They haven't been able to confirm yet, but there's estimated 5,000 homes that are completely gone, unrecoverable. Like the only thing left standing is a chimney. I'm sure you've seen some pictures, but seeing it firsthand is completely different. I mean, it's just heartbreaking.
Yes, supporting child labor. The children yearn for the fires. Hasan likes when the incarcerated children do the work. Law. All those muscles, but no muscling. I mean, wasn't he on Fox supporting unpaid incarcerated child labor and hazardous working conditions? Chainsaws are pretty easy to operate, dude. Go get your hands dirty, Law. Dude, you are so mentally disabled. There is nothing I can tell you. You think I can do a hotshot job? Like, you think I can, without any training whatsoever, go into a wildfire, not just clear out debris like Mark did here for his neighbors' homes and the roads around his house, but like that random individual should take matters in their own hands? Are you fucking that stupid? What are you saying, dude? Please, wake the fuck up, dumbass. Please, no one try to take matters in their own hands like this fucking dipshit. Okay? You will only end up being a burden to the emergency services. How many times do I have to describe this? God damn, dude. Dude literally said, why don't you go dive into the wildfire without any training whatsoever and clear out the debris and create lines while simultaneously missing the point about the rehabilitation and reintegration programs that are very successful in the state of California, one of the worst carceral states in the country. I forget that there are just morons everywhere online, and they have moronic opinions. Holy fuck, his first post today. Hey, dude, I just wanted to say that as someone who worked advocating for incarcerated and institutionalized youth rights. I have a pretty big problem with the whole incarcerated youth, firefighters, no hazard pay, manipulation, forced labor. I don't know, dude, they're kids. Yeah, that person is so brain broken that they think that I'm talking about like literally children. You do realize that, you do realize, chatter, that I just banned, they're not actually like children right now. They are youth offenders, specifically violent youth offenders that have been added into the pilot program. That doesn't mean that they're still in their youth. Every single person I interviewed was, you know, around the age of 25. Yeah. Also, simultaneously acting like I'm on board with them not getting hazard pay is so insane. It's so far removed from the truth of the matter. My advocacy specifically revolves around some of the good aspects of this program, while also simultaneously highlighting some of the immediate necessities of improvement. There is no possible avenue of normal discourse with people who operate like this. I don't know what to say. Like, this is a dude who is just, I'm shocked, is still alive. Like, how did you survive this long? I guess modern medicine is just keeping your ass alive as you desperately try to kill yourself through, you know, the normal day-to-day processes that a baby could get through. You know, opening a door could be a lethal event for a chatter with that kind of brain process.
You know, you hear stories of people that have been in their homes for, you know, or had their homes in their family for like 100 years. And it was, you know, passed down, or there's deep history in it, or they've been building a business for 20, 40 years, and it's just gone, you know. The other thing that brings a tear to the eye is the amount of goodwill that's been pouring out of the community. The amount of people that have donated to relief shelters, the amount of animal shelters and people that are fostering pets right now, and the people that are willing to lend a hand, it truly is heartwarming in a way that I very rarely see in a community come together. Not only are people like all across the country trying to contribute, but even here, donation centers have to turn away people from donating things because they are overflowing with materials and supplies for the people affected by the fires. They are literally stuffed to the brim. And, you know, Amy and I, we went down to donate what we had, and we tried to figure out which ones they needed. But as we got there was a line wrapped around the block of cars just trying to get in there and drop things off. They had an army of volunteers at the donation center that we were at. Even we thought it was a small one. This is like small comparable to like the Rose Bowl, where there was basically an army camp set up just to help people. Like, it was beautiful. And so we donated what we could, and, you know, it's just like they couldn't take everything that we had just because they had so many, or they were prioritizing different things. So that is good. That is really good. I know there's a lot of you out there that probably want to help. And one of the things that I have put in the description is a Tiltify campaign that was set up for LA wildfire relief. Let me just review which ones that they are fundraising for. So this is supporting the LA Fire Department, the California Fire Foundation, the World Central Kitchen, Baby to Baby, and CORE, which stands for Community Organization Relief Effort. And so this fund is going to all those organizations which provide direct help to people on the ground for this. But the most important thing for me is that after there's going to be a lull in attention. That's why I want to make sure that it's prioritized, that the rebuilding effort in these areas that have burned down, especially in Altadena, are done in a way that is not predatory to the people that had those houses or had that land, right? And you can only imagine that some conglomerate or some company is going to swoop in, try to offer these properties that are no longer existing for pennies on the dollar so they can scoop it up and try to build
Respect to Mark for being, aware of some of these inadequacies in the system and openly talking about them.
Build to exploit the area. And that's exactly what I don't want to happen. So I'm going to find ways to get involved personally. I don't have any resources to tell you guys how to get involved in that, but that's just something that I want to do because, it's very easy to forget, once the urgency and the emergency is over, it's very hard to sustain the effort of building. The more motivating thing for me is to kind of put some purpose into it, some purpose into helping the people in the long term, which is the harder thing to do. It is the harder thing to help over a long period of time because other things will happen across the country and the world that'll need attention. But right now I'm here. I was right next to it. I was lucky enough that, my house is okay. Who knows, in a week, the winds might pick up. I might not be so lucky. But right now, I see what's happening and I can see what might happen in the future and I can see the need that's there. So I'm going to do something about it. As soon as I figure out the best way that I can help, even if it's just getting out of the way, or even if it's just advocating, or even if it's just, picking up a hammer, trying to help rebuild, I'll do whatever I can. So anyway, there's more of an update to tell you where I am because I don't think anybody actually knew that I had to evacuate. It was so fast and so early in the morning that, there wasn't any time to prepare or plan, and whatever we planned for and prepared for happened. I have a lot more stories to tell about this because it was quite a journey of watching all this unfold and seeing the new fires crop up and wondering if they were going to spread or be contained, and then seeing the heroic efforts of all the firefighters and all the people coming together. It was crazy this past week, but it's more than I can tell in an update video. So I'm gonna leave it at that. Thank you everybody so much for caring about me, asking about me. I'm fine. Chica and Henry and Amy are fine.
What is the point of him even making this video? Is he just bragging about how much he donated to charity and how good of a person he is? That's what your takeaway was? Millionaire brags about helping people with this expensive equipment. You have access to lots of water because of the pool in your backyard in your mansion, though. Why not use some of it to put out fires? Surely it could help a little. Thanks, man. Thank you for your wonderful contributions of doing perhaps the lowest effort bait I've ever read in my entire life.
We're all good and we were lucky. But the important thing to remember is that some people weren't. So there's a link in the description to the fundraiser, and then I will look into ways that I can help. Pretty much the only way that I've been able to right now is just driving around with a chainsaw and helping to clean up some of the mess that was left behind. So I know that sounds menacing, driving around with a chainsaw, but later on I'll tell you about how I got, the police stopped by and asked me what I was doing. Nothing came out of it. I wasn't arrested or anything, but I realized how weird it was. Anyway, I'll tell that story later. That doesn't matter. But anyway, I'm gonna get to work. There's still a ton of cleanup to do. I don't think I'll be able to get back to regular videos anytime soon because I got to see how this windstorm is gonna play out. And that'll change things if it causes any more problems or starts any new fires. That's gonna, we just got to see how that goes.
Yeah, Markiplier is a really nice dude. Good guy. All right. When people respond that way, is it like some guilt complex? Like they're in distress guilt about not being able to help, so they lash out? I think people are just sad, man. That's it. If you want to understand the psyche of an internet troll, they've existed in perpetuity. They're just like sad people and very cynical people. So they automatically assume the worst in people. And if someone is just like not even giving you an opportunity, and you know, Mark is the type of person who is limited with his online footprint, as limited as one can be, despite being an online content creator. They just immediately try to make that a bad thing. You know? Like, it's really interesting to think about, because like, especially with Markiplier, who's a beloved content creator who's been around for a very long time, much longer than I have been. Like, finding a way to shit on him for this video is pretty crazy. Like, I understand why so many people yell at me all the time, no matter what I do, because I have a lot of enemies. I have a lot of ideological opponents. I have a lot of content creators who make a living off of saying I'm a bad person. So, of course, their rabid fan bases will find anything and everything to get mad at. But it's like shocking to do that to someone like Markiplier. And the question I always have in my mind basically is like, if your first inclination is like, how can I turn this around and make everybody feel the way I feel, the anger and resentment that I have towards someone who is a beloved content creator like Markiplier, is if that's your first inclination, it's like, well, what are you doing? You must ask the question to yourself, what are you doing? What have you done to help? Have you donated anything? Have you given your clothes? Have you gone outside and cleared debris? Or is your only contribution to yell about someone explaining their own experience and using their massive platform to do fundraising initiatives for people who are trying to solve the problem? You know? That's it. We're going to be talking about Biden's final remarks as president on foreign policy now. And then we're going to move on to...
Today I can report to the American people.
And then we're going to move on to the other story, top news story of the day. The situation in Gaza.
People, our adversaries are weaker than where we came into this job 4 years ago. Just consider Russia. When Putin invaded Ukraine, he thought he'd conquer Kyiv in a matter of days. But the truth is, since that war began, I'm the only one that stood in the center of Kyiv, not him. Putin never had. And we laid the foundation for the next administration so they can protect the bright future of the Ukrainian people. Many experts believe or predicting it was inevitable that China's economy would surpass ours. According to many predictions, that would happen by the year 2030 or shortly thereafter. But we in this room said no. If we make the investments in ourselves, we protect our workers and technologies, that will not happen. Now, according to the latest predictions, on China's current course, they will never surpass us, period. And in my administration, we've seized more fentanyl at our border in 2 years than the previous 5 years combined. Today, I can also report to the American people, we're the first president in decades who's not leaving a war in Afghanistan to his successor. And on the war between Israel and Hamas, we're on the brink of a proposal that I laid out in detail months ago, finally coming to fruition. And as we deal with immediate challenges,
Joe Biden will be remembered as an incompetent old fool and the man who oversaw and supported the genocide of Palestinians. That is how he will be remembered in history books. And perhaps to add insult to injury, Trump will most likely, at least in the early stages, be accredited with the hostage negotiations coming to fruition. Part of that is because, and I said this literally a year ago and repeated over and over again, that I suspect Benjamin Netanyahu knows that Trump has his best interest in mind and also is a more reliable pro-Israel person than even someone who is ideologically committed to the Zionist project like Joe Biden. Since day one, Joe Biden had the opportunity to stop what Israel was doing. On October 10, he could have done so if he wished to do so. But he did not. This is not simple incompetence. This is not Israel dog-walking Biden. This is the grand design that the American State Department had for the region coming to fruition. He could have stopped it at any point and chose not to do so. And the only way to try and stop the further bloodshed was, could he? Question mark. Yes, he could. People who personally believe that Israel controls the American government, the American government is a Zionist occupied government or whatever, silly Nazi things that people say, fail to comprehend that Israel would not exist without unlimited American support. This is precisely the reason why numerous presidents have stopped Israel from engaging in further bloodshed. Joe Biden himself stopped Israel from engaging in further bloodshed in 2021. All it took was a phone call. Israel is an American state in the way that it functions. Okay? It's seen as a foreign ally so that there is a level of a removal of responsibility in the hands of U.S. empire to a certain degree. But ultimately, when America says jump, Israel says how high. Now, you pre-watch the current events, you can't be right this often. Yeah. If I'm a stupid person and I can see it from the outside, I'm pretty sure these guys can see it as well. Every single person was knowledgeable on what Israel was doing. Every single person. If we saw it here, if we saw it here on twitch.tv/HasanAbi, every other person also saw it. Every person in a position of power also saw it. There were some people who were like, Israel's a sovereign nation. The U.S. can't make them do whatever they want. Look at this. Look how easy it is. While Prime Minister Long pushed for a temporary ceasefire that amounted to the first phase of the three-stage proposal Israel submitted in May, the deal being finalized is increasingly closer to the original offer, clauses connecting first phase with two others, making it harder for Israel to resume fighting. There is no point where America was not almost singularly responsible for all of the atrocities that unfolded. Do you understand me? They would not have been able to do the consistent bombing campaigns without the United States of America's continued arms transfers. We are responsible for this genocide. Joe Biden is responsible for this genocide. Anthony Blinken is responsible for this genocide. They did it even though the overwhelming majority of the public wanted it to end. They continued doing it even though there was an election that was coming up where this would be a major issue for the party in charge, and they still continued doing it. They tried to lie to the public through mainstream media over and over again. They undermined the existing little confidence that people had in mainstream media for accurately reporting on information. They destroyed it. They destroyed the last semblance of credibility that mainstream institutions had. And then as people recognized right from wrong, because they went on social media, places like TikTok, where they saw the reality with their own two eyes, they decided to ban TikTok, which I'm going to be talking about with my guest that literally just now showed up at my house, at my doorstep, XianDivyne, in a little bit. I just have to finish this rap really quickly before he gets in.
In my view, we have to look to the future. I urge the next administration to carry forward 2 issues that have been central to my presidency and which shape the future, in my view. On artificial intelligence, we are in the lead, and we must stay in the lead. We must not offshore artificial intelligence, as we once did with computer chips and other critical technologies. And likewise, clean energy transition will race ahead in years to come. I know in some incoming administration, some in the incoming administration, are skeptical about the need for clean energy. They don't even believe climate change is real. I think they come from a different century. They're wrong. They are dead wrong. It's the single greatest existential threat to humanity. Throughout my career, the world has undergone tremendous change. But certain things have always held true. At our best, America leads not only by the example of our power, but the power of our example.
Let me clear this up real quick. I'll bring you in. Hold on. Holy fuck. Biden says he's leaving Trump a stronger country is just a way for him to basically do a little bit of ass covering here after all of the untold amounts of cruelty that he subjected the rest of the planet to. This is perhaps one of the larger reasons why he lost to begin with. But here is the CNN coverage on the matter. Hamas official Gaza ceasefire deal with Israel is very close. We're going to look at the details of this, and then I'll talk with Christian on the subsequent TikTok ban, which is, in my honest opinion, a lot closer to this story than you would think.
To a Hamas official, a ceasefire and hostage release deal in Gaza is, quote, very close, but sticking points remain. Talks are ongoing in Qatar. President Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have been discussing the negotiations by phone. That happened on Sunday, their first publicly confirmed conversation since October. CNN's Jeremy Diamond live for us in Jerusalem this morning. Jeremy, what can you tell us about the state of these talks and why they seem to be accelerating here?
Well, Casey, it's clear that these parties are nearing the final stages of negotiations for a comprehensive ceasefire and hostage deal, but the question still remains as to whether or not they will get this deal across the finish line. A Hamas official telling us that several sticking points still remain in these talks, including over a proposed Israeli buffer zone inside the Gaza Strip where Israeli troops would remain, and details concerning the release of Palestinian prisoners, among several other sticking points as well. But over the weekend, we did see some really concrete movement in the right direction towards a deal. First of all, with the Israeli Prime Minister agreeing to dispatch the Mossad director, David Barnea, who has led the Israeli negotiating team at key junctures in these talks in the past. He was only supposed to travel to Doha, Qatar, if indeed there had been significant progress. So that was the first point. We also saw President-elect Trump's incoming special envoy for the Middle East meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister, conveying very clearly not only the Biden administration's pressure to get a deal before January 20th, but the incoming Trump administration's position agreeing with exactly that, trying to get a deal before President-elect Trump is indeed inaugurated 1 week from today. And now we are seeing all of these parties kind of rowing in the same direction, trying to get a deal in Doha, Qatar, but that doesn't mean that a deal is assured. All of the sources that I have been speaking to today have made clear that while things are very, very close here, they simply cannot guarantee an outcome at this point. And part of that stems from uncertainty over whether or not Hamas and Israel will have the political will to get a deal across the table. And of course, here in Israel, there is this question of politics still being at play. The Israeli Prime Minister over the weekend meeting last night, in fact, with Bezalel Smotrich, that far-right finance minister who in the past has threatened to pull the rug out from underneath this coalition government if indeed the Israeli Prime Minister reaches out and agrees to a deal. Today, in less than 24 hours after Smotrich met with Netanyahu, he took to Twitter to lambast this draft agreement that appears to be nearing potential conclusion, calling this deal on the table a, quote, catastrophe, describing it as a surrender deal, and urging the Israeli government to continue fighting in Gaza until Hamas fully surrenders to Israel. So a lot still at play here, Casey. Certainly some positive momentum, but uncertainty still remaining, as always.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we got XianDivyne in the building. TikTok extraordinaire. Friend to many friends of the show. This is our first time meeting.
Actually,
and it's a rather awkward introduction. I apologize. I was in the midst of trying to shovel my food in my daily eating hour, but glad to have you here. We're going to talk about a bunch of different things today, but so far, is this your first time in LA or no?
Second time, but first full, I've been here a week. So, yeah.
How do you like it so far? What happened? You just came in the worst possible moment you could have.
The worst, I flew in and the plane wouldn't properly land because the fires were literally just starting. So no, this is the worst possible time to be here. But it's cool. It's things been chill. It's a cool place. They don't have big dogs.
Yeah, she's still a puppy, but I'm actually wearing my merch with her on it.
Oh, word.
Yeah. All right. Well, Christian, for those who don't know, how would you describe yourself? What are your political leanings?
Pretty far left leaning. I consider myself a socialist, super hard cut. Yeah, I just say straight up socialist, and whatever follows up with whatever you assume about that.
Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah. And how long? What were you doing before TikTok?
Theater. I still do theater, but theater's my
classic.
Yeah.
Classic theater kid.
Yeah.
Okay. And how long have you been on TikTok? Because that's where you popped off, right? That's where you started.
Yeah, since 2021. The first social media thing I ever did. But yeah,
okay.
January 2021. So it'll be 4 years. Probably today specifically.
Okay. So, not to be audio Andy, but it'd be helpful if you could increase his microphone audio. Is that what it is? Is that
should I be right in it?
Cutting out? Ask about if his dad is a socialist. Wait, why?
My dad's a vampire. It's a whole thing.
Oh, okay.
Literally, it's very. He used to sleep in a coffin. It's hard to explain, but yeah, my dad's not a socialist. That man is a capitalist till he dies.
Yeah, same. I feel that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we were going to talk about the TikTok ban and what that will do to your career potentially as a TikTok content creator, first and foremost. But aside from that, we're currently in the process of covering this breaking news story where Hamas is seemingly very close to an agreement with Israel. And it seems as though the Trump train is here. There's a lot of pressure that have been applied by the Trump administration through, harsh words. And obviously, and I know you follow this stuff closely as well, you are familiar, as am I, as are many people in this community, that the only hurdle in the pathway towards finalizing a ceasefire agreement, a permanent ceasefire agreement, has never really been Hamas.
No.
It has never been Hamas whatsoever. Hamas has actually brought forth, I believe, more than 39 different ceasefire negotiations since October 10. Since October 10. 2023, not October 10th, 2024. Some of these agreements look, I mean, most of the agreements, including the one that was finalized and voted on voted by the UN at the General Assembly on, were direct Hamas proposals. Joe Biden famously presented it as an Israeli proposal. And yet, even though it was supposed to be an Israeli proposal, Israel was the party that refused to sign on to the proposal. Israel also continued killing numerous civilians, the tens of thousands. We will unfortunately not know the true estimate of the death count, even though Lancet says that the direct death counts are up to 46,000, which is a dramatic undercount, and that the number of casualties is a direct consequence of Israel shutting off all of the hospitals and destroying the electrical grid and destroying all semblance of civil society and civil life in the Gaza Strip, means that the number is far, far larger than that. Israel's also obviously in the process killed almost every single journalist and engaged in what is known as a scholasticide, a deliberate targeting of scholars in the Gaza Strip, and the destruction of virtually every single institution of education in the Gaza Strip as well. But also, in terms of the conversation surrounding this ceasefire process, Israel assassinated the principal negotiator, the civilian chief of the Hamas Politburo, Ismail Haniyeh, when he was visiting Tehran on Iranian soil. A double Monty, if you will, assassinating the principal negotiator who had never held a weapon. Okay, something to remember, something to consider. The leader of Hamas at the time and the principal negotiator in the ceasefire talks. Yet another instance of Israel openly showing the rest of the world that they are not interested in a real ceasefire whatsoever, and only continuing the death and destruction campaign. There are a multitude of different reasons as to why Israel continued this death and destruction campaign, this genocide. There are selfish reasons and personal reasons, like the one that Benjamin Netanyahu, the reasons as to why for Benjamin Netanyahu's personal gain is because he doesn't want the prosecution that he was able to put a stay on because of October 7 to continue once he is removed from office. And I suspect something that I've talked about quite a bit was that, much like Ronald Reagan, I believe Donald Trump also cut a side deal with Benjamin Netanyahu when he was running for office. This was, of course, still preventable by a competent administration in charge, like the one that Joe Biden was not, that could have said, you're done. You're stopping this genocide immediately. And they could have done this at any given point. And yet they chose not to do so because of their grand design for the region before they gear up for the real enemy, the larger enemy, the more consequential enemy, China. Having said that, however, there is a ceasefire negotiation. I don't know if you read into this at all, if you're familiar with this.
US ceasefire negotiation, no.
Here's Jeremy Scahill saying, important to note that the Gaza ceasefire deal that may be reached soon is overwhelmingly consistent with the deal Hamas officially agreed to on July 2nd. Biden allowed Netanyahu to torch that deal and continue the genocide with a steady flow of U.S. weapons and political support. Here's one of the stories I wrote about in the Gaza ceasefire exchange of captives deal that could have been signed in the summer and how the U.S. facilitated Netanyahu's sabotage. The dominant U.S.-Israeli narrative is that it has been Hamas hindering or obstructing the ceasefire deal in Gaza, and that is an epic lie that Anthony Blinken has promoted more than anyone else on the planet. All right. Hasan, let the boy speak. Lamont. Okay, you're right.
No. I'm chilling. I'm just here, dude.
Yeah, I wanted to cover this stuff to the best of my ability first and foremost, and give you guys a little bit of background. But that is the case. Also, here is Noga Tarnopolsky reporting. In case you were wondering, the Philadelphia axis, which was a major point of contention that Benjamin Netanyahu utilized in the Netzarim corridor. Those are two specific lines that they wanted to cut through Gaza, the Philadelphia corridor being the southernmost point that connects the Gaza Strip with Egypt, that borders Egypt, and the Netzidim corridor that goes across the Gaza Strip, separating it in half. Those were points of contention that Benjamin Netanyahu added on to the ceasefire negotiation with the express purpose of continuing the bombing campaign and basically putting it in as a poison pill provision into the ceasefire negotiations. This reality was completely ignored by mainstream institutions in the United States of America. This reality was completely ignored by the State Department. They actually actively lied about Benjamin Netanyahu actively undermining the ceasefire talks. You know what this reality was? Who didn't ignore this reality? The hostage families in Israel. They openly penned letters to Israeli publications at the time, damning Benjamin Netanyahu to hell, openly stating him as the only pathway towards peace and a ceasefire negotiation and a way to finally permanently secure the well-being of the immediate family members that were being held hostage in Gaza. Okay, I'm not interviewing Christian right now. Shut the fuck up, okay? Shut up. I'm not doing that, okay? This is not an introduction. This is not an interview. I'm covering the news currently. We will get to that in a second. Would you have rather had me make Christian sit over there outside as I continue to explain the situation?
That's it.
Go ahead.
Please chill out, y'all. That's all.
Yes, I permit that person for that. I did. And yes, I do talk to them like this all the time. They need to be yelled at.
I mean that's real. That's a lot of people.
Yeah. All right. In any case, the great achievement of the dramatic victory of which one said that anyone calling for Israel's withdrawal from it was a leftist traitor funded by the defeatist Americans. The IDF will withdraw 100% from the Philadelphia axis in the phase 1 of this deal, according to Chaim Levinson of Channel 12, I guess. Or is he Channel 12 or is he Haaretz? I don't know. It's in Hebrew. Okay. So, this could have been avoided. The past 7 months of death and destruction did not need to exist. And yet, it happened. I can't begin to explain how much I hate Biden in the midst of all of this. But here is Jacob Maggot from Times of Israel. Trump's Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff held a tense meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu on Saturday night, during which the former leaned hard on the Israeli premier to accept compromises necessary to secure a hostage deal by January 20th. Two officials familiar with the matter told Times of Israel. Witkoff's pressure on Netanyahu appears to have had an effect, with the two officials familiar with the negotiations saying that key gaps were filled in the talks over the weekend. Spokespeople for both offices didn't immediately respond to requests for comment. While Prime Minister Long pushed for a temporary ceasefire that amounted to the first phase of the three-stage proposal Israel submitted in May, the deal being finalized is increasingly closer to the original offer, with clauses connecting the first phase with two others, making it harder for Israel to resume fighting. We have maintained this level of power and influence over Israel since day one. Day one. This could have happened on October 10, 2023. So just remember that when people say, oh, Biden was trying his very best. And remember every single person that lied in that process as well. Every single person in the media, or like the likes of Maddie Iglesias, No Opinion, all these like Twitter losers that kept repeating the position over and over again that Biden was trying his best. And you guys simply don't understand that Israel's a foreign ally. They're a sovereign state. They can get their weapons from elsewhere. That is a lie. Some people are stupid enough to believe that lie and repeat it. And many are openly lying to the American public. Okay? Anyway. You have any input on this? Sorry. We're gonna watch the 60 Minutes video as well after this.
Okay, no, you're right. I think like
all right, spit king.
I think one of the funniest things to me, it's not funny, but like something that kept regularly happening was like a news report would drop and it would be like, Biden's really angry at Netanyahu today. Like he's so mad he's gonna do something this next week. And that's been like the entire like year and a half since then. So
yeah. Now that Biden is also leaving office, a lot of these people are coming out of the woodwork to be like, oh, well, Biden's legacy is forever tarnished by supporting this genocide. And it's like, dude, he was doing that for years. He was doing that for the past year. Like, what are you saying? You're chirping now that it's like, now that it's in its closing stage?
Well, I most definitely think that people dead ass believed it. Like they believe that like every time like it's like we are working on a deal and it's just Hamas that's stopping them, even though like every deal that was offered got shut down because like I think a lot of the Hamas deals just included like leaving, like the Israeli troops leaving, and that was like not something that Netanyahu was ever willing to do in the first place.
No, the point is Netanyahu doesn't jump without America saying jump. This is why I kept reiterating this point over and over again that like a lot of people, I think, misunderstand the dynamic between Israel and the United States of America. Some of that actually leans into anti-Semitic territories as well, where they're like, Israel has an outsized level of influence and control over American society and American public officials. And it's like, no, ultimately, it is America that wants Israel to do this. And I think that's hard for a lot of people. Like, it's a hard pill for a lot of Americans to swallow, where they're like, why is this like tiny foreign ally of ours getting so much attention and so much power? It can't be that our leaders are using our tax dollars and our publicly funded research and our weapon systems to allow these atrocities to continue. And I think it's a little bit of American exceptionalism and a little bit of confusion coming from mainstream outlets that kind of muddy the waters between the dynamic between like America and Israel. But the reality has always been clear. America wanted this to happen. Okay, America wanted this to happen. Sure, there are actors within the Israeli government that have different ambitions, right?
Yeah.
But that doesn't change the dynamic of it's not about permission. It's about simply offering the logistics to be able to pull this genocide off.
Yeah, no, big time. Because it's just like not possible without our funding. Like at any point, at any moment.
Yeah. Look at the date of this article. Biden expresses frustration with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, confirms 3-day pause request.
There's like 50 of those articles. He's so next time. I mean, even when I can't remember how many months ago it was where they're like, if they don't stop, when they stopped like food deliveries from going into Gaza, they were like, if they don't stop this by this date, we're gonna stop funding them. And then there's like the next funding session rolled around and they threw another $1 billion.
In the USS Liberty, is the USS Liberty not an example of Israel dog-walking the U.S.? In at least one instance, pretty hard. I understand the U.S. has the upper hand, but how do you reconcile such counterexamples? Great question, Chatter. The answer is clear. Do you think that the American government cares about the well-being of American service members? If that was the case, why did they invade Iraq illegally, where 13,000 U.S. service members died? America does not care about its own service members. America doesn't care about its own citizens. You don't have health care. How do you reconcile that reality? America does not and has never given a shit about even its own civilian population that it's supposed to protect and serve. And it certainly doesn't care about its service members either. America also very clearly doesn't care about American citizens being killed. Because how many American citizens has Israel killed so far? Remember when Biden said, we are going, not a single every American's life is safe. Every American's life is of the utmost importance to us. He said that, and then Israel killed a bunch of American citizens in broad daylight, sometimes assassinating them with sniper rifles in the West Bank, not even in Gaza. Many instances in the West Bank, as a matter of fact. Biden didn't say a single damn thing about that. He didn't even punish Israel for those crimes either. So the USS Liberty is yet another example that proves the argument that I have, which is that, one, America doesn't care about its own citizens and certainly not about the lives of people living in the global south in general. Okay. But America also will let Israel do whatever it wants because ultimately Israel is incredibly valuable to the grand designs that America has in this resource-rich region. Okay? That's it. International pressure seemingly has also failed spectacularly. International organs of justice have failed to enforce some semblance of the international rule-based order that the United States was tasked with maintaining, which is a laughable notion, but I think it's more apparent now than ever before that no one ever cared about that. Okay? Is it still really that valuable, even after all this insane shit? Yes, because at its core, Westerners do not trust the volatile region to be in the hands of Muslim Arabs. They can cut security cooperation agreements. They can treat Egypt and Saudi Arabia and the other Gulf states as, partners in their crimes, but they do not have the same level of trust that they do for Israel. Israel is seen as the only extension of Western empire in the region, far beyond the potentially volatile Arab nations that could have their own version of a coup d'etat. Egypt comes to mind. Or even Saudi Arabia sometimes chooses not to play ball with Western powers at the end of the day. Look at OPEC Plus in the aftermath of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This does not mean that the leadership of the Gulf nations and all of the other Arab security partners in the region are not also playing a very important role in this process of defending Israel and of continuing and maintaining Israel's genocide. They certainly do. I'm just simply telling you what America's opinion is and what the Western powers' opinions have always been. These guys are, at the end of the day, somewhat unreliable allies. And not because the leadership doesn't, defend American interest all the time, but because the population, unironically, is not a fan of Israel. That's why I always repeat the position that, the leadership of these Arab nations are oftentimes at odds with the broader population. So that creates a massive security risk if they were to treat Saudi Arabia, for example, like they do Israel. They can't. All it would take is for the people to rise up and overthrow their leadership. This most likely will never happen in Israel. Anyway, if we were to end aid to Israel, who would replace them as a bulwark of Western interests in the Middle East? Ideally, there would be none, but do you think Turkey would pick up the mantle? Turkey already plays a very formative role as a security partner and long-term consistent ally. But Turkey is also yet another example of the inconsistency that I just presented. Turkey plays both sides, for example. They have, they definitely fucked over Russia pretty aggressively in Syria. But having said that, despite having American nuclear arsenals in its American military bases inside of its national boundaries, Turkey still ends up every now and then playing the role of regional actor, playing the role of a regional power and exercising its own influence and own interests. This is also, this and the fact that that same volatility and the hostility against Israel exists within the broader public makes Turkey a less stable nation in comparison to Israel. Yeah, the leaders of those nations never represented the people's beliefs and opinions. The only reason they are in power is due to superpowers supporting them, and in return, they sell out the resources of the nations. Exactly. Stunned like the true believer he is, Netanyahu proxy Errol Segal laments, "We're the first to pay a price for Trump's election. The deal is being forced upon us. We thought we'd take control of northern Gaza, and they'd let us impede humanitarian aid."
אמרתי כאן שהראשונים לשלם את מחיר הבחירה שלו יהיו האוקראינים, טעיתי. יכול להיות שמי שמשלמים ראשונים את מחיר הבחירה של טראמפ זה אנחנו. כי הוא בעצם העסקה הזאת, אני לא רוצה להגיד, ננסים להיכנס לתוכה, לא להשתמש במילים, וגם אני לא יודע את כל הפרטים, ולכן אני אהיה יותר זהיר וכולי, אבל אני לא חושב שזה מה שאנחנו תכננו וזה מה שציפינו. חשבנו את דברים.
Yeah, Trump is doing a woke ceasefire. He's doing a woke ceasefire in Israel. They won't let us continue to... What is this? Me. Hey, what are you doing? Hey, how are you doing? Journalist Ariel Segal. Journalist Ariel Segal close to Netanyahu. Oh, this is the same. Okay, yeah. It's the same thing that we just looked at. Looks like I was completely right that Trump was a lesser evil. I'm vindicated forever. Okay, take a week off, brother. What a fucking delusional... I literally said this. I said that Donald Trump is most likely going to be seen as the person responsible for the ceasefire months ahead of time. That doesn't make him the lesser evil, you dumb fuck. Yeah, wait till the second permanent annexation of West Bank happens under the Trump leadership, and then we'll talk about whether or not Trump is the lesser evil. You banned him till January 20th. I know. We'll come back during inauguration. Should not be overlooked that the ceasefire deal stuff is finally coming out at the same time that Biden is beginning his foreign policy legacy speech tour. Israel has turned humiliating him into a blood sport. Anyways, it's great that liberals spent years describing as something that could have been ended in a phone call as an impossible, unsolvable question that Biden has no control over. So Trump gets to come in with the deal as the statesman of the century. It sucks that Biden is so moronic that you can't give anyone credit for getting one over on him, because otherwise the way they turned the war into a milestone for his party and ended it to give Trump a win would look really sleek. I think it's insane that there were so many stupid morons in positions of power that kept reiterating this idea that, like, oh, it's just all out of Biden's hands.
Of course, Biden will try to take a victory lap, but there are not a lot of victories in sight. I would say that
This is Max Boot, by the way.
Foreign policy has been kind of a unsatisfying, middle of the road muddle, where he has basically alienated pretty much everybody when it comes to both aid to Ukraine and aid to Israel, which have been the two big issues.
According to recent reporting, Israeli officials are reading the room and are now trying to ramp up their abilities to create their own arms and munitions so that so that way, if any superpower stops supporting them, which would never happen, they can still conduct genocide without worry. So who knows? Maybe Israel will take America's place in arming itself if we pull arms. Again, never going to happen. One, we're never going to pull arms. And two, Israel is not going to be able to maintain the same level of upkeep that the United States of America has. Russia can't even keep up with its own military ambitions and military goals that they had to rely on North Korea for additional, both additional units and also artillery shells. So America itself can barely keep up with the needs in Ukraine. The notion that Israel's tiny ass, micronation ass, apartheid state ass would have the necessary resources, manpower, facilities to be able to fucking maintain a 7-front war on its own without American military and American weapons is so ridiculous. Without the United States' consistent involvement, without the United States' consistent aid, Israel could be defeated by Yemen, a nation that has very little resources and has experienced genocide until very recently by other Western allies. Okay? It's so ridiculous.
Of his administration, he hasn't done enough for one side and he's done too much for the other side. But he's kind of tried to, find this middle of the road path, which, may be the least dangerous path we can take. Of course, Biden will try.
Even Ultrahawk Max Booth thinks Biden has done too much aid to Israel. Yeah. But let's get back to the ceasefire
Of
negotiations.
course, looming over all of it, the inauguration of President-elect Donald Trump set for a week from today. Jeremy Diamond, thanks very much for that report.
President Biden will deliver what is expected to be his final foreign policy speech as president. A senior administration official says the president will argue he is giving President-elect Donald Trump a stronger hand than he inherited. With us now is Principal Deputy National Security Advisor John Feiner. John, thanks so much for being with us. Before I get to the speech, I do want to ask you about the negotiations for a hostage and ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. There are officials with Hamas saying they're close. So what's the status this morning?
So while this has fallen out of the headlines a bit, the United States has remained deeply engaged in trying to seek a deal that would...
By the way, Christian, feel free to chime in whenever you feel like it. I don't want to...
No, you're good. I'm Gucci. I'm chilling.
I feel like I'm just talking too much, you know?
No, dude, it's your show.
First and foremost, bring the hostages home, but also halt the fighting, enable a massive influx of humanitarian assistance to Gaza. We have been focused on that deal for months, including day in, day out in recent weeks. There has been significant progress made. I am not going to sit here and make predictions. This has been a long time coming. We think a deal has been on the table that the parties should be able to agree to for quite some time. Hamas up till now has been resistant and reluctant to actually take that deal.
Okay.
Some of the gaps have narrowed, and we very much hope that this does come together, and we're going to stay on.
I like that they still maintain the position that Hamas has been reluctant to take this deal, like, over and over again, when it serves no purpose at this point. It's just like, but they will keep lying this way. And the reason why I think it's important to recognize why they keep lying this way, the reason why I think it's like instructive to understand why they keep lying this way is I hope this serves an educational purpose in you recognizing how previous so-called peace process negotiations have worked out and how they've been discussed in American media at the time. Okay? If the American State Department lies right now directly in front of your eyes all the time, relentlessly about Hamas being the spoiler to this deal, then don't you think maybe Bill Clinton was also lying back in the day? Don't you think maybe that every single time? It's just so strange that it was always the Palestinian envoys that were playing the role of spoilers over and over again and not actually showcasing their willingness to take on incredibly unreasonable demands being made by Israel as the so-called peace process turned into additional land grabs for Israel as they kept pushing. They kept pushing and pushing and pushing and making it seem like there was inevitably going to be a deal at the table at the end of the day, using that as shelter to continue illegally annexing and creating Bantustans in permanently occupied West Bank, illegally occupied West Bank.
Top of it, but I'm not going to sit here and predict exactly when it or where it'll come together.
No predictions, but are these talks in a different place today than they were a few days ago?
Fundamentally, we believe there is progress being made. There is a deal on the table that Hamas should accept that could do all the things I just laid out. Again, bring the hostages home, halt the fighting, increase humanitarian assistance, and that some of the outstanding issues that were present in recent weeks have been resolved or narrowed, and we will see what happens over the course of the coming days.
The flip side of that, CNN does have some reporting from someone familiar with these talks who says that the incentive for Israel right now, specifically Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, is Trump. Our reporting is that Netanyahu wants to get this done because of Trump, wants to curry favor with Donald Trump. How accurate is that assessment?
You know, to be honest, we're not focused on the politics of this. We are actually gratified by the fact that everybody who is speaking out on this topic is saying that they want a deal in the near term. Fundamentally, that's our position, and that's a good thing. We believe the sooner that this could happen, the better, first and foremost, because these hostages have been in a situation of just extreme peril now for well over a year.
Because you know how, like, in the first month, like in October, they were just like blind striking places? I just get, it's like been a fucking year of just like consistently lying about this being about the hostages. It's like wild frustrating that they can still just like.
You don't understand, Christian. The best way to save the hostages is by killing them.
Oh my God.
With American munitions and American targeting capabilities. That's just That's perhaps the best way and only way to save these hostages.
Fucking.
And it's overdue for them to come home and be reunited with their families. It is overdue for the fighting in Gaza to be halted, and the people there who are facing just an egregious humanitarian situation to get more relief. This has been our position for quite some time, and we are not focused on exactly who or why this may be coming together. We just want to make sure.
I don't know. They predicted this would happen. I need to buy lotto tickets. I mean, I said it too. Come on now. This is like. This was going to, you can see it from a mile away, and you don't even need to look at, like, you don't need to see the future to be able to understand that this was happening. You just need to look at the past. Ronald Reagan did this. Richard Nixon also did this. It's the same exact principle. It's the same exact thing that unfolded time and time again. And I think that the obvious party that is, perhaps most responsible in this search, in this instance, is still very much the Democratic Party. Okay? Because Donald Trump is not singularly the greatest deal maker of all time, and that he was able to apply enough pressure to Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay? The very same levers of power were in the hands of the Biden administration and still is in the hands of the Biden administration. He could have simply just pulled Israel back at any point with something as simple as a phone call, and he refused to do so. That's it. This wasn't a conversation. This wasn't a conversation happening with a foreign adversary. Okay, this was a conversation happening with a state that relies on permanent American security assurances and weapons transfers to conduct its genocide.
Come together if we can bring that about.
Talk to us about the speech today from President Biden. What is the chief message?
Well, I think you'll hear the president say that through the work of this administration, the United States is now stronger at home than we were when he took office, stronger economically, a stronger industrial base, a greater lead over the rest of the world in the development of the sensitive technologies that will define the future of the global economy and of our national security. And that's because of the investments the president and, frankly, the Congress made early in this administration to strengthen our hand. Second, he will say that we inherited, in addition to a flagging economy, relationships around the world that were in tatters, and that we went about not only repairing those relationships, but enhancing them to historic levels, particularly in strategically consequential parts of the world like the Indo-Pacific and like Europe. And so when these crises came that get all of the attention in foreign affairs, obviously the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which was unconscionable, the Hamas.
Dude, we're talking about a genocide. If you keep asking me about clown girls and getting Christian to talk about clown girls, I'm going to permanently ban you. I'll ban you for a week, okay? But you're going to get permit if you keep it up.
Hamas attack on Israel was outrageous. The United States was able, with our partners and allies, to address those crises from a position of much greater strength. And as a result, our adversaries in those crises, the Russians and the Iranians first and foremost, are on the back foot and weaker than they were when this president took office. The Chinese, who the United States has declared as our key strategic competitor, people were saying that they were ascendant when President Biden took office, that they would surpass the U.S. economically, that they would outpace us technologically. Nobody's saying those things with the same degree of confidence anymore, if they're saying them at all, in part because of the performance of this administration led by the president. And so we believe that he is leaving a very strong hand, as you say, to our successors, a strong hand in Europe, a strong hand in the Indo-Pacific, a strong hand in the Middle East, and it will be up to them to take that work forward.
One of the things you mentioned was NATO, a stronger NATO.
Thank God. Thank God. He did AUKUS. He did NATO. He did NATO! He did it. He did it, Jack. Things are so much better overall. Meanwhile, you know, we're talking about a stronger NATO, and like virtually all of our European allies are in the throes of straightforward fascist mobilization, just like we did to ourselves, to be fair. You know, I'm glad that we did NATO so that the longstanding security commitments that America and its Western European allies especially have with one another can be directly given to a formerly nascent fascist mobilization. It's great. All of the might of empire in the hands of, fascism. But to be fair, if you look at the history of NATO, that is in line with why NATO was created and how NATO was how NATO continuously expanded anyway. So,
what are you hearing from your counterparts in Europe about how they feel the U.S. commitment will be to NATO in the months ahead?
Well, I'll let them speak for their own predictions, their own relationships. But I think one of the things that is undeniable is that when this administration took office, if you had asked analysts, experts on NATO, if there is a major security crisis in Europe, how well is the alliance likely to hold together? Will it end up more divided or strengthened and unified as a result of?
Another prediction I made, if you guys recall, was that I don't think Trump is going to undermine NATO. Okay? I don't think Trump is going to undermine NATO because NATO is not there to protect the world. NATO is there to have unlimited weapons contracts. Okay? NATO is there to serve the interests of the military-industrial complex, which is precisely the reason why I don't believe that Donald Trump is going to disrupt NATO or undermine NATO. Okay? It's far too valuable.
That crisis. I think you would have had predictions all over the map. So the fact that when the crisis came, when Russia invaded Ukraine in an unprecedented way, which, by the way, we predicted and went around the world saying was going to happen, when NATO emerged not only larger because of the addition of Finland and Sweden, which gives an extra 1,000 miles to NATO's border with Russia that Russia has to worry about, but also stronger with many more countries, almost 3 times as many countries spending at least 2% of their GDP on defense, and also more unified, despite this incredibly divisive.
But he's already undermined NATO. How has Donald Trump undermined NATO? By forcing our European partners to put more into NATO than they were previously, which was so undermining to NATO that Joe Biden continued that policy. Is that what you're saying? If it was such a dramatic change of pace that truly destroyed these security agreements that we had, this alliance that we had with NATO nations, why is it that Joe Biden continued that? Aggression against Denmark? Oh, you're saying Trump coming in like this second time will undermine NATO and is going to continue to undermine NATO. Yeah, I disagree. He said he wants to leave NATO. I don't care. Donald Trump has said... What Donald Trump says and what Donald Trump does is entirely different things, okay? Please. Stop focusing on what Donald Trump says and start focusing on what Donald Trump has done. And also, more importantly than that, what are the interests there? Okay? What kind of interest might Trump have?
Genuine question, Hasan. Do people deadass take, like in your chat, do people deadass take what Trump says as like a reasonable word?
No.
Okay.
Sure, but he's saying that is undermining NATO. Yeah, no, I don't think that nobody cares about Greenland or Denmark. If he annexed Greenland and turned it into a larger military base than the one that actually exists, no one. Okay, I'm going to reiterate this position. No one actually. There are some dummies because I have a policy of letting anyone and everyone speak in the chat as long as they follow for 10 minutes. So there are, people that are not in this community in general coming in to just like talk shit. But overall, no, broadly, people don't take what he has to say seriously.
Action that Russia took. That came about because of hard work and frankly because of leadership by the president. So NATO is in a strong place. What the next administration does vis-a-vis its NATO policy, I'm not going to predict. How the other countries are viewing the incoming administration, best left to them. But the hand that is being dealt to the new administration puts them in a position to press the advantage should they choose to.
Greenland is 88% Inuit people. The U.S. is not going to end up messing with Greenland. Inuit do not want to be U.S. citizens. If you think that the... Yeah.
Oh, America would never do that. Yeah, you're right, dude. That's
America.
I've never heard of that.
America notoriously cares and is very considerate to the interests of an indigenous population.
Every indigenous person I know says that. They love this place, dude.
Yeah. It's like kind of famous that, you know Thanksgiving? Like that is actually a celebration of the indigenous population and their interests and how much we love them. You know? So yeah. Plus, it doesn't matter. They can just like manufacture consent. They've already started. Every single thing that I told you is going to happen with respect to Greenland has already started happening. There's a Patriot polling firm that showed that 57% of Greenlanders want America to take over Greenland.
Patriot polling?
Yeah, Patriot polling came out with a poll. The funny part about it is that I guess the Republicans are not as like tactful as the Democrats are. Like the Democrats care about the aesthetics of the situation, so they'll do a more competent. They'll manufacture consent or try to manufacture consent to the best of their ability. Republicans kind of just give up on that front entirely. They'll just like they'll pay a bunch of homeless people like Donald Trump Jr. did in Greenland. They'll fly into Greenland. They'll pay a bunch of random homeless people to wear MAGA hats and then turn around and go, look, they love us here. They'll go to a silly ass polling group like Patriot Polling and be like, here, give us a poll. Give us some numbers about how many Greenlanders actually want America to annex Greenland. Like they're not even, they don't even try hard enough. At least America, under Democratic leadership, the Democratic Party tries to, use NGOs and numerous other parts of the State Department's expansive apparatus to try to craft an elaborate ruse, try to craft an elaborate reason as to why America must intervene in whatever nation we have interests in. Republicans don't do that. They're just like, yeah, nah, fuck it. What are you going to do about it? Look at our dick.
Well, it's like a whole thing where like specifically the repetition of information makes people think it's true. So it doesn't matter if it's like true or not. If people see it enough times, it like registers in the back of your brain like, oh, maybe I don't know this, but maybe it is actually a little true that people like Greenland wants us. I saw it like 5 times.
Yeah, no, that's how it works. Yeah. Oh, by the way, this was really funny for all the people that say like, oh, Donald Trump would never actually accelerate American foreign policy in the same way that Joe Biden did. Hey, here's your Donald Trump is going to dismantle NATO chatters. Donald Trump to urge Zelensky to lower Ukraine's conscription age to 18.
Shout out, send the kids to war. The kids crave war. It's a W in the chat for war.
And this is, once again, probably the most reputable paper on American foreign policy. Financial Times has so consistently been one of the best American-based outlets or Western-based outlets on what is going on in Israel as well. Yeah, Mr. I'm gonna end the Ukraine stuff in a day. Hold on. Where is do we have can you send me the 12 feet IO can someone send me a link to pass the paywall on this article? Because I want to look at more of this article. Do you like the Atlantic? No. Isn't it 12FT or whatever? .io. Just get the extension. Okay, I'm not gonna do that right now, man. Thank you for sending me the archive link, chatter. Thank you. Hex in a box. Wait, what? This is a totally different article you sent me. Trump risks turning the U.S. into a rogue state. Unless this is the article, but it has a different title. No, it was the wrong article. Okay, this is the right article. All right. Trump to urge Zelensky to lower Ukraine's conscription age to 18. Incoming U.S. president plans to speak with Russia's Vladimir Putin within weeks, says new national security advisor. U.S. President-elect Donald Trump intends to push Ukraine to lower its age of conscription in an effort to stabilize the country's front lines ahead of direct negotiations with Russia. Speaking to U.S. network ABC News on Sunday, Mike Waltz, Trump's national security pick, gave the clearest picture yet of the new administration's plan to end the war. Waltz said that its first steps would be to open dialogue with Russia's President Vladimir Putin, to whom the U.S. has not spoken directly since the war began, and to ask Kyiv to mobilize more men in order to stabilize Ukraine's front lines ahead of the negotiations. If Ukrainians have asked the whole world to be all in for democracy, we need them to be all in for democracy, said. That's amazing.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You got a big old thumb ball on Philly D today? Oh, hell yeah. We'll watch that in a second. Yeah, more blood for the blood god. Where is it? Oh, here it is. And they certainly have fought bravely, and they certainly have taken a very noble and tough stand, but we need to see those manpower shortages addressed. He added, this isn't just about munitions, ammunition, or writing more checks. It's about seeing the front line stabilized so that we can enter into some type of deal. Walt said preparations were underway for a Trump-Putin call, adding he expected it to take place over the coming weeks or days. Russian state television said on Sunday Putin would have important international contacts this week, without specifying with whom. It is unclear how the Waltz comments will sit with the Zelensky government as they put the onus on Ukraine to sacrifice more, and with no promises of additional aid. Ukraine's conscription age was lowered from 27 to 25 in April, but the average age of a Ukrainian soldier is 43. Lowering the age is politically unpopular, and Ukraine said it wants to protect its future generations. In recent months, Ukraine's age for enlistment has been a source of tension between Washington and Kyiv. The ongoing administration of Joe Biden has publicly called on Kyiv to lower it further, while Ukraine has said it lacks enough weapons to arm the men they have already mobilized. U.S. State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller said in early December that the U.S. would be prepared to train and arm more Ukrainian soldiers if Kyiv lowered the conscription age. In response to Miller's comments, Zelensky wrote on X that the Ukraine must not compensate the lack of equipment and training with the youth of soldiers. In late December, when speaking to reporters in Brussels, Zelensky pointed again to the need for the West to send more weapons. Please tell me, if a person is standing in front of you without a weapon, what difference does it make if that person is 20 years old or 30? There is no difference, said Zelensky. For the record, there is truth to the fact that Ukraine simply lacks manpower. That's true. Okay? That's it. That's true. Please tell me if a person is standing in front of you. In September, Zelensky told CNN that Ukraine had 10 mobilized brigades, roughly 30,000 men, that they were unable to equip and use for battle because of weapon shortages. Despite the U.S. allocating tens of billions of dollars worth of weapons to Ukraine in April, the country has constantly complained that the arms are arriving in dribs and drabs. In August, Ukraine's finance ministry had to use money allocated for soldier salaries to buy more weapons. Yeah.
This is only tangentially related, but something that I think people super underrate about like why Trump relates with people so hard is 'cause people don't understand how much Americans don't want to give money to other places.
Yeah.
And he'll regularly speak in the language of like this whole like, oh, like lower the age to 18 is like, we have to stop giving them money. And that's the thing, like even with Trump's position on Israel, people think that he's going to stop giving them money. And like, that's what matters. Not like, cause like what Republicans don't care about Palestine, but they do care about like the idea of us not giving people money.
Yeah, Republican voters, depending on what kind of Republican voters they are, either have an endless loyalty and commitment to the nation state of Israel, far beyond what any American Jew you might suspect is loyal to the state of Israel, because you have the evangelical Christians in the base of support for the party that are the most rabid supporters of Israel.
Like the most money, right? Like essentially like the biggest donors.
Yeah. But outside of that, yeah, the average Republicans, like no Republican living in freaking Louisiana that's not like constantly going to an evangelical mega church is going, that's right, I really do hope that Donald Trump gives more money. I really hope that Donald Trump gives more money to Israel. Like that's not a real point of concern. Americans love to fancy themselves as peaceful doves, that they want to feel like America's violence and America's military actions around the world are just like an unfortunate but necessary military intervention. They don't want to think of it like this brutal affair of empire that consistently seeks out new targets in an effort to secure the extraction of natural resources and labor power that's consistently undermined. Like they don't want to think about it. They don't want to think about the process of how they get their, $5 jalapeno poppers. They want to.
I mean, you gotta give people. The people don't crave democracy. You gotta force democracy on them, and then they'll know they like it. And that's like general Middle East policy.
Yeah. Half of a 3,000 man regiment escaped the Ukrainian military before getting on the front line. Worse news: that 500,000 Ukrainian men are hiding from the draft. I mean, it totally makes sense. Over 500,000 Ukrainians are on the wanted list for draft dodging, according to a Ukrainian army spokeswoman, Natalia Kindrativ. Well, yeah, I mean,
I'd dodge a draft. Shout out to that.
Yeah, I get it. Guys, I think this war is wrong. Sent April 30th, 1945. A growing number of Israeli soldiers are speaking out against Israel-Hamas war. They said they did or saw things that crossed ethical lines. Some 200 soldiers have signed a letter saying they'll stop fighting if the government doesn't secure a ceasefire. Interesting that it's happening right now.
I'm at an event in Tel Aviv that is being put on by soldiers who say that they...
Dude, it's crazy that American media is so fast when it comes to covering stuff like this.
Yeah.
And yet it takes them sometimes a year to unearth these truths that nobody could have foreseen, like the lavender targeting system that Local Call and Plus 972 magazine reported on literally a year ago. That was first reported in Western media in New York Times as an afterthought literally 2 weeks ago. Okay? And they still didn't cover the full scope of the program. I don't even think they mentioned Where's Daddy, which is the extra evil side of the already evil AI targeting system. Always remember when you got, I mean, it's interesting. Why is the Associated Press reporter at this like random gathering talking about how the IDF must remain a sympathetic force, actually?
They are refusing to continue to fight in Gaza. The soldiers said that they do not agree with the way that this war is being fought. Some of them have been inside of Gaza, say that they don't agree with what they had to do or what they saw.
Soldiers in the field have a lot of freedom of act. They can do pretty much whatever they want and they won't be accountable.
As a therapist, I see the suffering of both sides, and especially the suffering of Israelis, soldiers.
That's a crazy sentence, but
dude, yeah.
That's a wild sentence. I'm not,
Dude, you don't understand. The genocide that these guys were conducting was so traumatic for them.
Dude, who was it? The New York Times that posted that article that was like, I had to go through. I was in my tank, and it was
CNN.
so much.
I think it was CNN.
And
Yeah,
it was like it was so much blood, and I thought to myself, this is bad.
The bulldozer guy that killed himself, and his bestie that talked about how he couldn't eat meat any longer because like it reminded him of the child skulls that he had crushed with his bulldozer. Yeah, it's great. We're at the shoot and cry stage of the genocide denial, and the genocide hasn't ended yet.
Why would they include that? I find it like, hold on, let me give me a second before I start saying something. I feel like being like, hey guys, I can't even eat meat no more, dude. I can't even enjoy a sandwich like that. It's a crazy thing to say.
He got out of Gaza, but Gaza did not get out of him. Israeli soldiers returning from war struggled with trauma and suicide. Yeah.
But it's like from killing people.
Yeah, no, from killing them in the most barbaric ways possible, killing civilians in the most barbaric fashion. You know, oh man. I have a suggestion for all of these people that could save themselves from the trouble of getting crippling PTSD. It's called Don't Fucking Do a Genocide, okay? It's super easy. It's called Don't Do It. Don't murder children. Don't blow up entire city blocks. And then post it on TikTok, which is ironically now the modus operandi of the IDF as well. Only a year, almost a year and a half after they started conducting their genocidal affairs, did the Israeli government turn around and say, hey, you guys probably should stop posting this stuff on Instagram. It's making us look really bad. They're making the shittiest techno you've ever heard of as we speak right now. Oh God, I know.
Making the shittiest techno?
It's a meme. Israelis love the worst, like electro psy, whatever mushroom music. I don't even psytrance.
Okay.
Oh my God, just oof.
That's that 3-day weekend finance music, Burning Man shit.
Yeah. Oh. Channel 12 reporting Bree families gathered tonight to protest against the deal that includes a ceasefire. During the event, they received the news of the fall of the 5 Nahal fighters and stood for a minute of silence in their memory.
5?
Oh my Lord, dude. Dude, these settlers are so fucking psychotic, dude. Jesus Christ. This has got to be a settler group.
That's wild.
It's just like, and it never actually tracks in their minds as to why more people are dying. You know what I mean? More of their soldiers or their brave soldiers are dying, waiting to have their semen extracted by the goon platoon. I wonder why. It's because Netanyahu is not doing a ceasefire. Yeah, the woman on the far left is why I said it's got to be a settler group. She's one of the most rabid ones. A particularly psychotic individual. Been watching since before I got my IDF draft letter. Luckily, I could get out of the draft because my mandatory service would have been during this phase of the genocide. Thanks for your coverage. Hey, man, thanks for saving your ass and also not participating in this, you know?
Shout out to that.
There's a lot of HasanAbi heads in Israel that have dodged the draft, and some of them even went to prison for it. I've interviewed some of them.
Dude, in like the October, November months of like 2023, when people were talking about like draft dodging, like, well, they'll go to jail. And it's like, dude, I feel like jail on your conscience, not that bad.
Yeah.
Like comparatively to like genocide. I don't know why that was like brought up ever. Shout out to you.
No, I think it still requires, it's not a simple feat. It still requires bravery. You really want congrats for not participating in genocide, bro? Man, shut up. You don't understand the social conditioning that takes place when you grow up in a fascist apartheid state. You just don't understand it. Look, I'm Turkish. I grew up in Turkey. I in that regard, I have a lot of praise for the people that see all of that and withstand all that social conditioning, withstand all that dehumanization of the Palestinians, and still can recognize right from wrong. You don't understand it until, we talk about something that America's interested in. Many chatters that will turn around and be anti-Israel and even shit on Israeli citizens who refuse to participate in this genocide will literally never bat an eye at like Hiroshima and Nagasaki, or never bat an eye at I don't know, any number of different things that America has engaged in all around the world,
Yeah, it's one of those things where like people don't quite understand the amount of propaganda they're under. And like in high school, most definitely, like when you hit like World War II, it's like this was the thing that would have stopped more deaths. And it's like, no, like that's a part of it. Like that's the layer that you're not seeing. And it's like the amount of propaganda that Israeli citizens are living under. It is impressive when people dip. Shout out to you.
Chatters be like, oh, dude, you recognize that your apartheid state was conducting a genocide and refused to take action, or took action in the appropriate direction. That's really brave of you. Also, we should bomb Beijing tomorrow. It's like, yeah, you're under that same spell of social conditioning. It's just directed towards whatever the American media machine has told you to hate. Okay. First door on the left. Yeah, it's like shitting on Muhammad Ali for not participating in the Vietnam War. Exactly. Boo-hoo, Muhammad Ali. Imagine bravely putting yourself out there as a person who refused to partake in American imperialism. Guess what, dude? That's the bare minimum, dude. For context, the picture is of the Minority Freedom Forum of the far-right bereaved and hostage families who support Netanyahu. On the left is Orit Struk, MK settler leader, Minister of Settlements, and certified fucking psycho. Conscientious objector is the name, not conscious objector. Being a draft dodger in Israel is like being a Republican in America. We're all ostracized from society and are under attack for our moral bravery. Republicans are under attack. It's like being a Christian. I would say it's like being a Christian in America. A white Christian man attacked for existing, for doing the right thing. This is a joke, chatters. He is joking, okay? He's being sarcastic. The most oppressed class. Bro thought jokes could fly. Christian looked incredibly confused when you mentioned Goon Platoon. Wait, Christian! Wait, he's pissing. I'll wait for him to get here. It's not just jail. You lose your family, friends, job opportunities. To clarify, I would have chosen jail over participating in the genocide, but I had enough disabilities and enough time living in the U.S. to get out of it legally. Yeah. No, I know. You, dude, even if you're not eligible for the military, or even if you do serve in the IDF and go through your mandatory conscription and then realize it was incredibly fucked up and join like, I don't know, Breaking the Silence or whatever.
Yo, shout out to Breaking the Silence.
You're still endlessly ostracized by the rest of Israeli society, especially considering, and we look at the data readily available on this stuff, that like 75% of your peers at any given moment are like permanently supercharged on their genocidal ambition, and you're the one guy in every group that they look at and go, oh, this guy's a leftist freak. Israeli society is so reactionary that like socialist or leftist is utilized as a smear, okay? Even in America, the leading nation for the Red Scare, at least like when you say you're a leftist, people don't automatically assume it's a pejorative. Socialist, they do, but...
Yeah. Something interesting is like back in 2022, I was at like the JCC, which is like the Jewish Community Center in Manhattan. They were showing, they have this film festival called The Other Israel, and it's towards like a lot of like alt communities, sort of like protest communities. And they showed this film called Protest, which was about like different people in the States who had protested like about Palestine, and they got like their newspapers taken down or like gotten like fired from their jobs and stuff. And like the conversation that was had afterwards by like the Jewish folks who were there, who were like, okay, like in one of the shots, there's a protest sign that says Zionism is racism, right? And like people there were like, okay, I support this film, I support this message. I could not show this to a family member without them like going off on me. It's like, how do I take this message to the people back in Israel? How do I take this message back to people? And it's like the amount of like pressure is like wildly overwhelming. The tone is different.
Yeah, you looked, chatters were saying you were confused when I said Goon Platoon. Are you familiar with the IDF semen extraction squads?
No, I'm not.
Oh.
What the fuck is the Goon Platoon?
Oh.
No idea.
She thinks it's just another rocket attack, but
I just want to give you some clarification on what this is. This was not a meme. This is released by the Israeli government's own YouTube channel.
Okay.
Gripping fear prickles through Shiley's entire body, and it's outside their bedroom window. Her husband, Yahav, fights the danger as Shiley runs, leaving everything behind to protect their baby, Shaya. She hides from the terrorists hunting her for 27 hours, terrified, praying that the love of her life will survive. She clings to hope that she won't need to raise their newborn alone. 4 days later, her heart shatters. She hugs Shaya tightly and knows
where I think it's going?
She must fulfill Yahav's dream to create
What? She must fulfill Yahweh's dream to create more life.
Play it.
More life. So, Shiley puts out a call for the unthinkable to retrieve his seed and be able.
Shiley Atari, I have 2 hours to get my husband's sperm sample after he sacrificed his life. Who can help? What? Why are you? It looks like you're confused. This is a pretty normal thing and not weirdly eugenicist at all, I think.
Finish it.
Able to continue growing their family. She's in her own war against time, and the crowd leaps into action to
until the sperm is no longer viable.
Complete her desperate mission. But it's too late. Shiley did everything she could to save her family. We still have time to save ours.
So when someone first approached me with this, I was like, "You're being anti-Semitic, right? Like you're just making this up. Like there's no way that IDF soldiers have like a dead man switch where they just send in an extraction team and milk a dead IDF soldier." And it turns out, no, there is one actually. Here's the BBC reporting on it. The Israelis who want grandchildren from their dead son's sperm. Increasing numbers of bereaved parents in Israel are asking for sperm from the bodies of their sons, many of them soldiers, to be extracted and frozen. Some rules on the procedure have been relaxed in the wake of the October 7 attacks, but families are angry and frustrated about the lengthy legal processes they face.
Dude, what? What? Okay, all right, look. Sorry, give me a second. This is you want to ethnostate that bad?
You don't understand. The process involves making an incision in the testicle and removing a small piece of the tissue from which live sperm cells can be isolated in a lab and frozen. So they go in. When an Israeli occupying force soldier bravely perishes because they wanted to smoke a cigarette in broad daylight in the Gaza Strip, which creates a unique opportunity for someone with a bathtub sniper rifle that they created to snipe them, okay? Then the rest of the squad get together and they're like, call in the goon platoon, and the goon platoon comes in and they cut a piece of his testicle and extract the semen that way. Success rates for retrieving the cells are highest if it's done within 24 hours of death, though they can live up to 72 hours. In October, the Israeli Health Ministry waived the requirement for parents to obtain a court order to request the procedure. The IDF says it's become more proactive in offering it to bereaved parents in recent years. But while it has become easier to have sperm frozen, widows or parents who want to use it in the conception of a child have to demonstrate in court that the dead man wanted to have children. The process can take years, particularly for bereaved parents.
There shouldn't be a legal process for this.
I think they should just make the soldiers nut if they really want, like, that's the thing I don't understand. Like, before deployment, just deploy your semen into a cup. I feel like that would be a significantly easier, not to give techniques to the apartheid state on how to do more settler colonialism, but there's gotta be a better process here. And I truly don't understand why they're just like doing post-mortem semen extraction.
This is nuts.
Just tactically ascertain a cum jar and nut into it in a kinetic situation before deploying into your genocide battle. I don't get it.
That makes so much more sense. Like, even if what?
They're worried that the guys are going to get post-nut clarity and not want to go kill children. They're like, you can't nut before you go into war because then you're not tactical enough.
Goon platoon, dude, what?
IDF will offer soldiers the option of harvesting their sperm in case of death. This was decided by the Knesset Health Committee on Monday in preparation for the law of using. Once again, I am asking, why are they just not nutting into cups before they go into battle? I don't understand. The IDF's like, oh, the best possible way to do this is if you die, and then we just, we'll check your records to see if you said yes to having your balls cut off from your dead body.
Okay, problematic thing I'm about to say. Problematic thing I'm about to say. This is the most Dune-esque shit I've ever heard in my life.
That's not problematic. What do you mean? It literally is. This is like,
what?
This is only an affair. This is an affair that only becomes a problem worthy of like people writing about it in a country that is unhealthily obsessed with the notion of maintaining your bloodline and lineage to ensure that you can outpopulate the Palestinians that you are actively killing. I don't, Yeah, I thought they used a cattle prod on the prostate postmortem to harvest, but I don't know if they do that.
Why are all... See, I keep expecting all of these articles to be like either not even satirical, but maybe even like being like, hey, this is like we just found this out. These are just articles about it. Like,
no, they're
this is just like, hey,
actively...
hey, dude, just in case you die, like, we got your nut, bro. Like, we're not gonna let that go to waste. What?
It's because our health minister from Shas and those guys don't learn fucking addition or science, let alone medicine. Oh, that's sick. Wait, is that's one of the dudes that's just like women shouldn't learn how to read? Is that what you're talking about? I don't know. I don't know enough about the Shah's party. Oh, he's Haredi. Okay. And then people get mad at me when I say stuff like, yeah, there are active parties in Israel that are like, no, women shouldn't learn how to read and men shouldn't either unless they're reading the Torah. Duh. Like that is a lot of political polarization in Israel.
No, that makes
on issues that matter. Of course, on genocide, everyone's like, no, it's great. With the exception of like the Arab parties, I guess.
What is this article?
It's because that way the state doesn't have to ask the soldiers to submit their sperm. It just still doesn't make sense.
No, it's the hardest way to do something and like the craziest way to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that they played wait, oh, this is an actual YouTube ad they played right after October 7th. I kept getting it back on my phone. There was a second one which even showed graphic content as a YouTube ad. Yeah. Anyway, it's just one of the many different insane things. Shah's is a Haredi party that doesn't allow women to run, though ironically, Haredi women are way more educated because only the men stay at home to study the Torah 24/7. They need to put they need to do less DEI in the Shah's party. All the women that are learning to read and write, this is unacceptable. It's presenting a problem. You are erasing the 10 Hadash voters who are all in this chat. I mean, aren't they also considered an Arab party by definition because they're a socialist anti-occupation party? They consider them to also be an Arab party as well. That's why I said Arab parties in the Knesset. Yeah. Anyway, let's go back to the Israeli soldiers that no longer want to do genocide.
Soldiers and civilians that experiencing trauma after trauma after trauma with no end near.
Some people say that there were too many strikes on too many innocent civilians. Now, some people say that this is just a drop in the bucket and that this movement is fairly insignificant. The soldiers say that they're hoping this movement is going to put pressure on the government to have a ceasefire. I'm at an event in
I just think that the timing of this and the coverage of the timing of this is like awfully convenient. You know what I mean? Not to be super cynical here. I'm sure that there are plenty of people who are horrified by all of the violence that they saw. They were victims of social conditioning and played a role in the continuation of this genocide. But I do feel weird about like it. the timing of the Associated Press Tel Aviv bureau chief going in and covering this immediately to be like, no, you don't understand. The IDF is not like this. They're really sad about the
It's because these organizations have existed for years. They've existed like maybe not this specific one, but there's been like at least like IDF veteran organizations that are like, this is bad, genocide bad, like apartheid bad for decades. It's not like a new phenomenon to cover it now.
Yeah.
Around the same time as the reported breakthrough in ceasefire talks in Qatar, an Israeli airstrike hit a school in Gaza City, sheltering displaced Palestinians. Survivors said as many as 8 people, 6 of them children from the same family, were killed. Each day of progress on a ceasefire remains another day of continued misery in Gaza.
We are fed up. We want a truce. Enough tricking us and telling us every day, tomorrow or the day after. It's been a year and a half that we've been getting by. It's been a year and a half that we've been fighting for our lives. How long must we continue like this?
Today's messaging, though, from both sides did seem different, still qualified, but less so than what's come before.
Progress was made. We see some progress in the negotiations. Israel wants a hostage deal. Israel is working with our American friends.
I will never forget that there were mass protests that took place in Israel. Okay, people just like stood on the streets, hostage families, when it came a little bit after like the initial July 2nd ceasefire agreement. And then I believe there was, what was it? I think like Israel ended up killing some hostages or something in an operation. And people protested in the streets saying like, you are the reason. You like Benjamin Netanyahu and this administration is responsible for our family members and our friends not coming home. And I remember American journalists sitting in front of those protests, watching these guys get water sprayed, okay? Watching these guys get hit with a water cannon and being bludgeoned and going, these guys are serving the interests of Hamas by participating in this protest.
Jesus
and I was
Christ.
like, bro, you're not like, the thing that I don't understand is like, you're not like a Likudnik. You're not a Bibist. You're not a Benjamin Netanyahu fan. You're not Israeli. Like, why are you saying this? You're an American newscaster and you're sitting in front of like this mass mobilization of Israeli voters protesting against their own government, openly recognizing who's at fault. And these dudes, and as an American, you're just there being like, and you know what? These guys are unironically serving the interests of Hamas by trying to put an end to this just war. It's crazy.
Oh, dude, every time that I forget that Israel calls itself the most moral army in the world, I fucking lose it.
I never forget that because I always think that. I'm always thinking it's the most moral army. Only democracy in the Middle East.
I remember, I can't, this was like pre-October 7th that I was getting comments from people being like, you don't understand, Christian, like the IDF kills 99% terrorists. And I was like, wow, that was most, like, I
was like,
and this
damn.
is coming from like Americans. And
That's
so I'm like,
man, they're so good.
Yeah.
It's just it's so strange that, you know, everyone else is always lying. They're always like Israel always is the party that is trying to get out of this in the most moral ways possible. It's crazy. It's crazy. Shocking, really. It's like they use Palestinian Health Ministry numbers and then they just turn around and say, oh, everyone that was killed, baby or not, is a terrorist.
In order to achieve a hostage deal, and soon we will know whether the other side wants the same thing.
On that question, Arabic language news sites are reporting that Hamas has no issues with the text as presented. Israeli government sources quoted as saying no official Hamas response has yet been delivered.
If you missed it, the dude on screen is Gideon Zahar, who was in the opposition a few months ago and joined the government to get the foreign minister position after Katz got the defense ministry. Remember, Golan is unemployed now. A few days ago, right-leaning Knesset minister from Yesh Atid. Broke off from Lapid to start his own party, more sympathetic to Likud. Lovely opposition. No, the Israeli opposition is such a joke. It's so funny. I will never forget. What's the centrist guy with the good hair coming out and saying that the International Criminal Court was corrupt and anti-Semitic? Oh yeah, Yair Lapid. It was Yair Lapid, right? No, it wasn't. It is Lapid. You're right. Yair Lapid initially coming out and being like, one, we have to pummel Lebanon further, and two, the International Criminal Court is an anti-Semitic institution.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's the opposition. That's the opposition in Israel to Benjamin Netanyahu.
It would be the first such agreement since the week-long truce in November 20.
I will never forget this guy, followed by what's his name? No, I said I will never forget what he said.
2023. As reported, the deal follows the broad contours of what's been on the table for months. A first phase in which female, sick and elderly hostages are exchanged for Palestinian prisoners. A second phase in which the rest of the hostages and hundreds more prisoners are released, along with a major withdrawal of Israeli troops from the Strip. This new momentum coming in the days before the inauguration of Donald Trump.
If those hostages aren't back, I don't.
This is my favorite new guy, by the way. Okay, what do you think? What do you think his background is? So this is the Middle East envoy.
This is a Middle East envoy appointed by Trump.
Yeah, like he's the one who he's like Trump in the room. Basically, he is supposed to be representing Trump's interests.
Dude, I'm saying he owned a Mattress King.
No, real estate developer.
Real estate developer. Okay, that makes sense.
Real estate developer who golfs at Mar-a-Lago. Donald Trump literally was like, what are you? You Jewish, right? You understand business. Go deal with your people. He literally, which is, of course, once again, going back to the same thing that I mentioned before with like the aesthetics, right? Like Trump doesn't give a shit about anything. He's just like, yeah, whatever, go deal with them. Okay. They're going to stop when I tell them to anyway. I already talked to Netanyahu. But with Biden, who's Biden's envoy? Amos Hochstein. And what's the other guy's name? Brett McGurk or whatever. Like Amos is literally an IDF guy. Like he served in the IDF. Like how can you sit there and be like, no, this guy is definitely going to manage this conflict with the with the importance that it deserves. He's going to be very peaceful about it. When there's reporting coming out of the administration where apparently they were openly saying like, no, go bomb Lebanon. It's great. We're giving you the go ahead. It's crazy.
I don't want to hurt your negotiation. If they're not back by the time I get into office, all hell will break out in the Middle East.
The man on the right, Steve Witkoff, will be Trump's Middle East envoy. He's already been central to these talks, a rare instance of cooperation between the outgoing and incoming US administrations. For Israel's prime minister, there are risks to his coalition government. His far-right finance minister Bezalel Smotrich today calling the emerging deal catastrophic. But he himself was assailed by hostage families during a committee meeting on compensation for victims of Hamas's October the 7th attacks.
I got old Coca-Cola that I haven't drank since the BDS.
Where is your shame? You murdered our girl, and you sit here and calculate prices? Where is your shame?
Today, Israel's military confirmed 5 soldiers had been killed in combat in Gaza's north. For months, the army has been briefing about the diminishing returns of continuing the war.
Surprisingly good.
A war which Gaza's civil defense agency says killed more than 50 Palestinians today. If there is to be a ceasefire within days, each one of those days will contain more scenes like this.
Okay, so now we get to another thing that I've been meaning to watch. Oh yeah, Qassam Brigades also reported that they killed over 10 Israeli occupying force troops in North Gaza within 72 hours. So there's that as well. 212 to 226 and 542 to 557 FTOS. That's insane. That's an absolute insane piece of coverage. Unexpected, I'll admit. It's kind of wild to see mainstream press openly covering truths about what's going on in Gaza, even if it's, you know, very late. Here's some critique coming from others, understandably. Isn't there something sickening about these prestige media journals who report on the most obvious and accessible facts in the world a year and a half too late and then sit there all serious like they're Woodward and fucking Bernstein? Yeah. And also, they didn't release this until, you know, there was 7 days out. Until Biden was out of office. Like, think about that. And also, this comes in the heels of 60 Minutes doing a piece that I didn't even cover on this broadcast, which was too disgusting to even look at, where they openly celebrated the pager attacks that Israel conducted in Lebanon that killed children, by the way. An act of terror that former CIA heads openly recognized as an act of terror, by the way. It was a violation of numerous international laws. They called it genius.
I think that, like, yeah, I remember people being like, "Oh, it's the most restrained, act, precision." It's like, no, this is a terrorist act, guys. Like, by definition.
Yeah. Anyway, too little, too late. And it's, you know, the important takeaway here is, I mean, the questions one must ask is like, why are they doing this now? Okay. And here's a victim, by the way. I'm going to trigger warning. This is horrifying, but this is a victim of the pager bombing attack. I was playing on my phone at home. I heard the pager ring. I didn't know the sound. I grabbed it and barely had time to press OK before it exploded. Numerous people. I'm not sure it's a terrorist act as a global war act. No, it is.
No, it's explicitly an act of terrorism by like all, because it's like the methods by which you have to make. What is it about?
You can't use common household goods, or like goods used for communication, and booby trap them, and you know, infiltrate the supply chain.
Like, I think the only explicit defense, now this is all coming back to my memory, the only explicit defense that it's not technically an act of terrorism or a violation of the like Geneva Convention is that Israel didn't ratify that section.
Yeah.
Like didn't sign on for that part.
It's 100% an act of terrorism. You can't booby trap common like household goods. You can't disrupt supply chains, and put explosive material inside of things that you have no control over who will end up handling. And it's a terror attack because it ended up, I mean, they killed a bunch of paramedics, medical staff, Lebanese parliamentary officials. Like, it's not like they were only assassinating leadership within within Hezbollah, which already in and of itself is a tricky paradigm to begin with. You exploded pagers not knowing where they were.
It also
killed a 9-year-old girl.
It also falls in the category where it's like the places these people have to be also have to be explicitly military. Like, you can't bomb non-military places indiscriminately in that way. There's like so many. It violates it in multiple degrees. I can't remember his name, but there's a like a military lawyer who was like in the State Department for a long time who wrote an entire thing about this and like published his stance on whether or not it violated it.
Yeah, it's a clear definitional act of terror. Christian, I still want to talk to you about TikTok, but I have an interview that I have to do with NBC.
Good.
Is it okay at 5:30? So I'll just do that. I'll conduct the NBC interview here, and then after that, we'll talk about TikTok. Is that all right by you?
Yeah, that's sure.
You don't have to leave yet. I'm just and it's up to you if you want to stay.
No,
I'm
chilling. I'm chilling. Oh, okay, cool.
Okay. And we can We can start talking about TikTok as well. I'm not kicking him out. All right, chat, calm down.
He's actually sending me straight to Crenshaw.
Yeah.
The Jack in the Box I love.
All right, we can watch this
Let me be clear.
Philip DeFranco coverage first. And then afterwards, let's see what Philip DeFranco said. I think he gave me a shout out here somewhere when he was talking about the wildfires, maybe. Where is it? Am I crazy? But also I'm going to be talking to NBC now about the incarcerated firefighters. But also we're going to be talking about TikTok because apparently there is really concerning news about TikTok.
Oh, really? In this moment?
Yeah. Are you looking it up? It's on the screen. It's on my second screen. Bloomberg Technologies. Chinese officials are evaluating a potential option that involves Elon Musk acquiring TikTok's U.S. operations if the company fails to fend off a controversial ban on the app.
Yo, of all the fucking... All right. Wow. All right. Okay. This is the worst option. This is the worst. I'd rather it get banned.
Evil keeps winning, man. Evil keeps winning. All right, let's see this.
Exploitative and saying that they're not making enough money considering the risk they're taking. But this is reportedly for people behind bars. This is actually a very coveted job. Where reportedly most inmate fire crew members also receive time credits, often getting 2 days off their sentence for every day they serve on a crew. With one formerly incarcerated firefighter even telling the LA Times, every single firefighter that is out there right now, I'm sure they're proud to be there. But also every single one of those people has signed away their rights for any sort of compensation if they die on the fire ground. And then actually with all this, over the weekend we got an even closer look into what this all looks like on the ground. With us seeing, among other things, political commentator Hasan Piker actually going out and interviewing some of the incarcerated firefighters on a stream. And one of the things you definitely see is them sort of echoing a sense of pride.
The return that we get is our second chance at life. You know, this is a pilot program. You know, a lot of us made decisions before our brain was able to develop, before the age of 25, you know, so I mean, this is our second chance, and this is our second chance to prove it.
But these second chances, they're not always easy, with reports noting that once these inmates are released, many have trouble getting firefighting jobs even though they have all this experience. Which is why we saw Hasan writing and many agreeing that many deserve this chance, that they do not deserve to be cast aside and dehumanized. And among those who agree with this idea, you had Kim Kardashian, who advocated for them over the weekend, calling them heroes and urging Gavin Newsom to raise their wages. With some people even starting fundraisers to support incarcerated firefighters. But for now, that is where we are.
How did guys do that fast?
Typical guest experience.
Nut Soldiers is wild.
Just a chill guy showing you the fantastic and totally normal practice of home extraction, semen extraction.
Oh my God. On the firefighters thing, I think it's really interesting the way that people talk about that, because I didn't get to see all of what you interviewed and talked to those folks about, but it's one of those things where like my dad spent a bunch of time in prison, like 17 years, and sort of like the opportunity that you get is valuable from a position of just like feeling like you can do things in prisons, but is explicitly like exploitative slavery. Like just like, even if it's like a beneficial program, it's like they still, if you're putting your life in danger, or just for any regular ass labor, like
I think the reality is like, the reality of the matter is, one thing that I got from talking to every single person there was that the conditions, because they go to fire camp, they're no longer in like a level 1 or level 2 state penitentiary, where they go to a different, they go to a conservation camp, and the conservation camp conditions are infinitely better than prison. So that alone is, you know, and the fact that they get to shave time off their sentence is the coercive element. It's a good thing ultimately. It's not a bad thing. It's a good program. But like, that motivation can only happen if prison is awful.
Yeah, like it's inherently exploitative to where it's like, hey, like you'll be putting your life in danger, the most dangerous situation we can potentially think of. And that to you is like, that's the good thing. That's the benefit. That's the time out. It's fulfilling, but it's inherently prison is life that's soul sucking and destroying.
Yeah. So there is I mean, it's still done under incredibly coercive conditions, because you're like freedom is the only thing. If freedom is the only thing you demand, is the only thing you can think of, and this gives you an easier pathway towards that freedom, then yeah, it's still absolutely has the same coercive element of slavery.
Yeah.
So I definitely am no longer as I think it's a good program overall, but especially not even because of the sentence reduction that comes along with it, which, sentences are far too long to begin with.
Yeah.
But I'm certainly more in favor of the program than I was initially, after talking to the people there and after talking to Scott Budnick, who runs the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, who really pushed to get this pilot program launched, where these guys with the red hats from Garlesburg camp, they actually are not only youth offenders, but they're violent offenders. Normally, if you have a violent offense, you can't join this program at all. But because these guys were violent youth offenders, but under the age of 25, when they committed these crimes, when their prefrontal cortex is not fully developed, the state has allowed them this opportunity to engage in sentence reduction and participate in this program. And they're all dope. I mean, they're super cool guys. But what is this? Incarcerated firefighter camp inundated with video games following Hasan Piker interview, but others still need help. Oh my God. Oh my God. We sent them too many video games. Oh no. We've been inundated with calls on that. We got all we need here. The representative told Aftermath. Donations are always welcome, but be careful as to what type of things are donated to camp. I mean, ping pong paddles and pool sticks and stuff like that are fine, but when you get into video games and stuff, and then you get inundated, we don't have the capability or the need for all that stuff. Washington Ridge is one camp. There are 36 total under California Department of Corrections. That's crazy.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's a...
Yeah, this is my gaming team, my gaming editing team.
Nice. Collector's edition Among Us. Shout out.
Oh no, that's crazy.
Yeah, I do find it really interesting. It's like one of those things where it's like it's fundamentally an unbelievably busted system, and so it's kind of like it's a band-aid in that system where it's like the program itself or the conditions beneficial in a lot of ways, especially for the people, especially for like morale and a lot of things. But like fundamentally, this only exists when things are as fucked as they are.
Yeah. Alders, when he has an Xbox version unspecified and a rep added, we only have so many TVs, so the camp is pretty set on games for now. But he continued, it's one break away from not having one. He noted, for example, 7,000 in gym equipment succumbed to the ravages of wear and tear after just a month, so there's no guarantee that game consoles remain functional indefinitely. All this in mind, if you got a spare Xbox, feel free to send it. Those incarcerated at Deadwood 23, like their counterparts at Washington Ridge 44, have access to PS4, and they're always looking for games, according to a representative of the facility. The only restriction is that the games have to be playable offline. Otherwise, games of any age rating is fine. Growlersburg is also good on games, while Norco and Cuesta use a different system than all the other camps, going through the CDCR instead of fielding donations directly. The big takeaway, if you'd like to send your spare games or anything else to incarcerated firefighters, call ahead. Each facility has different needs, and if you want to be sure your donations are reaching their intended recipients. There's also the option to donate money to incarcerated firefighters, either via organizations like the Anti-Recidivism Coalition or to specific individuals by way of JPay. Check out Trump's Twitter. Wait, what did he say?
Although before you lock into MSNBC, do you know about the Angola prison rodeo?
Yeah, of course.
Dude, I'm from like mad close to there, and I don't know if people know about that shit. Have you ever talked about it?
Yeah, I have. And also Gremlo, who is a friend of the show, he's another Twitch streamer. He actually did a documentary there as well.
Yeah. And like when I think about like kind of just like the layers of like coercive elements where it's like, yeah, like this is still like time off, commissary value, getting this. It's like yeah, these are people will want to participate in these programs.
Gremlo and Cinemarxism made a documentary about it.
Yeah, it gets to me.
He's posting boomer memes. That's what you wanted me to see?
For a second time. Brock, very nice to see you.
Congratulations. So how you doing?
I'm a lot better, Dan.
Hell, I bet. Knew you'd win.
Oh, really? Oh, come on. Anyone could beat her.
Kidding
She's
me?
just...
I was just as appalled. You know what happened? He just didn't want to leave.
I know.
This is what happened. I did what I could to help her. She was horrendous.
I know. You know what I realized?
I hate you.
Hillary still hates me. So much. I know. She'll never forget me. We should meet to discuss
I
that.
think so too. We can definitely set something up. Let me know whatever
Oh, we
works
got-
best for you.
I was gonna fly back to Florida tomorrow for the golf.
Okay.
Who's this for? I mean, I know who it's for. But... Jesus Christ.
It's for brave American patriots. What do you mean? All right, it's for real American patriots. All right, I'm gonna go into this meeting real quick, but I'll have you back to talk about TikTok in a second. It'll be a quick one. Okay, let's shut this mic off. Okay, audio on Rodecaster, speaker default, video on OBS camera. Okay. Joining. Okay. I'm in 30 Rock's personal meeting room. That's kind of cool. Push that chair out of the way. Yeah, I'm going to be on NBC now. NBC News Now.
Highway. This is some of the best real estate in.
You see the yellow tape that is blocking off this area. There's a neighborhood to the right, and all of these homes are sitting in that neighborhood. We have seen several ATF agents in that neighborhood walking, and they even were up in the hill at one point. They came down on ATVs and
Hello, Mr. Piker. This is David with Stay Tuned Now. NBC News Now. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Thanks so much for joining us. How about the show, the program, when I'm not speaking? Do you hear that at a good level?
we do know based on sources.
Yeah, it's loud.
Confirm that your signal is in sync, that audio matches your video. Can I get a count to 5, please?
Incidental to a cigarette butt
1,
being
2, 3, 4,
have not given us
5.
any indication, but you can see some of the video.
Yeah, it's spot on. Question, that device or camera that you're using, can you tilt it down at all, or can you sit up?
No. I can zoom in maybe.
Okay.
Is that good?
It's a little tight. Can you zoom back out just a hair?
What are people around there saying?
Hold on.
There's no one in the neighborhood, so we believe this neighborhood is still evacuated.
better?
So there's only law enforcement.
Yeah, zoom out just a hair more, and then I'll take it from there, please.
And all this is.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I can take it from there.
All right, perfect.
All right, thank you.
They believe that for insured homeowners, it could cost $30 billion. And other insurers and other companies are putting out more estimates saying that the damage in total could cost.
It looks like we might be losing Dana there, but again, she was talking about the estimates, and I think she said $30 billion. And of course, those are estimates that are preliminary right now, and they could continue to climb. Dana Griffin, thank you so much. And again, we've got connectivity issues out here. We're using a.
Hey, and sorry, could that mic, can you move it a little bit? Yeah, a little bit lower. There you go.
Are in Mal.
Okay.
Yep.
It just needs to still remain relatively close to my face.
We want to show you a different perspective. Take a look. check this out. On the left is a video that was taken by a couple in May of last year. On the right, journalists followed those exact footsteps to
I'm
show
actually
you
increasing
the
my
scale
audio as well,
of
just so you know,
destruction.
because it
I mean,
automatically decreases it.
words fail here. Let's bring in
So-
Ellison Barber. She is out in Altadena, California.
Oh, okay, copy. Thank you for the head.
The people are
Can you
trying
hear
to
it?
get
Yeah, I
back
just
home.
I just
We've seen the
readjusted my volume
frustration
settings on
at
my
the
end
roadblocks.
Yeah, I
because
hear
it
you,
automatically lowers it.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, you know, we spent the last couple days at one of those roadblocks. A lot of people frustrated they couldn't get in. Police at some points were.
Hey there, Hasan. This is Mitch with NBC. How are you?
I'm good.
Three
How are you?
cars every few minutes.
Thanks for making time for us. Can you just say your name for me, please?
Feeling like
Hasan
they didn't know
Piker?
what was going on.
Hasan Piker. Great. You'll be up next in the show. Gotti is our anchor. Gotti is our anchor.
What is
Okay.
left of their homes, or if they believed their homes were still standing, to get some basic necessities.
When we talk, you might hear a rap cue from me. That just gently means to finish up your point, but you don't need to rush.
At one of those
Okay, thank you.
checkpoints, and as this long line of cars and people on foot were waiting, asking police, when can we go in? A car drove by on loudspeaker saying there will be no escorts today. And today at a press conference, we heard from the LAPD,
Why is Chad
and they said they have
nervous?
temporarily halted
There's no need to be
all of those
nervous.
police escorts into the hard-hit
I
areas, the
did this
mandatory
yesterday
evacuation
already.
zones, saying that it was simply not safe to continue doing those. I think we have some footage we can show you of some of the people and the lines that we saw throughout all of this as that police car drove by over the loudspeaker saying there will be no escorts today. We were actually in the middle of an interview with a woman. That video right there, that is me going to her house. We were talking with her, and she was talking about how she and her fiance lived with her fiance's 81-year-old mother. She bought their home in Pacific Palisades 42 years ago. She was telling us how a lot of people have this concept that these fires have mostly impacted wealthy people and celebrities. And they were saying, we've lived here 42 years. We don't have a lot of means. She worked for a nonprofit. Her fiance worked at a storage unit facility. The owner of the home was 81 years old, and she was saying how they didn't know what to do. I asked her, as all of the cars started leaving, what were you
4
trying
minutes,
to get?
chat.
And I said, it's a long shot, but can I take your address? And we would be up kind of in that area anyways. We ended up being able to make our way to the house between live shots and went in, and she gave me really specific directions, texted me, telling me where things were located, and we were able to get some medicine and medical supplies that
3
81-year-old,
minutes.
her name was Judy, needed. And while I was in there, I also saw some family photos, and so I grabbed those because I thought maybe they would like to have those at where they're temporarily staying. And it was a brief moment where we had the opportunity to help someone while we were doing our jobs. And so our team, we took that and went and helped that one person. But there are so many people that are still wishing they could have some help, they could get home, they could get necessities. And it's really frustrating, even if they understand the safety concerns, that they can't come back to their homes and see what is left of them, or if they're still standing, get some basic things. Because Gotti, so many people were looking at me and saying, these are the only clothes I had. I just ran, and I kind of just want to get underwear, just like the most basic things you can imagine, because they're just living off of whatever they had with them when they had to run and flee for their lives. Gotti.
Yeah, and at those roadblocks, I mean, frustration is continuing to rise, and yet they're still grid searching Altadena, right? Any word on how long that could go?
Yeah, I mean, we've been spending most of the day today in Altadena with some of those search and rescue teams, and they're saying they are doing search and recovery missions now. They are on day 3 of a grid search in this area. They are going meticulously, block by block, looking for people, remains, also at times having to stop to put out hot spots like we saw at this business again today in the downtown main Altadena area. They say that the fact that they're doing these search and recovery missions here is one of the other reasons why they simply can't let people back into these areas. Officials saying today, we are literally looking for the remains of your neighbors. They told us that they are prioritizing going to homes, locations where they had incomplete 911 calls, where someone had called 911 at the peak of the fires, seemingly in distress, and then that call disconnected. They're going to those homes and then also searching in areas where family members, loved ones have reported people as missing to see if they can find them and most likely recover their remains. One thing that was horrific to hear, but they said one area where they really are
About a minute away, and Gotti will bring you right in.
on people. They look for water because that's the safest option, and they believe there are people who maybe did that and then didn't make it out. That death toll is expected to rise in the coming days. The question is how high, and the hope is that it won't be too much higher, but there are still at least 24 people unaccounted for and considered missing by fire and police officials here. Gotti.
Yeah, so grim. Ellison Barber, praying for a miracle. Thank you so much for your reporting. Meanwhile, as we talk about all these multi-million-dollar homes, there are some very important people on the fire lines who are finally getting to share their voice as well, in part thanks to a pretty big Twitch streamer, Hasan Piker. You might have already seen shots of inmates out there on the fire lines. Right now, there are like 900 to 1,000 of them. It's a program that's been around for a while here in California, but what is catching people's attention, well, part of it is the pay. It's like $10 a day. They can earn a little bit more when actively fighting fires, an additional $1 an hour during emergencies, and working in that program can also get them some time off their sentence and for some, record expungement. But joining us now is Twitch streamer and YouTuber Hasan Piker. He lives out here in LA. He headed out to where they've been staging to help shed some light on what they do that help the rest of us out here. Hasan, thanks so much for being with you. But before we get into this, I do want to play a clip of this interview for viewers. It's a fascinating interview. I think you talked to a man by the name of Williams. Let's take a quick look.
Right now they're on break, right? They're doing 24 hours off. But when you're back out there, you sleep out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? So they give you like what? Like they give you gear and then they give you like sleeping
That's
gear.
pretty much what you got right here. And then you got your Nomex on, your Nomex shirt on.
That's it?
Yeah, that's all.
They don't give you any sleeping gear?
No, not on the mountain.
And Hasan, we've been with inmate crews. I've never seen them give such insight as they did with you. If you get a chance, anybody that's watching, they should check out your whole clip. What was your impression of what it's like for them and the work that they're doing right now?
I had an incredible opportunity to be able to talk to these guys directly, uninterrupted, in a very real setting when they were on their 24-hour break. Because of the wonderful work that Scott Budnick, he's a Hollywood producer, and he started the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, is doing specifically with the incarcerated firefighters. And in that process, I found their experience to be very dignified from their own assessment. The fact that they were able to contribute back to their communities was something that they truly appreciated in terms of the opportunity, although the conditions are still obviously very grim. And one of the major things that they brought up was, of course, the wages, as you guys also pointed out to. Right now, I believe it's around $24 a day when they're actively fighting wildfires. And I think that is one area that desperately needs improvement. Another thing that I was also shocked by was the fact that in order to be able to volunteer for this program, you actually leave prison and go to a conservation camp to get training, and then you remain there when you're not actively out in the field fighting fires. And one thing that they mentioned were the comparably much more humane conditions at conservation camps. Some of the inmates reported that they had access to weight training facilities and like actual real weights. Apparently in California prisons, you don't have access to real weights any longer. And little things like that, I think, go a very long way in making inmates feel human again, and making inmates feel like real people rather than cogs in a machine. And I think that is tremendously helpful in rehabilitation and the rehabilitative process, and also helping them reintegrate back into society after they're done serving their time.
Yeah, one of the most fascinating parts of the interview, I thought, was when you started to ask them about what this was like compared to what it's like in lockup. If we have some of that, can we play a little quick clip there?
Is it better than being in prison or no? It's way better, because I was in a prison yard. I'm seeing guys get stabbed, get jumped, get beat up. The cops treat us like. But here, we get better treatment, right? They talk to us like humans. They talk to us like humans. We got a job. We're underpaid, but we got a job. Yeah. Feel me? And then the community comes out and shows us all kinds of love. we never received that growing up. We never received that kind of love, that kind of recognition in anything we've done. So now, doing this kind of stuff and all this love coming, that's life changing.
Yeah, we never received that growing up. I mean, like, again, this interview is absolutely fascinating. Do you think it's working?
I think the incarcerated firefighter program is pretty successful in terms of finding a lot of the people that are slated for rehabilitation, and it seemingly has been very successful as far as what they have reported. Another thing that they kept repeating over and over again was the fact that inside of the camp structure, there's a lot more unity. There's no racial tension or animosity of the sort. There's no violence, because they desperately do not want to go back to the regular prison structure, as Kimbo also pointed out right there, because there's a lot of violence in regular prison. And I think that it is not only an example of the success of the program itself, but I think it's also a criticism of the current carceral state in a state like California, where the prison structure needs desperate reform, so that the entirety of the California prison system could look closer to the camp conditions that exist right now, that help, I think, tremendously in the rehabilitative process.
Yeah, it's so cool to see the sense of pride and giving back to the community. I mean, we all owe them a huge thanks, and thanks to you for helping shed light on what they're going through. I mean, we've been on the fire lines, and fire lines are hell. So kudos to all those guys that are out there doing the work. Hasan Piker, thanks so much for joining us, brother.
Thanks for having me.
Sure. We've got a lot more to get to tonight here from...
Thanks, Hasan. Have a great night.
All right.
Break.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
I'm going to talk to Sam Brock. He has got the other...
All right. And we're out. Okay. We're going to talk about TikTok now. We'll talk about the TikTok ban with a TikToker, XianDivyne. Even though my mom is yapping right now, I can hear her in the background. It's kind of funny that my brother is in the background of all those clips. What are they saying? I don't know what they're talking about. I can't hear them. What news was that? That was NBC. How you feel it went? There's always room for improvement. There's always room for improvement. I'm never happy with my performance in mainstream news. Can you lower your mic, please? Shut up. No, that was not local LA news. That's a national network. That's NBC. It's crazy though that like I'm talking to a guy who's on the ground in Los Angeles, like maybe a couple miles away, and he's running the program from the ground. That's wild to do. Anyway, Christian, you want to come back? I'm done. That's a win. You got their voices in front of so many people. Yeah. I think they wanted you to talk more. No, that's the delay, chat. That's just the delay.
Word as hell. All right, got it.
Did it work? Are you good? I love the work. Try to avoid saying or so many times. It's hard, man. I know.
Oh, is it just about the interview?
Yeah.
Word.
All right. So let's get to one of the top news stories of the day. TikTok getting banned. Christian, take it away.
I actually listened to all of the. Did they announce? Because they're not supposed to announce an opinion till Wednesday. But I did listen to the entire of the what is it? The Supreme Court open hearing, and there's a whole thing happening right now where if you look up any news article, it'll be like Supreme Court absolutely striking down system, and it didn't sound that way. But it doesn't sound like TikTok has a very good case. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I think that they're using whatever legal restrictions that they can, whatever legal jargon that they can, to just functionally take TikTok away from ByteDance, at least the US operations, and give it to an American owner.
Yeah, basically that's the one thing that it's really sitting on.
Well, I don't think it's valid. What are you doing?
Thank you so much.
What is that? What?
Peppermint tea.
Oh, okay. That's nice.
But the big thing.
What is the other thing?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. My mom is okay.
Nicest lady. I will say that explicitly though, the big thing is that so whoever what is it, the U.S. Solicitor General, I can't remember her name. She was really big on trying to advocate that there's a special danger from China this, and the Supreme Court literally laughed at her. There were multiple moments in which the entire court laughed, and one of those things was they were she was we think that China might be operating to get Americans to argue with one another, and justices were I don't think China has to do that. But the thing where TikTok's gonna get fucked at is that specifically they're trying to argue that the banning of TikTok is a free speech argument, right? That it crucially separates free speech. But because there is the clause about divestment from ByteDance, they're technically TikTok could still operate. And since TikTok could still operate if they divested from a Chinese company, which is not protected by free speech rights, then technically this free speech is still an option if they sold American. And so that's what I think, that if TikTok does get banned, that's what's gonna fuck it.
Yeah, and I think the argument being made on the other side is that the legal grounds for this is an old radio law that no radio stations are. There's a limited amount of space for who can operate a radio station. So I think it's foreign nationals cannot operate a radio station or something. It's
something like that. But even
part of the argument that they're making, saying that it's because it's Chinese owned, technically.
Yeah, but they were even able to
ban
counter argue that, because there's been multiple the things that the TikTok lawyers brought up. Or the pro TikTok lawyers brought up was that there were multiple in the 1950s at the height of the Cold War with the Foreign Adversaries Act, articles that published communist, not even just oh, we're a communist org here in the States and we're publishing something, direct scripts from the communist government, and that was allowed because it was blatant and totally there, right? And so that's not allowed. The entirety, the standing ground on there being an explicit danger from China basically got laughed at. The bigger problem is whether or not it's legal in the first place. And it seems because they are allowing that divestment clause, that technically that might be legal. It's gonna fuck me if it gets banned, but
I don't think it's gonna get banned.
You don't think so? You think they're gonna do a stay?
No, I don't think it's gonna get banned. I think that the ownership structure of ByteDance is complicated, but I think people just don't understand exactly how much of ByteDance is also owned by Americans.
Yeah.
One of the major investors of ByteDance is the Carlyle Group.
Really?
Yeah. People think that it's entirely controlled by the Chinese government or something. And of course there is control over TikTok and ByteDance specifically by the Chinese government. It's in their law. Having said that, however, I believe the ownership percentages. I believe that the ownership percentages of TikTok are marginal in comparison to to like the rest of the people that own it. There's employees all around the world that have some percentage of ownership. And outside of that, there are a bunch of American institutional investors that are slated to lose billions of dollars of revenue if the ownership of TikTok is forcibly ripped away from the hands of ByteDance. So here's some, who owns TikTok's parent company, ByteDance? TikTok's parent company, ByteDance, was founded by Chinese entrepreneurs. ByteDance is a privately held global company, roughly 60% owned by global institutional investors such as BlackRock, General Atlantic, Susquehanna International Group, 20% owned by the company's founders and 20% owned by its employees, including over 7,000 US-based employees. It is not owned or controlled by any government or state-controlled entity. Now, having said that, of course, this is TikTok's own website.
Yeah.
So obviously, when they say, there's no control over it, of course there is.
Yeah.
But I think the question comes into, the question comes down to like, do you care if the Chinese government has access to your information? One of the biggest fears that people have apparently is that because a lot of young people, virtually every single young person in the United States of America uses TikTok. What if those guys then what if those guys one day become, senators or Supreme Court justices, and then like China has all this compromise on them? And I find that to be ridiculous. I find that to be a funny fear that they have. And also, and I've maintained this position for quite some time, the notion that like TikTok is getting like a tremendous trove of data is a hilarious argument to make in the United States of America, where like if the Chinese government wanted to get this trove of data, they could just buy it from a data broker.
In fact, like the thing is, I think where I was shocked by the Supreme Court thing is that like the Supreme Court brought this up, right? They grill either side really hard. And when the pro ban, the Solicitor General, was talking, she was like, there's a unique and covert threat from China. And they were like, this is what separates this from any other tech company? Like, what makes this any different? And fundamentally, they couldn't argue that this was an especially unique threat from anything. So like, yeah, like it's a very funny, like fear mongering argument. Shout out to Zuckerberg for I can't remember the name of the, there's like a media group or a pushing group. So he like pushed these, like he put like 100 mil into it or something. But like it's a whole thing where they're trying to be like, no, like they're going to get your kids. They're going to convince your kids that like Xi Jinping is like the guy you got to love.
Yeah, well, too late, I say.
Have you seen the RedNote stuff?
Yeah, I have. We'll talk about that in a second. I want to break this down a little bit further. This is also another interesting part of this process, which is that ByteDance's board of directors is comprised of 5 individuals, and the CEO obviously is Singaporean.
Yeah.
Although if you ask Tom Cotton, that's basically Chinese, but a different that's a different kind of Chinese. What kind of Chinese are you? Yeah, exactly. Are you Chinese or Japanese? Arthur Danchik, Susquehanna International Group, US based. Bill Ford, General Atlantic. Philip Lafont, Cult Management, US based. And then Neil Shine, Sequoia, Hong Kong based. So that's what's that's what's silly about this process as well, because with how global finance capital operates, like it's virtually impossible to have a product that is so expansive, that is used by billions of people globally. It's virtually impossible for institutional investors to not, especially American institutional investors, to not in some way, shape, or form be involved in the profit-making side of things. So I think it's hilarious, like red baiting, anti-Chinese sentiment. And I think the real reasons, like there are multiple different parties involved in the banning of TikTok, and each of them have their own unique little interests.
Yeah.
Mark Zuckerberg and obviously Google, for example, absolutely want to eviscerate TikTok because they want to be TikTok. They see every moment that people are spending on TikTok is a moment they could be spending on YouTube Shorts or Instagram Reels. So of course they want that market share. They want that delicious, juicy market share. For the ADL and the Israel lobby, it's an entity that is uncontrollable and is not susceptible to the same censorious whims that Western social media companies are. So then that's another problem.
Yeah, no, like people getting blasted straight footage from Gaza for like the entire thing. Like,
yeah. So that's a genuine. I think that's literally the straw that broke the camel's back. Really, I think that's when because obviously Donald Trump, even when he was president, talked about wanting to ban TikTok by executive authority, and then they passed the buck down to Congress, and a lot of legislation was passed around, but post October 7, there was enough momentum, especially because people could not comprehend why so many people under the age of 35 had demonstrated sympathy towards Palestinians. They were like, what the fuck is going on? We need to put an end to this. So TikTok was seemingly the responsible culprit. And that was a great way to kick this over the finish line. And that's why it happened. But I think it's something that is very alarming, and it will happen a lot more in the Trump administration, in my opinion, where the American State Department and national security concerns are going to be constantly used to try to push out by force Chinese commerce from the American marketplace.
Yeah, it's genuinely a stress test. There's not even like, it's kind of, listening to them argue about it, there's not even a precedent. There's no case that works or operates in this exact same way. And it's more of a stress test for what they can do with the law and how much they can get rid of. And there's 4 countries listed under the Protection from Foreign Adversaries Act. It's like China, Iran, Russia.
Venezuela?
Is Venezuela in there?
Cuba.
Yeah. I think it's just like 4 nations where they're like, oh yeah, we can basically determine that like things from this nation are inherently threats and dangerous as a way to like, it's a stress test. It's 100% a stress test.
And it's really funny because American infrastructure is so dog shit and so crippled that we recently found out that like the Chinese espionage agencies have almost complete access to telecommunications in the United States of America, because our telecommunications infrastructure is so old and antiquated. And therefore, there are numerous ways in which if China wanted to spy on American citizens, they could do that.
They could do it very.
They don't need to do it through TikTok. I think TikTok ultimately it causes a lot of brain rot, but so does every other application. And if there was any sort of serious interest in trying to curb the brain rot or try to combat against misinformation, we would first and foremost apply EU-style regulation on all social media platforms. If privacy was an issue, we would abolish data brokers and we would do more to protect people's privacy. These are not real concerns. These are not valid concerns. These are simply concerns that we're using against a Chinese-owned, very successful social media company because we're playing foul and we don't like that they are out-competing us in our own game.
Yeah. No, that's literally 100%. None of the actual... There's no real defense for it that you can make that's very hard. It's whether or not it's legal that they can pass that, but there's no defense for it other than they want to knock out this company that is taking up so much of the market share and operating in ways that they cannot explicitly control in the same way that they can, Zuckerberg just got rid of fact checking, right? Like, it's like a whole thing.
And before people say like TikTok is so leftist or whatever, because that's another concern that like right wingers have. It's not.
It's not.
Out of all of the social media platforms, the only difference with TikTok as opposed to like Facebook or whatever is that there's almost like a 50-50 split of left wing versus right wing sentiment. That's the only difference. Every other platform, the right dominates almost in its entirety, whether you go to YouTube, whether you go to Facebook, or dare I say, the neo-Nazi safe haven of Twitter, now known as X. There's a tremendous amount of right-wing garbage that is created right-wing echo chambers. Yep. TikTok, on the other hand, quite literally is the only place where there's like at least some semblance of parity in terms of the political correspondence and communication. And that's precisely the reason why people are very frustrated by it. I mean, look at this. Yeah. Look. News influencers, but this isn't even a great study for the record. Like, this is not a great study. Because it just simply looked at news influencers.
Yeah.
But across all websites, it's 27% right-leaning and 21% left-leaning. On Facebook, it's 39% right-leaning, and this is before Mark Dick Zuckerberg came out and was like gargling on Donald Trump's shit on the Joe Rogan Experience to be like, please like me. I'm not the woke lord that you guys think I am. I hate trans people. You know, Instagram is a 30 to 25% split. TikTok is a 25 to 28% split. It's the only platform where there's almost a complete parity, but with the left-leaning content and leftist sentiment is a little bit higher than right-leaning sentiment. Twitter is at a 28% to 21%, and YouTube is at a 28% to 21% split. So that's the real fear that people have, alongside with the fact that they can't get immediate backdoor into TikTok if they ever chose to do so, as far as I understand.
Yeah, they can't. So.
Even though the data is also, from what I understand, the data is also stored in Oracle facilities now because they took initiative and changed the way that the data was stored, right?
It's that's even mid. I will say that they are taking actions to protect it, but I can't remember what the case was. But ByteDance was trying to figure out who in their systems were reporting back to journalists, and so then they were able to take that data. So it's like, not that they're making as many steps as possible, significantly more steps than every other social media app operating in the United States. But they're still data brokers. They're still fucking around with the data. It's like they've just made more of an effort because they're under such more scrutiny.
Yeah, I think ultimately, we as American consumers usually understand that, or at least the people that are knowledgeable on this understand that our information is not private.
Yeah.
So for many people, they don't give a fuck if the information is being stored by PRC, Communist Party of China, Politburo chief, or if it's being stored by someone who's going to sell it off to an advertiser.
Right.
They don't care. So that's it.
Fundamentally,
why would you care? What are they going to do with it?
Like, they're going to say, like, what? Like, no one, the average person, your life is not so important that, like, the PRC with your data is like this whole, like, scared, like, tech. It's like they are all selling it for advertising purposes. They are all selling it for this. And to be honest, people know this now and they do not give a fuck. Like, they don't care. Took my data and all my algorithm to show me more cat videos, I guess. Like, that's really it at the end of the day.
Yeah. So, I still, because there's so much money involved and because there are so many small businesses that have started on TikTok, I said this like when the first piece of legislation passed, I was like, I don't think that this will happen. And I still maintain that position because there are billions of dollars of commerce happening on TikTok and every year. So it would be too harmful to institutional investors that get a piece of that. And also it would be too harmful for many Americans who sell their product.
Yeah, it's like, it's a bizarrely, like, I mean, not anti-American in that sense, but like in a nonpartisan way, very anti-American citizen, where like people stand to lose so much. People built their businesses, people built their lives, people who aren't just like, I guess, like people doing dances, which respect people doing dances, but like, it's like truly like people have built like businesses, their lives, supplemental income, all off of TikTok, and the other algorithms don't do it like that.
So here's some fun little info. This video by popular TikTok personality Soupy is going viral with 1.2 million likes and 3.9 million views in 15 hours. Gen Z is not happy. Let's see.
Fascist countries ban apps. Fascist countries ban websites. Fascist.
Okay, I don't know. I mean,
I think that there's I don't
think it's a fascism to ban apps.
I do think that like one of the fun parts of TikTok brain rot is I talk about this a lot, where it's like the think piece format, where we've all watched so many like think piece videos that now there's like it's like YouTuber voice, but for like
there's TikToker voice, unaliving what people say.
Yeah.
When I get hit with unalive in the real world, it zaps my brain. I'm too 33 years old to like comprehend what you're saying. All right, let's continue.
Countries ban apps and websites under the guise of threats to national security, when every other country knows it's about suppressing the free speech of its citizens. If the government believes that a single app could, quote from the hearing on the 10th, skew the perspective of American citizens to be anti-American, maybe the real problem is that American citizens are already in such a state of political unrest and unhappiness that our government is scared a single foreign influence could tip the scale and have it all be over. Don't you think that by taking away the, and I quote, key communications channel of Americans, it's gonna make those 170 million Americans a little more anti-American? Maybe Congress knows and understands that. Maybe the government knows.
I think that like I don't know anybody in Congress like that, but I think that they kind
I
of
do.
overestimate. I think they kind of overestimated how much the American people hate China, because they don't hate China more than we hate like our own government.
That's not true. I think a lot of Americans, a lot of normie Americans fucking despise China. There is so much, there's an endless faucet of hatred, anti-Chinese sentiment, because like you have to remember, how old are you?
30.
You're 30 years old. Okay. But you're predominantly on TikTok. You see a lot of TikTok stuff. It's not a secret that TikTok is fantastic for pro-China sentiment.
Yeah.
I don't have an issue with that. I actually like that. I love that, as a matter of fact. I think it's awesome. We should have pro all of the country's sentiment being expressed. But I think average Americans definitely have a great distrust. Part of it is due to Orientalist attitudes. Part of it is obviously white supremacy. But the average American is genuinely fearful. But what is the common factor? What is the unifying principle of all Americans? That we are descendants of Adolf Treatler, okay? We love our treats. We fucking love our treats. And TikTok is treats. It's like jalapeno poppers and crack at the same time. So when you have 170 million people that are slammed onto their treat of looking at TikTok videos, whether it be people dancing or cat videos, or my brother likes to look at like industrial equipment because he's very autistic. Taking that away will be very frustrating for many Americans.
That's fair. That's fair.
I wouldn't say that they like China, but I think they love TikTok.
Yeah, I just think that like what I'm trying to say is that like explicitly like Americans do have a lot of like anti-Chinese sentiment.
China has a 81% unfavorable.
I just don't think we hate China more than we hate like at least hate it enough to like get rid of the app. That makes sense. I think just like even though with the unfavorable reviews, like the way this polling works is like how much do we actively care about the threat of China today versus like 30 years ago?
I'm telling you right now, Americans despise China. They would bomb Beijing if given the opportunity, okay? But I promise you, they don't give a fuck that TikTok is owned by China. That's just the way I see it. Like they will get. I think boomers use TikTok too, chatters. You're wrong if you think that old people don't use TikTok.
People use it.
They use TikTok.
But boomers hate China.
Boomers hate China. Everybody hates China. Like a lot of Americans do, but they love TikTok. That's it. And I think boomers are the best posters on TikTok. Yeah, exactly. They're great. And TikTok is great overall. And people really enjoy it, and it's a treat. And people don't have anything if they don't have treats. The entire American project revolves around easily accessible treats. If a consumer good doesn't enter the marketplace and is banned before it can ever enter the marketplace, like BYD, like Yangwang 9 or whatever, all of these like wonderful Chinese electric vehicles, then that's fine.
Yeah.
You can stave that off by never allowing it to enter the American marketplace. But once a treat has entered the marketplace, it is very hard to take that away, in my opinion. So that's the way I think about it. Like, I think people will be very upset if TikTok is taken away.
Yeah. Are there statistics on like how many people explicitly wanted TikTok banned?
I've never seen one, but
Like-
let me tell you, I will not trust any opinion poll on that
Fair.
that says that there is even more than 20% of Americans that want TikTok banned.
Fair.
Half of this country is on TikTok. They love that shit.
That the backlash it will receive from banning TikTok does not outweigh the threats that come with its existence.
Okay, this is the other thing that I want to mention. Make sure you don't show your phone, by the way. The other thing that I want to mention is the American government does not give a fuck about democratic sentiment. I mean, come on. Look at the Supreme Court banning abortion after lying to the American public about how it's super precedent and how they would never touch that. Look at Israel-Palestine. The overwhelming majority of Americans are like, bro, why are we giving money to Israel? They're killing babies. Like, I don't even care about killing babies, but like, fix the fucking potholes instead of giving it to Israel. Like, and the American government's like, nah, dog. Wait, I'm sorry. Did you say give more money to Israel? Because that's what I'm going to fucking do. So like, they don't give a shit about democracy.
Oh, what people care about, even a little bit. I think that's like, people underestimate how much people just care about like how much food costs and how hard it is to get to work. Like gas prices and food is like.
Support for a U.S. TikTok ban continues to decline, and half of adults doubt it will happen. 32% support a ban.
That makes sense.
Even amid the decline in support for banning TikTok, views remain divided by political party. Republicans and Republican-leaning independents are far more likely than Democrats and Democratic leaners to support a ban. Yeah, I just don't. Oh my God! Especially, I would love to see this after. I would love to see this after Donald Trump said he wants TikTok to remain.
From September.
Yeah, this is from September, but this is now that Trump has come out in defense of TikTok. Who knows?
Oh yeah, people are.
Yeah,
save me, Donald Trump.
Yeah, please. Oh my God, my goat, my king. So, I think that the terrifying precedent that a lot of people don't understand is like, if they do push this through, there are so many products that you enjoy in the gaming space, especially. All Riot, all Epic products gone. Okay, no more Fortnite. I think Epic is also owned by. Is Epic also owned by Tencent? Riot definitely is owned by a Chinese conglomerate.
NetEase.
No more Marvel Rivals. No more Genshin. No more Valorant. No more League of Legends.
Wait,
Path of Exiles 2. Yeah. So yeah, I know it's probably a good thing, but
sorry.
But my point is, the American government on background are also moving. The American military specifically has moved to put these companies in the crosshairs, considering it a foreign military asset. Okay, no more TP-Link routers. This is another thing that they want to take away.
Yeah.
No more DJI drones. Like, the overwhelming majority of the drone marketplace is flooded by Chinese drones, Chinese goods. The overwhelming majority, I mean, there's so many routers that they are claiming are being utilized by the Chinese military as a way to spy on Americans. So I'm telling you right now, PC parts, like virtually everything that you own at some point has touched a Chinese hand, okay? That's it. It's the manufacturing hub of the planet. So therefore, it is absolutely ridiculous to try to make these kinds of bans work, and they will apply it whenever enough wealthy people in a specific sector find Chinese manufacturing to be too competitive.
Yeah.
Insane take about China, the country most directly responsible for destroying the manufacturing base of this country by working hand in hand with neolibs you despise. But yeah, let's flood with cheap BYD cars and end manufacturing here and embrace reactionism and send us off in the MAGAville. Okay, H-Bizzle, calm down. I'm not saying that, okay? Also, how about Ford not stop the production of electric vehicles? I'm not saying, you know, that we should. No, that's not bait. H-Bizzle works in the AFL-CIO. He works with the UAW. So obviously, he has a very different approach to this. And I'm not even against trade protectionist policies. I'm not against protectionist policies. We're talking about goods that have no competitive domestically manufactured product. Okay? That's it. Also, I like that you're talking shit about BYD and Chinese products, because the major reason why we're not allowing it to flood the American marketplace is because they're not only inexpensive, but they're also better. Like, and that's not my attitude. Fucking Jim Farley said that. Okay? That's not me. The main man said it. Ford Motor Company. The Ford Motor Company's very own Jim Farley's like, damn, dude. These Chinese EVs are crazy.
Funny.
Anyway. We don't design the cars, we only build them. Okay, I know. I'm just saying. Big difference between materials and entertainment. No, the car manufacturing industry is one of the major industries that still has domestic manufacturing, even though many of that has also been sold off into, Mexico and Canada as well through other trade agreements. But my point is, I don't think it's especially with no competitive domestic manufacturing capabilities, it's idiotic to just be like, no, we're taking this treat away from you. And especially as it pertains to TikTok, I have no issue with TikTok whatsoever. I think it's completely ridiculous to try to ban it, especially when it is probably one of my weakest platforms overall. I don't spend any time on it. I mean, I do spend time on it as a consumer now more than ever, but I don't spend any time on it making content specifically for TikTok. But I also recognize the place it holds. I recognize the importance it has, especially when it comes to communicating certain issues to a younger demographic. Israel, Palestine, things of that nature.
I think it's
pro Luigi Mangione sentiment.
Nice Luigi Mangione memes. It's got something where it's like if you have ideas and its algorithm is so strong, it allows you to communicate things in a way and get it to an audience so much more effectively than like other formats have been for me. Like things like for me personally as like a consumer, I feel like disability justice is like one of the biggest things that I've been able to learn about in my time that I don't think like I would have had as much access to without like disabled creators who make things.
Also, one of the funniest things is to get mad not at American capitalists who offshored manufacturing to China, but instead to get mad at the Chinese. This is the reverse. This is the reverse of the funny sentiment that I always clown on when people go, I don't care about the American ruling class. I want the American workers to suffer. But it's like in reverse. It's like, I don't care about the real villains that shipped manufacturing overseas. I want the Chinese to suffer. Fuck the Chinese. That's the real problem here. They did this because they wanted to destroy American manufacturing. Yeah, dude. When the agrarian society, and the peasant class was like, one day, American manufacturing will come here and we will destroy the labor aristocracy in America. That's what they were saying.
God.
Thank God for Richard Nixon, my goat. Well, they do say that in China, to be fair, but I get why they say that. Anyway. So, let's hear what this guy had to say.
Somebody who could save TikTok.
Shout out.
Save it.
What was that, boss? You're gonna make TikTok an offer they can't refuse?
Yeah, this is why it's
This
so
is
funny.
incredible.
This is why it's so funny when people are like, only Zoomers are on TikTok. It's like, no, look at this guy, man.
Yeah.
This is the most boomer guy you could find, dude. This is the most Midwestern aesthetic. Look at look at this.
Yeah.
I didn't even know people wore beanies like that. Wrote it that low.
No, that's the 2009 special.
In 2020, he's 22. No, he's not.
Yo, no, they got them young millennials on TikTok. It is impressive.
You heard it from him. You ready for a cigar too? The finest Cubans.
Hot take. We should let dogs smoke.
That's crazy. That's amazing. That will make him a Zoomer.
No, this is Zoomer for sure. I will say, like, statistically, a solid third of my audience is above the age of 35 years old.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn. They're old as shit.
They're not banning this app because it's Chinese. They're banning this app because it's left-leaning. TikTok is the most left-leaning voices out of any social media platform, especially the ones that are owned by...
Okay, but it's not saying much. Like, no. Even TikTok has like the closest to parody in terms of like the ideological leanings. That's it. That's the only thing that is a major problem. Okay.
American oligarchs such as Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Fuck. The only reason why they're getting rid of this app is because you keep on seeing videos that are pro-Palestinian, that are anti-American establishment, that are pro-liberation of minorities across the planet. Everything that you see on this app is directly antithetical to hyper-capitalist profit. And these oligarchical pieces of shit at the top, they don't care about you.
No, TikTok's still about profit.
Oh yeah,
it's still about like that's I mean the pro-Palestine stuff is big, but it's about the money.
No,
like.
You don't understand. Welcome to the club. You guys are joining India and banning TikTok. Oh my god, if you told a racist that, maybe they'll turn on it. They'll be like, "What? We're following India? No way."
Dude, people are mad racist against India.
That's what I'm saying.
My mind,
Holy
dude.
shit! We just cracked the code, bro. Damn, we just cracked the code. You just weaponize anti-Indian racism against defending TikTok.
Oh my god,
it's true. I don't know if I want to be lectured by a guy who looks like he listens to Bass Nectar. Okay, calm down. Christian probably no, but Christian probably knows all these guys and is friends with them. Okay, we have a TikToker in our midst.
That's true. I don't know this person. If we pull up a video,
we're gonna pull up accidentally one of your friends, and I'm gonna clown on him, and you're gonna be like, "Oh, no. Oops." You're gonna get canceled. Didn't you get canceled recently or something?
Yeah, but okay. Here's the thing. I can't talk about it because the whole allegation is that I improperly use my platform against smaller creators, and this is the biggest platform I could be on right now.
Okay, don't. So I love doing that. I love shitting out small creators. I'm like, fuck you, stay small.
No. I gotta be the bigger person.
Yeah.
So. The only thing I want to say is quick shout out to my favorite biracial person, Babytron. A, that's for active. B for Blick. Hit him, make him do a backflip. And that's the only thing I want to say on my drama. So
I have no idea what you just said.
Someone will understand.
They don't care about your First Amendment right. The only thing that they want from you is your money and your body. They would like to send your body overseas to go fight in a foreign war for two reasons. One, it's useful. Two, if you're dead, you're quiet.
Okay, bro, this guy, I mean, he's a little bit too dramatic.
It's the TikTok voice where it's like, you really gotta escalate.
But I mean, they're not, like, the thing is, I just don't, like, they're not completely wrong, but they're just, like, hitting the drama a little too hard. You know what I mean? It's like, they want to ban TikTok because they want to kill you.
Yeah. No, it's
they want to kill you dead.
It's a little fear-mongering. It's up there, but, you know.
Screaming. Never stop making content. Overflow.
Oh shit, he follows me. It's great. This is a great TikTok.
Oh no. Shout out to this guy.
I do this all the time.
Scroll down a little.
Sometimes I'll watch a TikTok and I'm like, this is the worst. I'm not saying that about this guy. But sometimes I'll watch a TikTok where I'm like, this is the worst thing I've ever heard in my entire life. And the person who made this should feel responsible. Like there was that one lady who was like, I grew up in Miami with Cubans. I'm not Cuban myself, but Ana de Armas is like disrespectful to Cuba for dating the Fidel Castro's like son or whatever.
Oh, well, that's
or no, not Fidel Castro's son. Was it the son of the Cuban president or something? And I was just like, I just ripped into this lady like nonstop. I was like, this fucking psycho. Like, what are you saying? Like, Ana de Armas literally like was born in Cuba. She lived in Cuba till she was 18. And then I scroll down and it's like follows you.
Yo,
and then
rip.
and then and then chatters were saying I met her at the DNC, and I was like, oh no.
Fuck, dude.
I was like, damn, this sucks.
That's a bad take, though. I mean, it's a bad opinion to have. Sometimes people have bad opinions.
I mean, I'm not saying he has a bad opinion. I feel like it's just like maybe a little more aggressive than I.
No, not him disrespecting Cuba by dating the descendant.
Oh yeah,
of the Castro.
yeah.
That's a bad take. This is just a dramatic take. But I mean, yeah.
Miguel Diaz-Canel's son, the Cuban president. Thank you.
The rest of these goddamn shitty social media apps with your voice, and above all else, never stop fighting. I love you.
I think it's one of the things where TikTok derogatory is one of the best platforms for theater kids. And watching videos like that reminds me, it's like, yeah, we all get in our bag a little.
I found the drama Christian was talking about. He's 100% right, by the way. Okay, I don't know what the drama is, but we don't need to get into it.
I'll get into it. If I talk about it, I'm going to get crucified. That's dramatic.
If you really want your brain melted, have Christian explain the Beyonce saga. I heard about the Beyonce saga. It's the Beyonce's giving fascist aesthetics, right? Like American patriotism.
Okay, so this became a whole thing, right? I'll go up to before it gets to my beef. Basically, there's a creator on here who made a video.
Is that the beef?
Okay, so basically,
I don't get into it if you're gonna get.
No,
in trouble.
I'm not gonna get in trouble for this part. Basically, a creator who is my mutual, shout out, and she was like, "Oh, this was like Beyonce is America's best propagandist, right?" And then it turned into like a black TikTok war about like Beyonce and propaganda, because like the message of Beyonce's album is very like about like black people in the South, and like the ways in which like black people connected to country and ruralism has been taken away, like a whole lot of red in that white and blue, and like black people's connection to America and not to Africa, all these other things, right? But the performance itself, it's the NFL, you know what I mean? Like big American flags, stuff like that. And it became a whole debate, and it now we're debating whether or not biracial people get to be black. So,
but I feel like that's what it always goes down to. And like on Twitter as well, like way back in the day, it would always be reduced to that. And then on TikTok is always either that, or if it's like a broader war, it's always gender.
Yeah.
Men versus women, gender wars, always. The one thing that I found out was that like one of Beyonce's like main designers, I think, is a fan of mine. So I was like, all right, then it's not racist. That's all I needed to know. It's not fascist.
I want to say,
I stand by that. I'm Bayhive.
In front of the biggest audience I've ever had.
I'm Bayhive till I die. I don't know what this man is about to say.
No. Okay. Look, I am from Louisiana, hour from Texas. I, on Christmas Day, was watching that performance.
Phony. He's lying.
No. Look, I'm from Shreveport. Shout out to Cooper Road. Shout out to SODX BBG. Shout out to the Cooper Road. The whole thing is that, look,
he just learned those words just now before he...
I'm saying that performance slapped. I loved it. I had a whole video about how much it's like I resonated with it as a Southern black person, and then people just forgot that because of drama. You want to know the funniest thing said about me in the drama? I'm going to quote this. No, don't kill me. Here's the quote. The red pill pipeline doesn't begin with Andrew Tate or Ben Shapiro. It begins with people like XianDivyne.
Agreed. Facts.
That's what I'm here for.
That's why I brought you on, because it begins with me, and then and then it goes to you, and then it goes to Andrew Tate. That's so funny. Everyone, I mean, what you just described is something that people say about me all the time on both TikTok and virtually every other outlet. So I find it really funny.
Yeah. Thank you for letting me do my why part of left.
Part of Bayhive is here. He's Lebanese. He's the creative director. Yeah. That's what I heard.
Shut up.
So tell him I'm sorry. He's from Shreveport.
It's one of the worst cities in Louisiana, but I love Shreveport. Shout out to Ratchet City. We got good donuts.
Okay. Anyway, I forgot to finish this TikTok. Let's finish this.
Not in a matter of national security, but in a matter of being the most popular news and media outlet that the government cannot control, like American-owned broadcasting networks and publications. Maybe, if this was actually a national security concern, the government would be banning all Chinese-developed apps, like Shein and Temu, that collect the exact same amount of data.
Okay, to be fair, like they probably will.
Don't give them
ideas.
No, specifically that came up in the Supreme Court case, and they were like,
no,
who told you that wasn't next? And it's like, I guess not. So like they could very easily go to Shein and Temu next.
Yeah, they're coming after Temu now. I mean, that would actually be the greatest consumer protection advocacy that the American government accidentally landed on.
As TikTok. Because maybe it knows TikTok is something special. You can't politically organize on Temu. If TikTok goes dark, the government deliberately and knowingly took away your free speech. Do not accept national security for an answer, ever.
I mean, I like that people are radicalized over losing their treats.
Yeah.
A woman.
So that's cool. Like that is, I mean, yeah, welcome. That is she's a fan, by the way, Hasan. Please be nice. No, I'm not shitting on her at all. I don't even disagree with what she's saying. But what I'm saying is that, you know, America does not give a fuck about free speech, dude. They never have. I mean, yeah, America loves free speech so much. They were like, wow, are you a revolutionary black leader exercising your free speech? Well, oops, you're dead now. We killed you.
Thank God. I want to say something publicly because my Apple disparagement clause is over ever since I did that Apple TV show ad. Okay, there's a show called The Big Cigar that talks about, I think it's Fred Hampton's life. And like, there's nothing more insulting to me than like killing a revolutionary leader and then making a TV show about it like 60 years later, being, damn, it's crazy what the FBI did to that dude. And then like portraying it in the way that they did. That was an ass show and it's mad fucked. Sorry. They just like watered down. Sorry. Apple disparagement clause over. I wanted to get that out for a while.
MLK talking about Vietnam. How about a New York Times article telling him to shut up? That's true. They did do that. What is this? Oh my God. They've deployed the Nelk boys to Greenland.
The Nelk boys.
This goes back to what I was saying. These guys are not even doing a good job. They don't give a shit. They're just like, yeah, we're going to take Greenland. It doesn't matter. Is Christian a political commentator as well? I missed the introduction. Yes, he is. But yeah, apparently, while we were having this conversation, there was talks about Elon potentially purchasing TikTok. Chinese officials are evaluating a potential option, according to Bloomberg Technology, that involves Elon Musk acquiring TikTok's U.S. operations. The company fails to fend off a controversial ban on the app, which is devastating. But then Variety reached out to TikTok. TikTok has denied a report that it is looking at a potential sale to Elon Musk to keep the app operational in America amid a looming U.S. government ban. We can't be expected to comment on pure fiction.
Ooh.
Pure fiction, baby.
That's a fire quote. That's good.
Yeah. Also, TikTok's not going away on the 19th before people like panic. Even if TikTok were to be quote unquote banned by the Supreme Court and there's not a stay of execution, right? And that decision is going to come tomorrow or no, 2 days from now, right?
Yeah, an opinion. Well, an opinion might.
Yeah, an opinion. So that stay of execution and a potential extension, okay, even if that didn't come, what would end up happening is basically like TikTok would just not be updated. That's it. Like you could still have your TikTok. It's not illegal for you as an American citizen to go on TikTok and use TikTok.
Well, the one thing is they might be shutting down operations. They've threatened, or not threatened, but they've talked about completely just like, if they don't get a stay or anything, like if it like gets fully banned, that they plan on shutting down U.S. operations, and I don't know exactly what that looks like. But I don't think that's
I don't think they would shut the servers down. I don't think so. I don't think TikTok will shut the servers down. Okay. Am I crazy? I just don't. They told SCOTUS the site would go offline. I think they're playing hardball, but maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. Maybe I'm too positive about this. But Google and Apple can push phone updates to break the app. They could. I don't think they would. Maybe Google, but I don't think Apple would. ByteDance go kicking and screaming for letting the U.S. take TikTok over. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's fair. It's like, because it's like obviously bullshit. I feel like,
but you have to remember. Okay. Like there is, like, what is the enforcement mechanism of ensuring that this ban goes through? You need the government to also follow through. You need to punish potentially Apple and Google for hosting and maintaining updates for TikTok. And I don't think these guys are going to. I don't think these guys are going to do that. I don't think these guys are going to follow through on it, especially when they now have some semblance of protection from Donald Trump that said that he wants a stay of execution for TikTok.
Yeah, he's very directly expressed that. So
yeah,
it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, he doesn't want it gone. So
HasanAbi's going to get canceled for being wrong about America invading the TikTok service, putting my money on it. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know, but I just don't think so. I'm not 100% confident. Now that might change in the upcoming days. Who knows? But so many things are Chinese. Like so many things that we use on a day-to-day basis is touched by Chinese hands. So it's ridiculous. Kai's reaction to a firefighter knowing him.
Oh, Kai.
Who here watches Twitch? Anybody?
Is it the gaming one though?
Yeah, the gaming one. Yeah, I watch it every time. Yeah, you guys got any favorite content creators? Like, are you doing Twitch? Kai Cenat? Yeah.
Come on now, nigga! Come on now, nigga! Come on now, nigga!
Yo, shout out to Kai.
Come on now, nigga! These niggas in jail watching.
Doing it for short kings everywhere.
Huh?
Yeah, I mean, he's huge. The guy actually didn't say Kai Cenat, by the way. He said he said like Kai Kennett or something, which I thought was really funny. He's like Kai Kennett. But hey, he still knew him. Kai Kenneth. We take those. Yeah, no. Lemonade is a replacement app for TikTok. No, it's not. Stop.
It's not. It's a ByteDance owned company explicitly.
I hate this. It's like people that just. This is the blue sky enjoyers in the chat. Oh no, I said the trigger word. I said the CIA MK Ultra activation word. Everyone's gonna go, why aren't you on blue sky? When are you getting on blue sky? Everyone, literally every day, there are thousands and thousands of people that are like, come on, Hasan, why don't you get on blue sky? Why don't you get on blue sky? Why don't you get on blue sky? Okay, the alternative to TikTok is not what you think it is. It's not lemonade. Okay? The alternative to TikTok, as a matter of fact, is an even more Chinese application.
Xiaohongshu.
Xiaohongshu! Ladies and gentlemen, the RedNote. Xiaohongshu. The application CEO has welcomed the Americans. Xiaohongshu has become the #1 downloaded application in the United States of America as of yesterday. Okay. RedNote, more like the Red Book. Am I right? Let's take a look at what he's saying.
Hey guys, just want to make a quick video about Xiaohongshu, introducing you guys to this platform. So tip number 1, we mainly use this platform for searching for suggestions, such as for restaurants, such as for shopping malls, even for like makeup tips. And secondly, this platform is mainly Chinese speaking, but do feel free to speak English and post English content because I believe there are a lot more.
Why is this? That's not the actual CEO they were playing us. Yeah, why is this Chinese man speaking too good English? I don't speak English this good.
English speaking people on this platform
nowadays.
That's
not the CEO? Okay, whatever.
Just a content creator?
There are a lot of celebrities trying to register for the account here. So what matters more is like we build.
I don't have Xiaohongshu, but I've seen some Xiaohongshu content, and they are actually, their brain rot is like some good shit. I'd scroll.
This TikTok is about RedNote.
RedNote, and all I can
Oh,
say
I've seen
is
this.
the
I've seen this.
Instagram
Shout out
is gonna
Khalil.
go out real sad. And watch this. Piao nu HasanAbi. These niggas are light years ahead of us. First thing I see on this fucking app is Luigi content and fine shit throwing fits, bro. I saw a fucking post that said black people are greater than, and it was just a fucking collage of dark-skinned, beautiful people. Mark Zuckerberg was scared of me giving up my data. Bitch, I'm about to give that shit straight to Xi Jinping in a red fucking envelope, nigga. And niggas who get it, get it. And the best part is, I don't even gotta introduce these niggas to communism. The app is literally fucking Instagram, Tumblr, and TikTok all fucking squeezed into one, bro. All I'm gonna say to y'all, though, is come with some fucking respect, because I don't give a fuck if they're speaking Mandarin. Mandarin is the most spoken language in the fucking world. I'm gonna need y'all to lock in. But yeah, y'all can find me there. The at is this.
I don't know if
that's. I can't tell you. It might
true.
be, but
I thought it was still English. You know, considering that massive swaths of India also speak English.
Sure.
Kind of hard to. Everybody goes, oh, it might be okay. Native, maybe. First language, maybe. It's definitely not English.
Oh shit!
All right, let's look it up. What's the most spoken language?
Oh shit!
Damn!
Yo, we getting smoked.
Chinese Mandarin is 885 million. Spanish at 332. English in third place at 322. No, but that's gotta be. Wait, what? No, this literally is just. This is native.
Oh, that's native speakers. Okay, fair.
Yeah, this is native, chat. Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. Think, chatters. Think for a moment. Only Americans speak it. No, dummies. I'm fucking Turkish. I'm Turkish. English is my second language. Think. By total number of speakers.
Okay, I see. Yeah,
English
sorting
is
it by first
English
language.
is number. English is total speakers number one. Yeah, y'all are so dumb, dude. God damn. Yeah, 1.5 billion makes a lot more sense. Mandarin Chinese, 1.1 billion. God damn. It's funny because like hella Chinese people also learn English.
True.
Anyway. Damn, Hindi putting up broad numbers? No, it's just massive. That's the whole point.
I think people don't understand how
this number is so high because of India, okay? That's the reason why this number is so high. Not just because of like British and American imperialism, which definitely plays a role, but the biggest number there is because of India. Second language speakers, English is the largest second language speaking. Yeah, see, as far as second language speakers, like 1.1 billion people. 1.1 billion people literally speak English as a second language. I'm one of those people. But yeah, if you look at first language speakers, yes, China destroys English. Isn't Hindi and Urdu the same? Why were they excluded? Apparently, yeah, people are popping off on RedNote. They're the Chinese people in Xiaohongshu are now asking Americans for help with their English homework. Lamau, hey homie, could you help me do my homework?
You know what's embarrassing about this?
What?
Apparently we're giving them the wrong answers, and not like intentionally, but because we just also don't know English.
Tales from RedNote for you page.
So allow me to show you my FYP on RedNote. My username is the same if you want to find me, Lady Dragon JJ. And mind you, I've only been on this app for like an hour, and here's my FYP. Luigi edits. Lots and lots of Luigi edits. Cats. We have to have cats. People doing goofy skits. Bunch of jokes about Americans going to RedNote, calling us refugees. TikTok refugees. Laughing aside, I have seen some videos from the LA fires. This beautiful matcha cake. More cats. Cats and Luigi. I swear to God. This Sikh gentleman wrapping turbans on people. This video right here, it's entirely in Chinese. I think it's like the version of Book Talk, but she's making facial expressions to give you like what she's reading. So you can definitely pick up on context clues. This account right here, a Chinese teacher Neely, they're posting all these videos teaching people Chinese. And fancy ass coffee. Yeah. These are just some examples. Yes, a lot of the content is in Chinese. You're not going to be able to understand it, but you will come across a lot of the English-speaking audience in that app because there's like a surge right now. So the algorithm is going to be like mixed and it's going to be all over the place. Overall, it's got potential if TikTok gets banned because no meta. Never fucking meta. And if you're making content, this is what the camera looks like. It's very similar to TikTok. You have your reverse button. You have...
Everyone is just promoting... Dude, oh God, this is what I'm saying. We love our treats, man. We love them. We'll punish the American government for taking our treats away. We'll show them. I think this is going to cause like TikTok power users to become even more pro-China.
You can add music. There's beautify and filter, all that shit. And when you push the red button at the top, there's like a little bar that builds up your timing and you can stop, record, stop, record. Literally,
what is this? RedNote?
I know where we're going after TikTok, and it is not only hilarious, but it would be the funniest act of protest in American history. I'm nearly certain. There is this app called RedNote. It is the Chinese version of TikTok that you can download in the App Store.
Oh, this is also funny.
Yeah.
Shout out to
it's me.
Yeah, no, I think he's hilarious.
He's so funny,
He's
dude.
funny as hell.
I'm here and I'm scared. I don't speak Mandarin. I'm lost. I'm a TikTok refugee. If you guys could point me in the direction of anything.
What?
I got banned again, man. First account I made 2 videos. One was about Waffle House. It's called Waffle House. The other was about not knowing Chinese. I can't speak Chinese. Gone, out of there. They said, get off the app. Second one, my name was China Trey. That was my name, China Trey. In my bio, it said, I love China. And then my background photo was this. This is my background photo. Was this too much? Is this why I got banned? If this isn't it.
Yeah, he's trying too hard.
Yeah, you're trying way too hard.
Come on.
I think that like,
come on, play it cool, man.
Be chill.
Play it cool. Like, I get it. I would do the same thing. Okay, I understand where you're coming from, but you gotta keep it cool, man. Oh my Lord.
What is it? Can someone that's Chinese
person you
help
see and
me
pulling out
out?
old school
This was the
propaganda.
notification. This right here, right?
I love that the notifications are also directly in Mandarin. You got to use Google Translate to figure it out. Someone already took your username? Wait, they did? Are you joking?
Yeah.
God damn, man. I can't go to no other website. Y'all are annoying, dude. Okay, someone link it to me. Do you see the Chinese spies going too
To
far?
my personal Chinese TikTok spy, 宝贝，我们应该分手了。你5年来让我每天都很开心，所以这不是因为你，就是因为我的国家。我要非常非常想你。再见，谢谢。
Oh my
Oh,
God.
man. So many people learning Chinese. This is mad funny. This is the funniest outcome. I love this.
Usernames are not exclusive, but impersonation is highly restricted.
So this video is for Hasan Piker, who I'm a huge fan of, but
Bro!
Sorry.
My bad.
Come on, man. I can't do nothing. I can't do shit.
sorry, bro. I was messing around and just typed in the ID name as HasanAbi, and it let me save it. So right now there's an Indian guy impersonating you on the Chinese RedNote app. Sorry, bro. I don't know how to change it, or I can't change it for 7 days. Yeah, it happened.
That's so fucking
That's
funny.
crazy, man. That's crazy. Bro's me in China. Spy saying bye to us.
Hello guys, this is your Chinese spy speaking. I want to post this video before it's too late. I guess we are not going to see each other again in the future. That's why I have something to say. It is a great honor to spy on you for the last few years. I wish you all have a great life in the future. Now is something personal. Laura from California, you shouldn't drink that much Coca-Cola. It is bad for your health. And also Peter from New York, you mama loves you. You shouldn't treat her like that, okay? And Stephanie from Texas, don't send your nude picture to the guy called Marvin. He's a fuckboy. He's talking to other girls as well. Nice deeds, by the way.
That's crazy work.
That's all I have to say. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye.
Sad, man. Me, because I'd rather move to China than Instagram
real. Very real. One of my favorite TikTok comments people can get is post this to IG Reels. It's the most like negative thing you can say.
Oh yeah. That makes sense.
Reels is a fucking nightmare.
It's the same. It's just Draft Dodger with a 0. The profile pic is the same. I already put up my first post. And niggas in China is liking it. Yeah, they're gonna be sick of me. Long live China, nigga. Long live Xi Jinping, nigga. Big up.
Too bad there's no TikTok in China. Yeah, they got better shit, dude.
Douyin.
They got Douyin. I want to learn Mandarin. The Chinese buying me the last minute before his ban. Damn, this goes so hard. I have no idea what they're saying, but
no clue. No, that song's been
feel
hidden.
it. I feel it in my bones, dude. China's living in 3025, bro. Dude, you know who's been popping off in China? What's that British guy? He's like the largest British news guy on TikTok. You guys must see his content all the time. He went to China, and every now and then he pops up on my he pops up on my For You page. What's his name? Dylan Page? I think that's the right name.
Dylan Page?
Yeah. He's got 14 million followers.
I have never seen this man in my life.
And this dude, wait, really? This guy's never shown up? Oh my God, it's because I'm on the fucking boomer normie algo. That's why.
Yeah.
This guy every now and then shows up on my page, but honestly, wait, none of this stuff. He does news and stuff, but I think it's not even, I've never seen this guy. I'm 32. No, I see this guy all the time, but specifically, I see him in China. He's in China right now, I'm pretty sure. But I guess maybe not. Oh, here, China's abandoned mansions. Yo, where's the hotel he went to? Does he have a separate page?
Today, we are exploring.
Because this is not the one I'm looking at. I saw a bunch of other TikToks of him in China, like showing the hotel and stuff that he's in. And there's some crazy stuff that he's experienced out there. He's like one of the few huge content creators that doesn't feel like he's right wing. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Unlike Christian, he doesn't seem like the first step towards right wing radicalization.
Damn.
I agree.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to get there. I need Joe Rogan levels.
Dylan Page secret.
Okay. Hotels in China are doing it different. So you walk in, you get your couple little bathrobes there, already hung up my shit, and oh, look at this.
This hotel room is crazy.
The flip. Then you come through here. So this is the main bit.
This
Bed
is the room.
is wider than it. than it is long. This, which I don't know if it's a swimming pool or if it's a bar. They even give you a speaker, and you got your two little, like, I don't know, bar stools. Over here, you got a coffee machine, a kettle, sinks, two sinks, Dyson hairdryer.
This is the nicest hotel I ever stayed at in my life. Also had this Dyson hairdryer in it in the room. The one I stayed in London, chat will know. That hotel was crazy.
I mean, what hotels give you that? Air purifier. I mean, look at the aesthetics. It's insane. Then over here, you get your, like, lounge area. You get a bit of fruit. You're probably wondering, where is the TV, Dylan? Well, let me show you. Here's a clue. So you go here, yep, still rocking the Android, and you click projector drop. Screen dropping. So there you go.
The projector screen in a hotel room is wild.
Yeah. Bro, that's wild. There's a fucking pool in the hotel room.
True. This is theater brain speaking, where I'm like, damn.
He got an infinity pool next to a bar in his hotel room. The one thing I don't like is, like, I don't know what it is, but, like, this aesthetic is gross, like with the patterns and all that. Like, I just
I don't even know how many inch that is. Oh, and as for the toilet, walk over. Hello, and you go.
Wait,
I have just arrived to the craziest city on earth, and you probably have never even heard about it. This is Chongqing, China, where they have petrol stations on top of roofs, train.
You have a friend from there?
At least, like, near who used to. I don't know if he's from there or he used to work there.
Damn,
I was
bro,
talking to him about it.
you're the reason why they're banning this shit. You know, motherfuckers that live in Chongqing and shit. Like,
yeah, that's a real problem.
Yeah, how did you find out? How did you find out about Chongqing? TikTok.
Yeah, TikTok. Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody has seen that train going through that house, that apartment. Everybody.
Trains that run through residential buildings, buses in the sky, elevators for cars, multi-story restaurants floating on the river, and also the deepest subway in the world. It goes down 118 meters, which is roughly the height of a 39-story building, and it took me 15 minutes just to get to the bottom. But the craziest part was
I was having issues getting my code to bind my phone number to my RedNote account. I Googled it to see if others are having the same issue. I found a Reddit thread saying, I'm super uncomfortable with how popular this app has gotten overnight. The Chinese government must be rubbing their hands with glee. The opportunities for propaganda must be enormous. Yeah. And ironically enough, they're on Reddit saying that, which is like, you know, basically Langley Central. God, I fucking hate Reddit so much, dude. It is literally the most annoying, smarmy, liberal assholes that work for the American State Department constantly. Oh my God. That's it. That my point is I trust the Chinese government more than I trust the American one, okay? That's right. I don't care. I'm saying it. Yeah, give them all my data. What are they going to do? That's right. Oh my God. The
good girl. Oh God, she's gonna be a menace today. I can already tell.
My thirst talks have made it onto Xiaohongshu. Let's go.
Wild work.
Commenting to stay on Hasan note. Oh my God, they're already making new terminology. Have you seen that TikTok from a Chongqing resident who definitely isn't a Western think tank asset talk about the city and how scary it is? You think this guy's a Western asset? He's literally an English speaker, bro. I mean, he's an English teacher in Chongqing.
I need you to understand that literally every video that you see about Chongqing is like meant to promote tourism. Like it's none of them. Like everyone's like, oh, this city's so crazy. It has so many levels. And like there's literally a team. Like not this guy, but I think there's like a specific team. That's
No,
like the
he's a part
team.
of it.
He's part of the tourism team.
Him and like 4 other English teachers, or they're not English teachers. They're English-speaking tourism managers or whatever. Yeah.
I find it super funny that people can't. There's also like, there's specifically one account.
It's just that one video that kind of like is lightly critical of China, and it got 38 million views, but like all of his other videos are about how awesome it is in Chongqing.
Yeah. It's a whole team of folks. There's so many accounts like that. There's they even have different demographics. There's this one like black couple called Travel China. They're the ones that I get. And they're they're like, here's the worst things about China.
Yeah.
People love black people. People just don't pay that much for food. People are gonna walk up to you and want to be nice.
I've
like,
seen that
yeah,
video.
Yeah, yeah.
That landed on my For You page as well. I love that video. Yeah, they're dope. They're living their best life. Yeah. That's my dream, to be honest. It's like my dream is to live in China and be a white monkey. You know what that is?
I do not know what that is.
White monkey is a term for like in Asian countries where they will hire a white guy and bring them to like business meetings to elevate the importance of the company. To be like, see, we have Westerners.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm not legally allowed to say white monkey. It sounds wrong coming out of my mouth.
No, I mean, that's my dream. That's a myth. It's not a myth, dumbass. What are you talking about? Literally, Blau was a white monkey for Riot. What are you talking about? Yeah, they give him a pass. Yeah, you can say it.
Yo, no. Look.
I just gave you the pass.
I'm the most easily cancelable man in the world, so I gotta chill.
To be fair, I did get banned on this platform for using the heinous racial slur cracker before. So
oh yeah, they do have a thing about that, dude. I get DMs about that because I made one video talking about like a rap lyric, and I think I said silence the C word.
Wait, people got mad at you?
Yeah, I got DMs that was like, hey, why is it okay for you to say all these things? But if I'm like, all right.
No, that's what it is usually. People are just like, I'm not even offended by it, but why can't I say the N-word? That's it. That's literally what like most of the anger and resentment comes from. All right. I don't, okay. One of my best friends was a white monkey during an opening of a shopping mall in Beijing. Yeah. It's like when they put white people into like product reveals and launches and stuff like that to like elevate its importance, basically. What is this?
Putting Little Red Book, and you guys see this term. It means that the person commenting or posting is from America. So if you see any racist comments, any racist posts, etc., it's likely that a lot of them are American. Because I've seen people be like, oh, everyone on Xiaohongshu is so mean. All the Chinese people, they're so mean and racist. No, it's likely from other Americans. Like, we're bringing that over to them. Like, yeah, there's bad people in every community, but I've seen posts where it's like, get off this app, like leave this app alone. It's our app. And it's from other Americans, and like people are falling for it. And I just wanted to let you guys know.
Bro, it's not been a day, 19 hours, and there's already drama.
There's always it's TikTok. It's TikTok.
God, Americans are disgusting, dude. Disgusting pigs. White monkey explained.
It's a job that most people wouldn't know actually exists. If you're white and happen to be in China, you can do white monkey gigs. That's the term used to describe jobs in which white people are hired by Chinese companies to do random jobs to enhance its image. These jobs include pretending to play instruments in a fake band at gigs, pretending to live at a luxury apartment complex, posing as the company director at a ribbon-cutting ceremony, nodding and smiling at business meetings. Trucking companies employ people whose job it is to recover abandoned trucks and cargo. Apparently truckers will just be like F it and leave their trucks and trailers on the side of a road. These companies pay pretty well and you are on call 24/7. But they fly you all over the country to retrieve their stuff and pay well. Sounds kinda neat, really. When certain, highly expensive pieces of jewelry are sold to buyers in different countries. What? Say a $300,000 watch.
What does this have to do with... Oh, there's the rest of the jobs, aside from the white monkey jobs. All right. Yeah, that's what I want. I want to go to China, link up with the Politburo, and be like, listen,
okay.
I want to be the Yami Parks of America, please. Please, I want to go up there and
like in America
and put
they
on
only
a
allow
put on a hick ass voice and be like, yeah, that's right. I'll be like, there's not really a lot of criticism, but I guess like you could, what would be the equivalent of like shitting on like a Chinese political dissident and then comparing it to like something in America, you know? I don't know. I can't come up with anything. But aside from like, you know, the regular stuff, like in America, they eat rats. In America, you don't have health care and you just die.
That's real. God.
Bro, we're skipping multipolarity and going to China as the only superpower. I'm calling it now. I've seen enough. Oh, this is Yang Wang 9. Yeah. I know. I was looking at this when I was looking at new EVs. That's sick. The car is a jump button. Yeah, but I thought it was I thought the jump was only when it's stationary, not when everyone on TikTok transition to RedNote, the Chinese TikTok. RedNote is going to be the #1 app downloaded worldwide this week. The irony of banning a Singaporean app out of China concerns, only to have everyone start using a Chinese app.
Classic bangers.
Yeah. TikTok does have a lot of influence, and I think I understand why it's like scary for. I understand why it's scary for American officials for that reason.
Yeah, specifically when they sent out the call notification during the original hearings, like call TikTok, say TikTok. They just like that was like just a sign to them.
Yeah. What is this? We must protect our Chinese comrades from these white Americans. What? This has nothing to do with anything. Readers added context. Cheese.
Nice.
It is pretty funny because they'll be like they'll immediately make the argument where they're like, well, you know, our apps are banned over there, and it's like, okay, do you think that's a good thing? Because it seems like you're criticizing the Chinese government's actions there,
yeah,
while simultaneously saying we should do the same.
Yeah, people don't care about hypocrisy. People don't care about like even the most obvious hypocrisy. People don't give a shit. Oh. You think that like you know how like people will be like, oh, what are we, like communist China? But like we're not, dog.
If TikTok was supposedly instilling revolutionary sentiment in American consciousness, I wouldn't get freaking banned all the time. Okay, I feel like I would have an immediate TikTok contact at this point. You know, Xi Jinping will be giving me a medal of honor.
The American government trying to propagandize us against China is that there is nothing that they can say about China that is not either effectively the same or worse in the United States. Oh, they spy on their citizens. Yeah, that's called the NSA. Oh, they can't Google Tiananmen Square. They don't want people knowing their history. You're trying to ban history books right now because you don't like that white people look bad during the slave trade. Oh, they don't have freedom of press. All of the billionaires have bought up all of our press sources, as well as all of our politicians, so that they can control what laws are passed, as well as the narrative surrounding those laws. Oh, they don't have freedom of speech. You're trying to ban this app as we speak right now. Oh, they have massive amounts of human rights violations. Forced birth is a war crime that is happening in the United States right now. Child marriage is legal in the United States right now. Our prison system is legalized slavery. There's a reason that we have one of the highest incarceration rates in the world. It's because it's legalized slavery. Go ahead, read the Constitution. It says no slavery except for incarcerated people. oh, they're condoning a genocide, they're committing a genocide. That's fucking laughable. Say that to the Native Americans, say that to Palestine, say that to Congo, say that to Sudan. In fact, say that to any country in the global south.
Woo!
Oh, their working conditions are...
Okay, every time I watch videos like this, though, I'm like, okay, I get why fucking, like, Rick Scott would want this to be eliminated.
Yeah.
Every time I see stuff like this, I'm like, all right, well, Mitch McConnell just had an aneurysm thinking about what's going... Even though his wife is Chinese.
But, yeah.
Mitch McConnell, you got a Chinese wife.
They make exceptions for that.
Yeah, that's right. You got a shipping magnate wife who's Chinese. Get them.
No, they're
libertarian guys with Asian wives.
Oh man, that's the dream of being a libertarian.
He got a Chinese waifu.
Jesus Christ. I'm gonna get Donald Glover if I make these jokes.
Oh yeah, true. Hasan get Christian canceled. Yeah, I forget that there's like, I forget that there are like, I don't know. TikTok politics is like kind of weird to me because it's like there's a lot of really cool people on there. There's a lot of really cool opinions on there, and then there's like so much rad lib shit where I'm just like,
Yeah. I think like part of the issue with TikTok is that like in the same time like it has the opportunity to get as much out there as possible. Like people who genuinely don't have shit to say can get like super platformed by like this, and there's like a consistent loop where it's like, yeah, you just stitch onto some opinions that you know people are gonna like fuck with, and you just keep looping that shit, and it works out. Rad lib shit is nuts. Post election was rough.
You haven't
yeah
raised the minimum wage in 15 fucking years. The minimum wage is still $7.25, meaning you could work a full-time job and still only make $15,000.
Yeah, the people who know this agree with her, and the ones she's trying to address will be like, I don't care, China is bad, even if we're worse. No, most people that are go, whataboutism. It's like on the same moral playing field, pound for pound. Like, yeah, it's not even a question who is responsible for a metric ton of evil. Okay, that's it. It's just like, it's ridiculous that anyone tries to act like you know, the Chinese crimes are comparable to America. Not to say that like China does everything great or anything like that, but it's just so stupid.
$1,000 a year with basically no guaranteed benefits. And on top of that, you're actively trying to ban a secondary source of income from people. There is really not much that you can say about China in a negative light that you cannot find some kind of equivalent here in the United States. And on top of that, at least China has universal health care. At least China has public transportation. At least in China, they're not having their kids shot on a daily basis. At least in China, they've managed their homeless population. Do you know how we manage our homeless population? We throw them in prison. We take our veterans and we turn them into slaves. In China, they give them temporary housing and a job. So I'm not sitting here condoning everything that's happening in China. I'm saying if you wanted American citizens to actually believe that we were better than China, why don't you actually be better than China?
All right. Well, facts. All right. Christian, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you for having me. This was fun. This was dope.
This was a wonderful experience. Hopefully you don't get canceled.
You know, it happens.
But you know, if it happens, well, guess what? TikTok's gonna get banned.
Get banned.
What are they gonna do? Chirp into the void?
Yeah.
They're gonna they're gonna eat your ass alive on the RedNote, dude.
I can't wait. I'm gonna get
they're gonna move on to RedNote just to destroy you. But where can people find you?
I mean, obviously, I'm on TikTok. I'm on IG. I'm on YouTube. I'm actually on Twitch, but I just play games sometimes.
Oh yeah.
So it's the same thing. It's if you look up XianDivyne with a Y, or is this the end of it?
This is the outro. Yeah.
Oh, word.
Also, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, I have a very special guest tomorrow who will be on the broadcast tomorrow. Not as special as Christian, of course, but a very long-standing member of Congress, an old, let's say, hero of mine, who I have tremendous respect for, even if I sometimes disagree with him. That's all I'm gonna say, you know. Cool guy who we had to reschedule doing an interview with. And tomorrow is the day for that interview. So I'll see you tomorrow. And that's it. Peace, everybody.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan and Street.